it's John's dad's birthday tomorrow. So there's this 3 in a row. It's quite weird, that one. So, big bracket test runs. Here we go. $8.48 and $9.13. This will help them set their dialings for when they come down in round 1 eliminations. That is scheduled for 11:15. Next up then, Chris Skinner with the Taz Fiat 126 going alongside Lee Childs with Child's Play. Going to be fairly similar on numbers actually. It's going to be around about a 988-ish for Lee, and Chris can dip into the 9s. Let's see how these two get on. Well, 990 and 982. Obviously, the conditions are very favourable first thing in the morning. It always is. The air is always good. So, yeah, both cars going very nicely indeed. Steve Matthews with Honky Tonkin, the 57 Chevy. You'll always find Steve taking part in Doorslammers. Going alongside Scott Collin with the Adrenaline Rush 100E. Went into the 8.7s yesterday. Steve Matthews somewhere in the mid-9s. Whoa! Whoa! Where did that come from? 8.42, a monster PB for Scott Collin. 961, 136 for Steve Matthews. Boy, oh boy, Scott Collin, 8.42 at 165.
Scott Collin has got one of those names that's begging for a nickname, right? There still is a musician who plays for Anthrax called Scott Ian, but everyone used to call him Ian, so his middle name was Not. So it should be Scott Not Collin. That should be his. That should be his nickname, Scott Not Collin. But terrific run though.
Oh, fantastic!
No matter what happens in the big bracket, I'm sure he'll be pretty happy.
He will. First time we've seen Ben Kennedy this weekend, going alongside Pete Lane. Lovely little wheelie off the line there for Ben. Now can Ben get straight to the 8s this morning? Not quite. 936, 139. Pete Lane goes 1178 at 110. Jason Darling. Been looking forward to seeing the Camaro come out. Going alongside Kirsty Tram. 50 Shades of Racing Camaro.
Very good morning to Kirst and Andy Dibley down there.
Good run this morning, actually.
We did. We did. I had the pleasure of plodding around this place with them, and it's certainly the best way to start the day, to be honest with you. Even though it's hard getting out of bed, but it's nice. It's always nice to see this place when it's asleep as well. Yeah. I really like that.
So what time you set off this morning then? 7:30.
So Jason Darling long gone from 9.59 at 1.57. Kirsty goes 12 flat, which I think is probably exactly where they want to be.
Right, next up then, Mark Huxley. And Mark wanted me to do a big shout out and a huge thank you to Kev Jenkins. Mark was having issues yesterday, just wouldn't get the car to run right. But fortunately, Kev was on the case and got them out of the hole. Going alongside, Dan Williams went into the 10.5s yesterday, new PB for the car yesterday. So very happy indeed.
Yeah.
Yep, very happy indeed with the car. Right, obviously there's something in the Kestrel lane they're not quite happy about. Going to send Dan Williams away on his own. Now if he can repeat yesterday with a 9.55 or something similar to that, sorry, 9.5, 10.5, or 10.58. That car is well sorted today.
The thing is, these conditions have to be just lush for cars like that. Normally aspirated. I know it's not all about running quick ETs. It's going to be about dial-ins, obviously. Yeah. But
so Mark Huxley now coming forward.
so when's first round for Big Bracket?
Quarter to 11.
Quarter to 11, okay. So shortly, really?
Yeah.
Do you know one thing that, sorry, very quickly, just about the weather. One thing that really did surprise me yesterday was it felt like a really cool, nice day yesterday. And I went and had a chat with a couple of pro stock guys, and they said that it feels cool and the track's really, really good, but the air's still over 2,000 foot density, which is a real surprise because it's normally much better than that.
Great run for Mark Huxley. Wherever the issue was, totally sorted. 987, 134. Let's see how Thomas Bublitz and Simon Innes, our next pair, get on.
Thomas thinks he's on his own. There we go. Now he's seen the other stage light. He'll realise. I do love the touch that he's put a GB sticker on the back of that. 10.17, about where he should be. And a 10.62 for Simon.
That's quick for Simon, actually. That's quick. That's about a tenth under where he normally is. So, it'll be interesting. All right, Tim Stanbury with the Camaro. Somewhere around 9.19 would be where we'd expect that car to be. Bob Molden, again, around about the 9.4s. Well, a 9.4 indeed for Bob Molder, but Tim Stanley goes 9.10. Way quicker than yesterday.
What's great about the big bracket as well is you get a bunch of cars racing together that never normally race each other. I mean, let's face it, the majority of them are Pro ET cars.
Yeah.
However, you've got Super Gassers, you've got Comp Eliminator cars, you've got actually Super Pro round there as well. Pete Creswell's got to learn a different tree, isn't he? Because he's normally in gas or comp.
Well, Steve Matthews, he's a member of Outlaw Street, comes to a lot of their events with a console called Black Dog. Pretty nice run in here. 9.51, 148. And Darren Huxley, 11.31. Right, spoke to Nick yesterday. Obviously, they had those two monstrous wheel stands yesterday.
They were good.
They're shuffling weight around like mad in the car. In other words, they're taking it out of the back and shoving it in the front, trying to keep the front end down.
So isn't there anything they can do with the wheelie bars or anything like that to keep it down, or just that wouldn't
No,
work?
it's purely weight transfer now.
Okay.
Because they've got the all aluminium engine back in the car, it's so
It's
much
light.
lighter. So all the weight.
Who would have thought trying to go faster is
Yeah.
difficult? Yeah, exactly. That makes sense, actually. Yeah, having an alley, it's still heavy, but it's nothing like as heavy as an iron block.
Well, the team reckon they got 3 runs to get the car sorted. That's better. That was much, much better. $9.75 and 9.37.
And that's what Tim Moore would run without the throttle stop. Yeah, nicely done, both sides of the racetrack. So, Franz Aschenbrenner with the very immaculately turned out Mustang. We don't see many of this vintage.
We don't actually.
There's
you're right.
hardly any about. They are indeed rare. Taking on another rare breed, Paul Marston.
Good to see Sam Marston back on crew duties again this weekend. Sometimes she tunes in from home and lets us know. But here this weekend.
God, do you remember the days when you used to have to turn up and watch?
That was a long time ago.
It was a long
wasn't
time ago, wasn't it? Absolutely.
Well, Wide Awake Club off the line, both of them with 03 lights.
804, 164 for Fran. And a very nice 894 at 148 for Paul. One thing I love about it, well, a lot of events as well, is in my caravan, well, your caravan's roughly in the same place, isn't it? But up past Scrutineering, where the shutdown area is, there's so many of them, especially the stockers. They all come and warm their engines up in the morning.
Yes, they do.
They drive up and down that return. That's why I know it's time to come to work, because I can hear them all rumbling past. Yeah. It's like V8 alarm clocks are the best. Stu Morris, Spencer Drab. These are only time trial runs. Bang on time for Stu. Nice number for Spencer.
That's a nice run, 11.09, yeah. Talking of 11.09s, Gary Carr had 2 runs yesterday. Both of them were 11.09.
So I can't remember what's the difference between Spencer's index.
Weight.
Is that it? Yeah.
The reason for the difference is weight. Yes.
Yeah.
I think it's £200 difference between the 2 cars.
So Paul Fennick with that amazing little Escort. Malta is. I always like to know I'll ask Luke later.
The
why,
ratio.
Just why? The ratio of escorts to people in Malta.
Well, the ratio of drag races to people.
Yeah, exactly. It's got probably the highest ratio in the world.
Yeah.
I think the only thing possibly higher is top fuel racers in Finland compared to the population. And fuel bike racers. Taking on Gary Carr. Look at that reaction time. He's been absolutely on the tree, Paul Fennick, all weekend. 10:14, 128, and 11:06, just slightly quicker for Gary Carr.
That's just conditions. That's purely conditions, isn't it?
Is it?
Yeah.
Well, the thing is, normally aspirated cars, it generally is, isn't it? It's just it's so much about the weather. So much about the weather. So, the one and only John B. Looks like we might have a problem for Mark Bailey. Get the thumbs up from the crew. I think it's probably the thumbs up from Dave you should be worried about. Yeah, there we go. He's got that too.
Well, will this be the opportunity for John Bean to get his first ever 8 with a shotgun Mustang?
Has he still not been there yet?
No, it's 9:01.
Well, the thing is, the car leaves mostly flat now because of the wheelie bars. Weather's great. Tailwind. He's never going to get a better chance than this one, to be honest. Got a good pacemaker in the other lane with Mark Bailey.
Yeah, you're right there.
Has he done it?
Oh, so close.
9 flat, 144. Well, what did he do in round 1? Dial 899, then doesn't give a monkeys and he breaks out because he's just got to pay 50 quid to get back in again.
That's it, yeah. Oh, how close can you get? Oh, but well done. Right, Jordan Payne, Pete Cresswell. Jordan pretty happy with the car after his 2 practice runs yesterday.
Very, very well turned out machine, always has been. Do you know that started life at Nick Cavey's Pro Modified?
Wow.
You remember that? You remember it was a Nissan, got rebodied with the Corvette.
I didn't know that.
So yeah, it was. You remember what John Webster built? Those really funky Nissan bodies.
Yeah.
Well, I'm sure I may be corrected if I'm wrong, but I spoke to Nigel a while ago about it. He said, "Yeah, it's the same car underneath." Taking on Pete Creswell from just behind the grandstand in Sharnbrook. Best to do it now instead of in a couple of hours' time. Both red on the tree, but they're both oh so close. Jordan goes through the 744. There you go. That's a great barometer of what the weather's like. Yeah. Because 744, 184 is knocking on his quickest run ever. 849 for Pete. Below 8.5 as well for Pete Creswell. It's pretty impressive. Okay.
So Paul Patchy with the Escort and Ronnie Mercer with Annie, the Ford Pop.
Have you been to pronunciation school?
No, I was listening to Luke.
Ah, okay.
Because obviously he's from Malta and Luke's obviously doing...
the only person that listens to Luke.
Yeah.
I love the fact that it's actually Union Jack themed as well, and it's from Malta. But then Escort, I'm guessing because Escorts used to be the mode of, or the vehicle of choice on the island for getting about. Well, Ronnie's going to get there first. It doesn't matter, it's only a time trial. 10-4, 10-35. I think something was up for Paul in the Escort that time. I don't think 11.75 at only 88 miles an hour was what they were looking for. Okay, two cars again that wouldn't normally race each other will be alongside each other. Jens Konecki from Germany, from Aurich in the Slick Tricks lane. Jens has been to, well, he's done the double up event a number of times now, hasn't he? Taking on Chris Newsom, who has been out for a little while actually with the MG. Very wide awake for one and not so for the other, but it doesn't matter, it is only practice effectively. Jens is off the throttle by the looks of it, he's coasting. 8.98, that's not going to give them what they need going into racing later on. 9.59 and 1.38, Chris Newsom. Sorry.
All right, Dave Chariot with the Dark Revenger. Can he repeat what he did last year and take $5,000 away from this event? That's what happens when you win the big bracket. It's $5,000 winner
Each day.
Each day, yeah.
So if you go deep in eliminations 2 days in a row, like a few have, you can walk away with a fair old chunk of change. Up against another one of those incredibly rapid little Escorts. Billy Lohing. Well, Billy breaks on the line, unfortunately. Like I said, at least it's now in time trial runs, not later on. Dave Chariot with a 9.74. Something broke instantly for Billy that time round. Looks like rear end or drive shaft related.
Looks like it's a bit stuck as well, actually.
It's seized up, I think. Yeah, they're trying to rock it to get it to move. Brett Featherstone with Nova Scotia. Or Scotia the Nova, whichever you prefer. Normally runs around 9.6-ish. $59 with a 0. There we go. You always like it when they do what they're told, don't you?
It makes us sound intelligent.
Well, frankly, we watch it all the time. If we don't have an idea what's going on, then
Yeah.
well, yeah, we need a different job. Those were very nice. Those biscuits. Thank you
Were
for
they?
finding the packet. Sorry, yes, they were lovely.
Is that another VIP balcony find?
Something like that. Yeah. So we're continuing with one lane while now that's irony if I ever saw it. A car called Dolly being moved by
Pair of
dollies. So there's actually 3 dollies going on down there. One per wheel and one on the back of the car. Joking aside, I hope it's not too bad actually, but that doesn't look quickly fixable, unfortunately.
So Reuven Dawson,
sorry.
he's up next as Billy Lohing and the team will be going back to the pits and with a little bit of oil, I think. So would that be axle oil then?
Yeah, probably. It's seized, isn't it? So it's probably that. This is one of my real pleasant surprises of the year. I didn't think we'd actually ever see another Copo apart from Nick's, and then Reuven turned up with this one, and it's an absolute killer.
Difference with this one, this is a 427 cubic inch naturally aspirated Copo, where Nick's is a 350 cube but supercharged.
Well, that wasn't what he wanted, but again, at least it was practice, not elimination. Slipping and sliding off the line. Still goes 925 at 147, but broke traction instantly. That car normally leaves really nicely and just flies past the Christmas tree. Talking of flying past the Christmas tree, morning, Luke. We had a number of personal bests yesterday.
Oh, it was a busy day, wasn't it?
It was good.
It was a very, very good day. Roof Galea rolling under the tower now. Yesterday, they had an issue with the car. They literally got here yesterday. They swapped out the gearbox. So fingers crossed, we're going to get it Roof from A to B.
Yeah, he didn't get to make a run at all yesterday. Did
No,
he?
she didn't. Looking at the lanes. Oh, our first Pro Doorslammer down. Arnover. He's always an early boy, isn't he? He's always an eager boy. Jacob Bailey's round the corner as well. Dean Hyman, Jürgen Caruana. Well, literally the lanes are absolutely chock-a-block with all of our vehicles, but there's so many front-wheel drive cars around the corner. Ahmed Jamshed is in the lanes. I walked the parent lanes just to do a video. I got to the finish line, and that was where the back of the parent lanes is currently at.
Oh, goodness me.
We had great fun trying to get all the big bracket vehicles around, because it was like, let's get big bracket into their parent lanes, please. But I think a few people just saw a car move and was like, let's go.
Let's go, yeah.
And once one car left the pits, every car left the pits.
Oh, dear. Well, as I say, it is open qualifying today.
Yes.
Obviously, the big bracket will be running throughout the day, and they have their slots. But apart from that, it's just full on till 8 o'clock tonight for everybody else.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, everyone seemed very excited in the pits last night. Lots of people working away on their cars.
Good vibe in the pits, as you
Yeah.
say, Luke. I had a good old wander around last night. Yeah, everybody was pretty good.
You can only get so far, that's the problem. There's
Yeah.
so many teams.
Yeah.
There's only so much barbecue you can eat as well, isn't there?
No.
Okay, well, looks like Roof's been pushed back, unfortunately. So Dean Hyman rolls underneath the tower. He's going to be running a solo run. Now, yesterday broke a drive shaft or a CV joint on the hit. They managed to get that fixed, and now they're back on the track. This car has previously been 936. Now, of course, he's looking to run this down into the 8s now. He's got the power. And let's see what Dean can do on his first run of the day, day 2 of the Doorslammers. Well,
So we are on to open qualifying.
yep. Well, it's looking 89 at the 8, so it's not going to be what he was looking for.
It still might get him in the draw, though.
He'll get him in the draw.
Oh, yeah.
Definitely get him in the draw at the moment. I think we're losing so many cars. I think most people will make it to the draw. But yeah, I believe at some point today we may be visited by a few of our sponsors as well. Hopefully we're going to get some of the guys from Tom Wrigley Performance, Wassner, Turbo Smart. They might be flitting in and out the commentary box just to say hello.
Yeah, well, I
bumped into
asked some of them
earlier.
to come up
Yeah.
and have a chat with us.
Well, unfortunately, Roof's car looked like it's going to be towed back once again. Okay.
That's got to truly suck, though, to actually get here all that way within touching distance of the starting line.
That's it.
And then be pushed away.
The worst thing is not even to get a photo on the starting line.
No, not even get that far. Well, they've got all day.
Yeah.
But what does that car normally run?
It's been down into the 10s.
Okay.
So fingers crossed, good luck to Roof and the team. Hopefully you can get that sorted. We really want to see that on the track, just like you guys do. Okay, well, the guys all looking under Jurgen's car. I saw the words oil from David's mouth.
Well, at least it's better that it happened there, not
Yep.
about 30 foot in front. Because if it's 30 foot in front, not only would it make a mess of the racetrack, it would be a lot harder to fix.
Definitely, definitely. So did you manage to have a wander around the Pro Doorslammer pits?
I got as far as my very good friends from Sweden, and then that was that really last night. Unfortunately, it's just like it's always Michael's fault. But yeah, a little bit. I had a chat with him.
I love it when you blame anybody else. It's your fault for going there in the first place.
He's bloody lethal. It's like I'm talking to Michael and Michael Sherquist, who runs the Dodge in Pro Stock, and Simon, his driver. And while I was talking, I had my cup in my hand, and while I was talking to Simon, Michael had refilled it. Seriously, right? I had it in my hand. I thought, hang on, that feels. Oh, thanks. Cheers.
That's good service. That is.
Look, honestly, if
so Simon in the Pro Stock pits is where I need to go for a good service.
Something like that. The funny thing is, though, like this morning I felt seriously second-hand this morning running around. But I know you're going to think this is counterintuitive because I do, and I'm saying it. Like the first couple of kilometres, I felt dreadful. I felt that, like my body also was saying, "What are you doing? Go back to bed." But after that, and now I feel absolutely fine for doing it. So it is probably one of the best cures for feeling a little rough. Let's put it that way.
Oh, good. Right, next up, Anthony Mincher. I don't think he's qualified as yet.
Yes, he has a number on the board.
Okay, another one of our 9-second front-wheel drive cars.
So we do actually have. So he's 63rd apparently.
But he's run a 1087 at 133 so far.
Well,
so that was the list for front-wheel drive. There was 79 cars on that. Is that right?
there were 77 cars, but there's no way he's.
Yeah,
that's an all-in mixed in.
Yeah.
Okay, so 1108 at 135. Again, this is all about getting times
I
on the
do
boards.
actually have, these are the standings as of last night. So
Okay.
Pro Doorslammers John Webster is the quickest at the moment from Andy Robinson, David Vector.
I got a message from Dick last night about that, and he said David was so. I think the English phrase is miffed. I'm not going to say what he put, but that he had to lift because that was a flyer last night, and it's so difficult to let go, especially when you spend all winter working on everything, and you only get a handful of chances a year to run the car.
Yeah.
And when it's going well, the hardest thing to do is make your foot go in the other direction.
Passes the front-wheel drive listing, would you, Colin?
There we go.
What are we up to? How many?
34.
That's all right.
That's not bad. I mean, the 34 is 20.52. That is Simon Fogg. He's down there in the lanes at the moment. David Lammick, of course, number one qualifier. I mean, it still looks right. David Lammick, number one qualifier with an 822. Terry Newton, 876. And Soren Hansen, 884. All three of those
That's
are
good.
personal bests.
I was going to say, I thought Terry's was as well. That was
Yeah.
a superb run, wasn't it? The other good thing as well, just thinking for next week as well, is that that's nearly half a tenth under his index for comp as well, isn't it? That's
Yes.
excellent. Really good.
Very good.
Really, really good.
That's it. That's
So
it.
is he new engine, billet engine? Is it?
No, I can't remember now. Did he put the billet? Yeah, I'm sure he put the billet engine in.
I think so, because I know he went all the way to Malta.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, and broke it when he got there.
That's where he made the decision to buy the billet engine.
Fair enough.
But yeah,
Yeah, that's drag racing mentality. I've just broken it, so I need to spend more money.
yes,
to
100%.
do this again. Yeah.
And then number 4 is Diogo Inacio, one of our TDI cars, who ran a personal best of 9:29. Now, the European front-wheel drive record for a TDI is 9:28, held by fellow Portuguese Jose Realista, who ran that how far at the November finals. So, and we said we were trying to get Jose to come to this event, but unfortunately he was like, it's too much work with all the paperwork and stuff like that, and he couldn't do it. But then we've also got, he didn't run last night, did he? Rafael Cancol with the TDI Golf as well, who ran a 9.3. So he's also, and he ran a 9.3 split in the intercooler as well. So overnight, someone has welded that up for him as well. So he's like, there's more to come from me. So we're going to have basically Poland versus Portugal battling it out for the European diesel record.
In England.
In England,
Obviously.
as standard. And then hopefully, David Lamek's run yesterday, 8:22, getting into 4th before the 8th mile and going 2 mile an hour
Just
more.
legging it all
just
the way
basically
and
just
that.
pinging it on 4th gear all the way down. He
Did
looked
he?
broken this morning when I walked past, and he's just there fiddling with the gear. The gearbox is still apart, and you know when someone just looks tired, and they're just staring at parts.
Well, the thing is, he's going to be number 1, possibly maybe 2, whatever. Because without being rude, there's not anyone within.
Well, the good thing for him is, even if he put it back together, he's currently number 1.
Yeah.
He's currently quicker than everyone else,
And he's in the draw.
and his car is still mega consistent.
Well, apart from the fact he's trying to fix it. But
Apart from the fact he's trying to fix it, but if he was to put it back together and it still runs the same, he has still got enough to beat a lot of people. But we've not seen Ahmed Jamshed yet. He was in the lanes last night. Unfortunately, didn't get to run before the cut-off.
Okay.
So he's eager to run, and he basically says, what I've got in the car is good enough to take number 1.
For that.
Yeah. So he's happy with that. Obviously, we saw Calvin Skerritt make 1 run yesterday. It was his first run this year, so it didn't go to plan, but hopefully we're going to be seeing more from that. Torsten Middendorf, he had issues getting 5th gear with the DSG gearbox, so again, but he still ran into a good 972, but still there's plenty. I'm sure he went into the 8s. He went in the 8s in testing, yeah. So,
absolutely.
yeah. Nobody can rest. But the good thing is, David, now he's number 1 qualifier, so if he wants, he can sit out the whole day.
Well, I say the day off. He's going to just be working on it
Yeah,
the whole day.
that's it.
frankly,
That's
isn't
it.
he?
All right, one thing I just need to just remind all the racers, don't forget we had the drivers' briefing last night, but we do need to point one thing out to the racers, that we do expect bump spots, possibly throughout the classes. So you must make sure you get qualified for eliminations. Visit the trailer by the stage, where you come into the pairing lanes, to keep track of field sizes, bump spots, and whether you are in or out. And obviously keep listening to the commentary as well. All field sizes are subject to number of cars qualified. So don't think that you'll get in as number, whatever, because the field could be, the actual qualified field could not
Be smaller.
It could be smaller
Yeah.
than what originally announced because of number of cars.
So
you'll
example-
end up with a bump spot. Oh, let's just say only,
Let's say
42 front wheel drives
Make
qualify.
it. Yep.
That will be a 32 car ladder.
Yeah, yeah.
It won't be a 64. So it's not a case of getting a qualifier in. You want to make sure you are qualified. Keep an eye on the trailer for bump spots and size of field. So bear that in
Bump
mind.
spot is effectively the last qualified
It is,
position.
yeah.
So if you have 20 vehicles and there are only 16 spots available, it's only the quickest 16 that get to race. If you're not in that quickest 16 by the time the track closes this evening, you will not be in the draw to race tomorrow. So if you're... the only reason I'm saying this and explaining it like this, obviously, to us that race all the time, it's what we do all the time. However, there's an awful lot of people here that do, like Luke said, run what you brungs, that kind of thing. They're not used to actually any kind of structured event or structured racing. They're used to just turning up and going out and running as many times as they want. It doesn't work like that with eliminations.
Yeah.
So, you need to make sure you run, and you need to make sure you run quick enough to get inside the qualified field for your... So if we take 4-cylinder, for example, I think there's 43 or thereabouts, wasn't it? Something
20
like
are qualified at the moment.
Okay.
So in effect, that would be a 16-car ladder.
If no one else ran.
No one else ran, yeah.
So we need to run, I don't know what the number is we need to run, but if everybody runs, it's only the quickest 32
That's correct, yes.
that will be running.
Yeah.
Not everybody.
Yeah.
Not everybody. Okay, so the track prep continues. I'm not sure who that was. Oh, was it? Oh, it was Mincher, the last one, up that lane. To the point where I didn't even realise it was going on. We were yabbing so much. But anyway.
Well, a few updates for you. I can actually see Ian Blackett down there at the moment. Good morning, Ian. Just to let everybody know that the Blackett Photography unit, cabinet, whatever you want to call it, they put cabin. I realised that. That is open all day long today. So if you want to pop around, get your Blackett Photography images. Paula is in the studio. Ian obviously will be floating around the start line and either side of the track getting all of the images. Other people to catch up with. Keith Elliott has been in touch. A roasty to everybody that knows him. One of the key figures within the NSRA. He's watching the live stream from home, having a bit of a lie-in. You lazy so-and-so. Please say hi to Kia, Reese, Porkchop and Connor. And hope all is well. It is indeed, Keith, and I hope you're keeping well as well. Birthday shout-outs, we've done one of them already, and that is obviously to John Atkinson. Many happy returns indeed to him. Bob Gallagher's birthday today, one of our Nostalgia Superstock racers. Anybody else in the drag racing world? Harlan Thompson's birthday today. I don't know if he'll be tuned in from America at this time of the morning, but Harlan, many happy returns to you indeed as well. But as Luke was saying, pairing lanes rammed. Well, Colin Miller's just posted a picture, and you can see the pairing lanes are absolutely chock-a-block.
Well, the thing is that I knew it was going to be a busy... Well, it's always going to be a busy day. I cycled down here at 9 a.m. We arrived about the same time. And the queue for open qualifying was already back to the VP bridge. Yeah.
Make it power.
An hour before the track actually opened for them, which is, it's kind of what you need.
Everyone that I went to last night, they were like, what time's the lanes open? And I was like, well, Big Racket doesn't start until the morning, but obviously you can't start your motor until 9 o'clock. And they were
they were pushing down.
Oh, yeah.
They were pushing down to get in.
It may actually ease off later in the day when people realise they're qualified or, that kind of thing. But don't take it for granted.
No. Right, Jacob Bailey with the Jet.
He did very well yesterday.
He's already in, I think.
Yeah, low tens.
He
already.
is in low tens. He's now going to start turning the boost up a little bit on this. You've got Gordon down there who is now doing the tuning on this car.
I don't know why that was funny. That normally ends in bang.
So 975 at 153 is his personal best. It's been a while since he's done that, but the car is definitely getting quicker and quicker. New cams in the car over the winter. It's making north of 800 horsepower these days. He's just really got to work on his 60 foot. That's where he struggled over the past few years. Find a little sweep and we're good to go. Well, he's got a good rolling start. 165, 60 foot. That's where he wants to be. 8th mile speed of 115 miles an hour. Jacob Bailey goes 10, 11, 148. But that's the first time that car has been back down into the 1.6s on the 60 foot. Next up, two of our Fords. Damo Carter just rolling straight into pre-stage and a full stage. He's no time to waste. Now again, I've been going around last night just trying to remind some of our drivers about courtesy staging. although this is kind of a street event, courtesy staging really does help you get yourself set to race for your personal best. If you're just going to roll in and double bulb, you have no idea where you are on the track and you're affecting your 60 foot. Well, looks like issues for Phil Thomas. Damo Carter's going to get to the finish line first and goes through with a 15.14 and it's against a 15.04. Next up, Martin Dainty. Another one of our 9-second runners. Going to be taking on Lisette de Koning from the Netherlands. Now, only 2 days ago, Mart had this car completely apart in the unit. Let's see what he can do. Well, it was a good, strong launch, but both cars having issues getting that second gear. Martin's going to get to the finish line first. Goes through an 11.52 to a 12.57. Right, next up, Craig Evans and Horatius Caruana. Another one of our Maltese racers. So Craig Evans more than capable of running down into the 9s. 9.56 is his personal best. Yesterday Horatius put in a couple of passes, both of them in the 11s. A good launch from Horatius there. 174, 60 foot. Craig Evans is putting in the power at the back end, but he's not catching him. 104 at the 8th. This is going to be into the 10s. Horatius Caruana goes through the top end. Win a 10.92 at 132. That's a big old wait for the computer system to decide what it was going to come up with.
Well, the most important thing there, Luke, he's in the show.
He is in the show.
Now he's just going to make sure he doesn't the field size is now enough that they will get racing as such.
Is it? How many have we got in the front wheel drive though? Because at the moment we only had 34. We're going to need 46 to activate the 64.
Okay, that's what I wasn't sure. I wondered if it was 49.
No, 46 is it's generally once you go over half.
Right. Watch this space.
Yes. But I have put them on warning by posting on European front wheel drive, telling them the cars need to come out, put passes in. Any of our cars that are broken, you must let us know if you are broken. It is imperative. Right, Ben Fadster with Uno Grali taking on James Wilday with Plan B. If James can bring this up on the two-step, the guys in the VIP area are going to get a good old pop bang show. At this point, they're like, I'll try and cover one ear with my shoulder. Well, once again, he gives it no two-step on the line. Big wiggles. He's still keeping his foot planted in. 142 at the 8th, 765, 179 miles an hour. So good to see that car going A to B.
No, that was A to B to C to D. Yeah, blimmin' heck.
That basically looked like the street weekend route.
Oh, fabulous.
I was thinking he's not lifting. It was one of those, you know. The trouble is, I think, he said he had operation on his leg.
Yeah.
It wasn't his right one to keep it straight, was it?
Possibly. So the thing is, yesterday, that was still only on 12 PSI, which is nothing. Absolutely nothing.
Yeah, Marshall wisely moving to the middle.
I noticed that as well. It's like, just move out the way.
Yeah.
Right, it's Lewis Lavender as well with the little Fiesta, the powerhouse.
Well, good everybody on the live stream as well, actually. I know a few people have already sort of messaged in to say they're watching, but a very good morning to everybody.
As always, let us know where you're watching from, who you're cheering on. Well, unfortunately, issues once again for Lewis Lavender. Chris Lock, though, goes through the top. With a 10.21 at 131. I swear our left lane is pausing for effect today. So as you can see on the live stream, the camera zooms in onto Lewis Lavender as the guys start pushing at the little Fiesta. Luckily, it's a nice lightweight car. But yeah, while we've got the time, please, if you are watching on the live stream at SantaPod TV, our YouTube channel, or SantaPod Raceway, our Facebook page, make sure you give it a like. Make sure you share it on and let us know where you are watching from. We'd love to see the numbers rising for the Doorslammers. We've got more and more people here for this weekend, as we do each year, as people start realising this is one of the premier events of the season, to come and watch some of the best cars from all around Europe that are all sports compact based or Doorslammers. Next up, Tom Wrigley Performance, one of the BMW 1 Series. Another 9-second runner, and against a 9-second runner in the other lane in the 6-cylinder. It's going to be Mike Whittaker with the Sleepy Mike Racing VW Cabby.
Well, George disappearing into the distance. That's a good looking run. Is he straight into the 9s? Whoa,
Oh!
871, 159 miles an hour. Boy, oh boy, outstanding.
Big celebrations by the team.
Oh,
there
I'm
as
not
well.
surprised with that one. Goodness me.
I think big
871,
is an understated. It was a yes. I mean, it wasn't as subdued as the Bulgarian team.
Well, cracking run. Now then, 6-cylinders actually is a real eye-opener this weekend. Great number of cars entered. Quickest at the moment, Konstantin with that 7 flat at 200 miles an hour.
Bumped into him last night. He says, today we're going to put medium boost in.
Oh, that was low.
That was
it?
low
Low
boost.
boost. Now then, George Gamble with that 8.7, that's put him at the moment number 4.
Nice.
So very, very good indeed.
So how many people are qualified currently?
That'll be 10 so far in 6-cylinder, but we know there's loads more.
There's
to come.
loads more,
Loads
yeah.
more to come. Perry Lane's chock-a-block. Some of our pro Doorslammers have made it down. Don't forget, half an hour's time, just under, will be round 1 of Big Bracket. So that'll be the random selection. You know, they'll all line up in the pairing lanes, and some of our youngsters will pick the pairings going, I want that one and that one. But yeah, those pairing lanes do look good. Do look good. Eventually, this mist will burn off, and it will turn into quite a pleasant day. It's not too bad out there at the moment. It's just it's taken a while to burn off as such. We do have. There is a wind turbine right at the end of the track and beyond.
Is there?
It's just rather faint at the moment. But we do have
Can you
one
still
here.
hear it?
That's a good point, actually. I didn't hear it at all last night. You know, the head rotating as such, but then there was hardly any wind.
By the sound of it, Darryl didn't hear it because of Simon.
Sorry.
I'm just saying you may have slept well last night and not
Better.
heard better.
It still did it this morning.
Oh, did it?
Yep. So I'm going to give out the phone number.
Yes.
I'm going to give out the phone number for the maintenance company, and we can just all spam call them. I think is the way forward. Peer pressure, I think. No, it's what's the word? Not peer pressure. Yeah. Anyway, it was better, but it was still doing it, unfortunately.
Well, the Bluebird is out there. One of the reasons for that is we do have pro Doorslammers in the lanes. They need a little bit of help to get down the track, and we do some extra gluing for them. But one thing that we are not going to be short on today is cars wanting to have a go. Pairing lanes, as we've said, okay, first thing this morning they were queuing pretty much up to the toilet block, but that will be like that all day long. It really will.
We just had a message. Thank you very much indeed, Jacob. Can confirm the T-Rex is definitely still alive. Thank you very much, Jacob. Well, it is. It's what it sounds like. Anyway, what I'm going to do, Jacob, I'm going to share something with you, and if you wouldn't mind making a phone call as well. Right, I'm being serious because it's getting to the point where it's unbearable. Anyway.
We could do a little poll of hands. Hands up in the grandstand or on the banking. Is anybody sleeping in the camping fields at the back end of the drag strip where the wind turbines are? Hands up if you're sleeping up there. Hands up if anyone's heard Jurassic Park during the night.
There's still quite a lot of them.
Yeah.
Right.
So we're going to be handing out the maintenance telephone number
to get them to sort it out.
and we're going to get as many people to ring up and complain about it as possible. Because obviously those wind turbines, although they seem to be on Santapod's land, they're not owned by Santapod.
So no, not at all. That's why they're fenced off. It's part of a separate company, separate wind farm, and everything else as well. So just give me a moment, and I'll give it to Joe. I'm not going to sort of like pile in on them, but yeah,
I would.
The more noise that comes.
Give me the number. I'll post it.
Right, so just to give you a bit of a format for today. Obviously, it's open qualifying until 11:15, where we have big bracket round 1. As soon as that's finished, obviously, we continue with the open heads-up qualifying. Big bracket, it'll be buyback versus buyback at 10 to 12. Oklahoma Willie, the Jet VW, will be running at midday. And then we continue once again with open heads-up qualifying, taking us up to 5 to 1, where Fire Force 3, the Jet Funny Car, will put a run in, which will lead us into our lunch break. When we come back at 1:30, it'll be big bracket round 2, and then that will be followed with more open heads-up qualifying. Battle of Britain Memorial flyover today at 13:56. We start running for the money at 2:15 with the big bracket third round, and then obviously it is then interspersed with qualifying, more big bracket, etc., etc. There is a dinner break on track at 5 o'clock. Fire Force 3 will run again half an hour before that, around about 4:30. And then the big bracket final scheduled for 6:25. And then we continue with more heads-up qualifying, which will be finishing at 8 o'clock this evening. And then it's a case of everybody over to the announcement area for the first round heads-up draws. We'll be scheduling to start that at 8:30. And that could go on for a little while because there's going to be a lot of pairings to sort out. So that's basically the rundown of the day. Obviously, stay tuned for announcements and field sizes and who's doing what as we progress. But it's going to be a full-on day for us. One of the most exciting meetings of the year. Most varied types of vehicles that you'll ever see at a drag strip. And tonight will be a lot of fun when we do the pairings, because you could end up with number 1 taking on number 2 qualifier. It is the randomness of it all that just makes it so interesting. Not only that, it is VW action as well this weekend. Loads of stuff going on. They've got their live stage, they've got live music, they've got show and shine, and all sorts of things going on over there as well. So a very good warm welcome to everybody attending the VW event as well. Don't forget, next weekend, it is the main event, the first round of the European Championships. You have cars like Pro Doorslammers, which actually move into Pro Mod next weekend. We have top fuel cars, we have fuel funny cars, we have the quickest cars and bikes in Europe, all here for round 1 of the European Championships next weekend. It's a 5-day event. We got the test day on the Thursday. We have our sportsman qualifying day on the Friday. Then Saturday, Sunday is qualifying, and Monday it is eliminations. So there is a lot to come. Going to be a very, very intense weekend. There's a lot of teams that are here this weekend that are staying on site, will be racing next weekend as well. If you haven't got your tickets for that one yet, suggest you do so. Just go onto the Santapod website, order your tickets, and make sure you are here for the main event. It is a big one. Oh, sorry, apologies. It's VW Breakout, not VW Action. Okay, one slight error. Whoops. But yeah, thank you for that. But yeah, make sure you are here for next weekend. It's a bank holiday festival of racing, We've even got a circus here next weekend. There is so much to do for everybody. So
Sorry, I don't know whether
whether
that was
fully
funny.
entertained.
But yeah, it's a terrific event. It's not just about drag racing. It's a whole
It's everything,
a whole
isn't it?
festival, camping, live action arena, all the other entertainment, live stuff in the evenings. It's just a wonderful way to spend.
Yeah.
I always say it's like having a 3 or 4 day party with about 3,000 or 4,000 of your close personal friends, and then do it all again a few times a year.
Yeah. Most recent announcement actually about main event, got Carl Cox racing next weekend. Of course, globally renowned DJ. He will be racing here next weekend, so it'll be really good to see Carl structuring stuff on the track.
Yeah, I think everybody in Comp Eliminator is looking forward to lining up against him. Or
Oh,
anyone
yeah.
in Comp. That's
Yeah.
you, isn't it, actually, next weekend, I think.
Yes. Sorry, I was just trying to sort someone out. One of our Maltese racers has clicked on one of the scam Santapod pages and signed himself up.
Oh, no.
And I'm like, they are impossible to get out of.
Oh.
Please, I mean, anyone that's here, there is so many Santapod pages that are popping up on Facebook these days, and it's like the Doorslammers live, USC live, Run What You Brung live, and it says live stream. Click on this link to get the thingy, and then it's like, enter your credit card details, and then people go, I'm going to pay for this, and then they're signed up and impossible to get out of.
And then they realise that it's only got 190 followers. And you think, well, hang on a minute, Santa Claus.
No, that's it. I keep getting messages from people going, I've just got a friend request from Santapod Raceway. I was like, it's not Santapod. There is only one official Facebook page. It's like, please, just think.
Yeah.
Think, please.
Yeah, anyway, just...
You won't get a request from Santapod.
No, Santapod is a page. You follow it,
yeah.
and or you like it. You don't get a friend request from
Yeah,
it.
we're not sitting up here bored, pinging it out to
No, that's it.
everybody or anything like that. Yeah, hello.
I'll be your friend.
Yeah. That, basically.
That's it.
Yeah. Anyway, so there are, like Luke just said, there are various scam ones. One of them was, I mean, they're all fairly convincing. But
Well, the thing is, they create like say Doorslammers. One I saw this morning, Doorslammers 20K 24 live, and then they put all the actual photos from Santapod Raceway, and then they link the event to the actual Doorslammers event page, so it makes it look real.
But if there's only a few people that have liked it, followed it,
Exactly.
done it, that's always.
But then
a
I go
dead
on it and I
giveaway.
look at it and follow it, and then I see people who I know from Santapod, and I'm like, why have you accepted this?
Yeah, get off it straight away.
Yeah, don't is the short
Yeah.
answer, or the short version, I should say. So, last bit of prep on the racetrack, and we'll be back on with open qualifying. I think the prep was initially for the big door cars that are around the back there. Well, you've got lots of big door cars this weekend. It depends how big they are, really. And Andrei Arnova, all the way from Estonia, Tallinn in Estonia. Right behind him is Premislav Sakachi with the Turbo Trans Am. I'm not sure who's just behind him. Can you see that he's Colin with your bionic eyes? No,
No, I can't.
never mind. Anyway, Pyrenees absolutely rammed full of people is the short version.
Oh, I did get a send up text message overnight from my buddy Michael over in Poland. He sent me a whole list of how to pronounce all the Polish names.
That's very, very kind of him.
It is.
Be a lot kinder if he came and did it for us, but it's
Yeah,
very,
that's it. Actually, no, one of the Polish guys did say, he was like, can I come up and help you out if you want?
Yeah,
I was like, if you want.
But why not? I was going to say it just.
But the thing
makes-
is, once we've heard it a couple of times, then we
then
kind
we
of
don't
get it.
need. Then we don't need him anymore.
No,
It's
that's
like
it.
that, basically. So go on.
No, I'm not trying it now. But yes.
It's very interesting to see Jack Bowley down there after yesterday as well.
Broken CV joint, I think it was.
Oh, was that all it was?
Yeah,
Okay,
that's
that
all it
doesn't.
was.
Oh, it was a proper twist.
Yeah, it was a
job,
proper
wasn't it?
twist, isn't it?
Yeah, this racetrack will do that to you. Definitely that.
Well, I can only assume that it's the mist is like causing a couple of issues up
I
there.
would think so.
So I'll tell you what we'll do. Save us waffling. Let's have some tunes from Nitro FM 96.2. Obviously, we'll take it back when the fun continues here at Doorslammers, the 2024 edition. 990 and 982. Obviously, the conditions are very favourable first thing in the morning. Whoa! Whoa! Where did that come from? 842. Lovely little wheelie off the line there for Ben. Now can Ben get straight into the 8s this morning? Not quite. 936, 139. Pete Lane goes 11.
Getting out of bed, but it's nice. It's always nice to see this place when it's asleep as well.
Yeah.
I really like that.
So what time you set off this morning then? 7:30.
So Jason Darling, long gone for 9:59 at 1:57. Kirsty goes 12 flat, which I think.
Now if he can repeat yesterday with a 9.55 or something similar to that. Sorry, 9.5, 10.5.
Yeah.
He's on his own. Ah, there we go. Now he's seen the other stage light. The rear light. I do love the touch that he's put a GB sticker on the back of that. 10:17, about where he should be, and a 10:62 for Simon.
That's quick for Simon, actually. Well, a 9.4 indeed for Bob Moulder, but Tim Stanley goes 9.10. Way quicker than yesterday.
Gas or your comp?
Well, Steve Matthews, he's a member of Outlaw Street, comes to a lot of their events with a console called Black Dog. Putting a nice run in here. 9.51, 148. And, well, the team reckon they got 3 runs to get the car sorted. That's better. That was much, much better. $9.75 and 9.37.
And that's what Tim Moore would run.
Well, Wide Awake Club off the line, both of them with 03 lights.
8:04, 164 for Fran. Blocks are the best. Stu Morris, Spencer Drab. These are only time trial runs. Bang on time for Stu. In Finland compared to the population. Taken and fuel bike races. Taken on Gary Carr. Look at that reaction time. He's been absolutely on the tree, Paul Fennick, all weekend. Then 14, 128, and 11. Got a good pacemaker in the other lane with Mark Bailey.
Yeah, you're right there.
Has he done it?
Oh, so close.
Best to do it now instead of in a couple of hours' time. Both red on the tree, but they're both oh so close. Jordan goes through with the 7:44. There you go. That's a great barometer of what the weather's like.
Yeah.
Because well, Ronnie's going to get there first. It doesn't matter. It is only a time trial. 10:04, 10:35. Who's been out for a little while actually with the MG. Very wide awake for one and not so for the other, but it doesn't matter. It is only practice effectively. Jens is off the top by the looks of it. He's
Well
coasting. 8.98. That's not going to give them what they need going into racing later on. No. Well, Billy Breaks on the line, unfortunately. Like I said, at least it's now in time trial runs, not later on. Dave Sherritt with a 9.6 7-4. Normally runs around 9.6-ish. .59 with a 0. There we go. You always like it when they do it.
Where next is the 350 cubic supercharger.
Well, that wasn't what he wanted, but again, at least it was practice, not elimination. Slipping and sliding off the line. Still
Of the day 2 of the Doorslammers. Well,
so we are on to open qualifying.
yep. Well, 89 at the 8, so it's not going to be what he was looking for.
87 at 133 so far.
Well,
So that was the list for front wheel drive. There was 79 cars on that. Is that right?
there were 77
that's-
cars, but there's no way he's...
Yeah, they're all
that's an
mixed in.
all-in mixed in.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, he's got a good rolling start. 165, 60 foot. That's where he wants to be. 8th mile speed of 115 miles an hour. Jacob Bailey goes 10, 11, 148. But that's the first time that car has been backtrack and you're affecting your 60 foot. Well, looks like issues for Phil Thomas. Damo Carter's going to get to the finish line first and goes through with a 15.14 and it's against a 15.04. Well, it was a good strong launch, but both cars having issues getting that second gear. Carter's going to get to the finish line first. Goes through an 11.52 to a 12.57. A good launch for Horatius there. 174, 60 foot. Craig Evans is putting in the power at the back end, but he's not catching him. 104 at the 8th. This is going to be into the 10s. Horatius Caruana goes through the top end with a 10.92 at this point. They're like, I'll try and cover one ear with my shoulder. Well, once again, he gives it no two-step on the line. Big wiggles. He's still keeping his foot planted in. 142 at the 8th, 765, 179 miles an hour. So good to see that car from who you're cheering on. Well, unfortunately, issues once again for Lewis Lavender. Chris Locke, though, goes through the top with a 10.21 at
Well, George disappearing into the distance. That's a good looking run. Is he straight to the 9s? Whoa,
Oh!
871, 159 miles an hour. Boy, oh boy. sorry, yeah, wrong button. We are. Indeed, we are back and straight into Pro Doorslammer. And the first Pro Doorslammer we're going to see today is Andre Oliver. He's just coming underneath the tower. All the way from Estonia. Mind you, having said that, I think he's left the operation here and just flies in and out all the time to have a lot of fun and get some good times down this quarter-mile track here. Already been in the 5.8s this season on a regular basis. Been like to do that again. Now it's in official qualifying.
And yesterday.
That was in testing.
Was it?
In official
Okay.
qualifying. Yeah.
Oh, actually, that's right. I remember saying I thought that was rather weird that actually gets to qualifying and he's not here.
Yeah.
Not that it really matters. I get that, but it's very unusual not to see him in the pairing lanes.
Yeah.
He is the Joe and Tom of Pro Mod, basically, because basically Tom Atkinson and not Joe Stevens, the band with no name.
Dave Russell.
Right. He's the Dave Russell.
The first pair.
First pair, no matter what, every single time, they're always there. Okay, so this is side-by-side qualifying for Pro Doorslammer. Neither of these are in the ladder at the moment. They will be once they get to the other end, though. So Andre Arnover has been killing it in the 60-foot. They're trying to turn up the power going down the racetrack, and I know he wants new personal bests.
Oh, that is arrow straight.
That was because you said it was.
578!
Oh, yes! His first ever 5.7 second run, 578, and check out that speed. 258 miles an hour from an FIA legal Pro Modified 60 foot, 0.954.
Wow.
Andreas Arthurson, if you're listening, sir, you're bloody good, as we say in the UK. Outstanding. Now, that moment of a driver coming round and seeing a number on the board is just about to happen to the next guy, Jari Ransonjärvi. He's going to come round the corner and he's going to see Andre Arnover's 578 at 2. That is a booming speed.
Yeah.
We haven't had a speeding like that in Pro Modified in Europe since, I can't remember, Tero Laukkanen way back when. He went 260, but they've changed the booth. There's lots of rules been changed since then. So
that's a 1.93 back half.
That's why they've been here testing for God knows how long.
Yeah,
anyway.
and that was very close to the centre line as well. Very close.
Well, I'm glad he held on to it. Let's put it that way. It was moving around all over the place, but. Yeah, absolutely. Congratulations, but no one, I don't think anyone has worked harder.
Yeah.
They all work hard, I know, but my God. Did you catch that?
I was downstairs.
God almighty. Anyway.
Jerry says he's put his big boy pants on today.
Oh, well, yeah, because he was on and off it a little bit yesterday, yeah. Well, the thing is, after they don't race this car that much, do they? I mean, they occasionally run it in Top Doorslammer, I think, over the 8th mile. They've done that a few times. They do the Tierpa rounds. Yeah. They race in Kalharver, which I don't know whether he races once or twice there, depending on how it works out. But a lot of the time in Finland now, they don't run Pro Modified that often, unfortunately. No, they've gone the Top Doorslammer 8th mile route for a lot of things, and So this is a legal Pro Mod car. The difference is basically, I mean, this car could easily run in Top Doorslammer. But Top Doorslammer is 8th mile, so there's a lot of changes made to run the car over the 8th as opposed to quarter. So Jari Ransonjärvi all the way from Finland with the Turbo Camaro. Something up with the way that car stages. Only 112 to 60 foot. However, goes 611. Look at the speed, though. Again, 250 miles an hour. That wasn't a 611. There's something about the way that he stages that the light stays on, but he's gone much deeper. If you look at 112 is not
60.
right.
No.
A 112 absolutely isn't right.
Certainly. Flying Finn. Good to see 250 mile an hour plus on 2 runs in a row.
That is the worst acronym ever. That is like everyone from Finland is a flying Finn. Right, honestly. Even if you're not Finnish and you've just visited, you're a flying Finn. Sorry, you've visited the flying Finns.
That's it. Right, next up, back with a couple of our European front-wheel drive cars. Carl Overberry from France with the Peugeot 106, taking on David Hubbard with his 20-valve turbo Caddy. Carl Overberry made the trip over to Santa Pod Raceway last year to do a bit of run what you brung. That was his first runs here. He generally runs over at Clash, and I think that's about as far as I've seen.
We're just having a quick check in the Kestrel lane. Obviously, there is a whole team past the finish line. When Jari Rantaniemi went round the corner after that run at the top end, they would have checked the car. Yeah, unfortunately, Davey's been pushed back. They're all out there past to the finish line. It might have been breathing a bit heavy, I think.
The thing is, our guys are very aware now that even though the cars have been sitting there for a few seconds, their front tyres will be cold now.
Colder.
Yeah,
the only person ever that could be called a flying Finn was Yanni Aherdon. Yes, he raced in Top Fuel. However, he's a ski jumper, so he's allowed to be called a flying Finn.
And it was always good every time the Winter Olympics come on, because I was like, there's someone we know.
Well, yeah, exactly that.
He was pretty good at it.
Do you know
as well,
what?
actually.
What was amazing is when we went to race in Norway, he was only running in comp eliminator. That was rude. He was running in comp.
It's a good launch by the 106. Issues for David Hubbard, but Carl Overberry doing 102 at the 8th. This should be maybe down into the 10s. 1085, 131.
Well, David Hubbard's going to get a number on the board, not the one he wants, but it is a 1597, 117. Yeah, Yanni Aherdon was racing in comp eliminator in Gardermoen in Norway a number of years ago. It's where he started pretty much. It was the Eagle team. It was actually Harry Horto that got him into drag racing. And it's a brilliant idea. If you've got a race team, put a really famous driver, like nationwide famous driver, in the car.
Yeah.
Everybody comes to see them, and it's great. It's a marketing idea. It's a genius. Kind of like what Carl Cox does, but you know what I mean, that sort of thing. And loads of the crowd just came to see him because they could get close to him.
Yeah, that's it.
Which is quite, to us, he's a drag racer, but to them, he's a flying god.
And we have much the same, as you said, with Carl Cox next weekend. We've got to the point where we're like, no, it's just Carl Cox, isn't it? Whereas other people arrive there, Superstar DJ's Carl Cox.
That's the one.
Yeah,
it's like having
just a nice guy.
Taylor Swift in the Top Fueler. Oh no, that's a horrible combination. Why did I say that? Okay, Mark Mosley, Wayne Shepherd, both in 6-cylinder actually.
That's it. Tom Wrigley Performance 6-cylinder class this weekend, and the BMWs have definitely been putting on a show.
Lots of wheel slip off the start line for Mark Mosley.
Oh!
Well, that's a way to keep warm. 1042 and a 1078 for Mark Mosley, only 88 miles an hour. However, that will necessitate a lot of cleaning. The fire crew will be on him straight away. That was something letting go in spectacular fashion. Yeah, he's over by the wall. The fire crew are already out on him absolutely straight away, just chasing him down. And the fire crew from this end as well. There's two fire crews, one up that end, one up this end.
Sadly, the words were, when I spoke to Mark this morning, I wandered round at 7:30. He said, if it blows, it blows. I can always be a spectator at a great event.
Little did he know he was going to get his wish.
He was being very truthful.
Well, yeah, the fire crew are over there. The car's...
Yeah, he's got the bonnet up and everything, so the fire is all out down there.
Okay, folks. Anyway, we are going to be down for a little while. I do apologise. You can see where the marshal is standing out there around about 3:30, which is where it let go. It still made a 10-second run and it let go just after 3:30. So God knows what it was going to do. But anyway, Dave is on the shoe again. We need to get like a Dalek costume for that thing, don't we? You know what I mean? Just slot it over the top of it so it does look like a Dalek.
It's a good advertising board, really, isn't it?
It's terrific. Spends longer on the track than lots of things. Anyway, so hopefully not too much of a clean-up. Hopefully Mark Mosley appears to be okay anyway. Looks like he's out the car, the fire crew, everybody out there checking him over. Nitro FM, hopefully not for too long. We'll give you a heads up when we're not far off going again.
me wrong. It's you I'm in love with. You got to know it ain't no me. Yeah. Come on, baby. Please.
that was because you said it was.
578!
yes! His first ever 5.7 second run, 5.7 Camaro. Something up with the way that car stages. Only 112 to 60 foot. However, goes 611. Look at the speed, though. Again, 200.
It's a good launch by the 106. Issues for David Hubbard, but Carl Overbury doing 102 at the 8th. It should be maybe down into the 10s. 1085, 131. Definitely been putting on a show.
Lots of wheel slip off the start line for Mark Mosley.
Oh!
Well, that's a way to keep warm. 1042 and a 1078 for Mark Mosley. Only 88 miles an hour. However, that will necessitate.
Yeah, Tom Wrigley performance, 6-cylinder class this weekend. And the BMWs have definitely been putting on a show.
Lots of wheel slip off the start line for Mark Mosley.
Oh!
Well, that's a way to keep warm. 1042 and a 1078 for Mark Mosley. Only 88 miles an hour. However, that will necessitate a lot of cleaning. The fire crew will be on him straight away. That was something letting go in spectacular fashion. Yeah, he's over by the wall.
Well, 990 and 982. Obviously, the conditions are very favourable first in the morning. Whoa! Whoa! Where did that come from? 842. Lovely little wheelie off the line there for Ben. Now can Ben get straight to the 8s this morning? Not quite. 936, 139. Pete Lane goes 11.
Getting out of bed, but it's nice. It's always nice to see this place when it's asleep as well.
Yeah.
I really like that.
So what time you set off this morning then? 7:30.
So Jason Darling, long gone for 9:59 at 1:57. Kirsty goes 12 flat, which I think.
Now, if he can repeat yesterday with a 9.55 or something similar to that. Sorry, 9.5, 10.5.
Yeah.
He's on his own. Ah, there we go. Now he's seen the other stage light. The rear light. I do love the touch that he's put a GB sticker on the back of that. 10:17, about where he should be, and a 10:62 for Simon.
That's quick for Simon, actually. Well, a 9.4 indeed for Bob Mulder, but Tim Stanley goes 9.10. Way quicker than yesterday.
Gas or your comp?
Well, Steve Matthews, he's a member of Outlaw Street, comes to a lot of their events with a console called Black Dog. Putting a nice run in here. 951, 148. And well, the team reckon they got 3 runs to get the car sorted. That's better. That was much, much better. $975 in 937.
And that's what Tim Moore would run.
Well, Wide Awake Club off the line, both of them with 03 lights.
804, 164 for Fran. Clocks are the best. Stu Morris, Spencer Tram. These are only time trial runs. Bang on time for Stu. In Finland compared to the population. Taken and fuel bike races. Taken on Gary Carr. Look at that reaction time. He's been absolutely on the tree, Paul Fennick, all weekend. $10.14, 128.
Oh, here we go once again, but just quickly before I do that, little parish notice. If you've got a black Audi up in Beefield, which is the quiet camping area, registration number GF10YYT, your alarm keeps going off. So it'd be a good idea to go back to it and find out why. And obviously it is in the quiet camping area. I know it's a drag strip, but it is raising a few concerns from people up there. So you've got a black Audi GF10YYT. Go back to your car, please. Here we go then. We are back with open qualifying. Don't forget, we are not that far away from big brackets round 1. Obviously, there's a few delays with the conditions out there at the moment.
Could we also have a bit of appreciation for the incredible Santa Pod Raceway crew? As soon as everything else stops and we relax, they work their backsides off and keep working their backsides off to get it ready again. So well done, guys and girls. Jack Marriage and Pietro Formello is actually got a number on the board.
Yeah, he's run 2 personal bests this weekend. 977 was his best yesterday. You saw the front sec up there. 165, 60 foot. You can't really see anything of the car. 105 at the 8th. And Pietro Formello goes through. 1045, 133 to a 1337.
Wow. Getting a little bit of out of shape on the burnout. That's Patrick Walk with the Audi S5.
Do you know why I love that car? Because it looks so stock, but it's an 8-second car.
Oh, it's mental, isn't it?
Mind-blowing.
Hasn't got a number on the board as yet. Pete Bailey with the 6-cylinder Nissan. Again, oh no, this one obviously is in 6-cylinder. Has already got a number on the board.
Look at that thing go. He was into the high 8s last year. That could well be another one to open his account today. Oh my word, 880 with a 0, 160 miles an hour. A quick public service announcement, please. With all those people standing at the front of the grandstand, Please sit down, folks. There's lots of people behind you that would like to see as well. If you'd like a perfect view, just go a couple of rows up. You can still see everything. It just means that everybody behind you can see as well. Thank you very, very much indeed. I know you're excited. We're excited too. I totally get it. But yeah, if you don't mind. If you do want to film or anything like that, just go a couple of rows up. You'll be above the barriers and you will be able to see, you'll still get a perfect view. All right?
All right, well, the hits just keep on coming. Another one of these very rapid BMWs. Going alongside Ian Pepper.
So this is Ian Pepper's first qualifying run. We did see him a couple of times yesterday in testing. He nearly came out last night, but ran out of time.
Now, Tom Wrigley has already been 878 with the BMW.
It's a BMW versus Audi world at the moment.
It is.
So was Patrick Walker, is he in True Street? Or is he in the car that we just ran, the Audi just gone? Was he in True Street or was he in six cylinder? There we go.
True Street.
True Street, okay. That's going to be quite tasty to watch anyway. So yeah, Tom Wrigley.
Taking on Ian Pepper. Well, he ain't got the jumper. Here goes the BMW already driving around him. At the 8th mile, BMW is 128 to 111. 881 to a 1026.
I love the fact there's a crew guy down there with a cool box.
Well, you know, you got to bring your sandwiches. You
Yeah,
have a long time.
absolutely.
It's a long time in the pairing lanes.
Could be that, yeah, could be that. Probably breakfast, actually. You never know.
At that point, people are going, yeah, you're damn right. It's a long time. Right, next up, Alan Duffy and Rafael Cancol. Rafael Cancol yesterday ran a personal best, dropping it all the way down to the 9.3s. The diesel record for a front-wheel drive car in Europe is 9:28. So keep your eye on the board in the Kestrel beer lane. And of course, Alan Duffy, super fast courser as well. He's been into the 9.4s before.
That is quick, really quick.
Rafael giving as much time as possible to build the boost up. Alan Duffy's going to get to the finish line first, but he's being chased down. Alan goes 10:34, 9:19, 151 miles an hour. The new fastest front-wheel drive diesel in Europe is Rafael.
A couple of his
Cancol.
crew guys look completely nonplussed. You know, it's like someone actually just told him. That look on his face was like someone just told him his cat died. Not he's just run the quickest run in. So that is a new record by nearly a tenth of a second.
Yeah.
So the record currently stands with Poland. Marcus Daly, Jack Bowley, two cars that aren't yet qualified. Jack yesterday got stricken on the racetrack. We thought that might be the end of his weekend, but apparently only drive shafts. Ian's putting his head in saying, right, mate, how much you got on this race? No, don't let him beat you, whatever he is. It's only a BMW. Are you sure? I've got a Toyota MR2. Anyway, there we go. Right. Do you reckon it's satellite controlled as well? That looks like a beacon on the top of it, really, doesn't it?
No, he's doing the Google Street View, isn't he?
That's the Google Street View car, isn't it? Is that what that is? Well, that won't be a really quick run for Jack Bowley. Just crawled off the line. Well, the BM actually is stricken out there. Jack will run a good speed. The ET, though, is 10:48. Look at the speed, though, 146 miles an hour. Marcus Daly trickles through to a 16:05.
Well, the important thing for Jack, he's got a number on the board now. He's in the draw. Obviously, it does depend on field size, but yeah, he's got one in.
You've got to love, of all the favourite jobs to have, the one marshal with an orange jacket down there that has to shoo people off the starting line constantly, I think is probably the most fun job. His arms must ache at the end of every day going, God, move back that way. I can see Colin Miller and Mark Turner pairing up.
I can also see some of the big bracket cars now making their way into the lanes.
It's about that time,
Yeah.
isn't it? you know, the more I think about that as well, you know, what Andre Arnover did earlier. Yeah, that was after we just had rain and the track crew cleaned it.
Yeah.
And he just went out and set his personal best. I mean, that...
Just not phased at all.
Oh, yeah, exactly. No.
Yeah,
Well,
that just shows how much trust he's got in the track crew.
you
Yeah.
got it. He said, no, he said to me yesterday, he said they're great. He said they know if they bring you forward, it's fine.
Yeah.
There's no messing about. It's perfect. So, Jose Late and Sean Duthie somewhere in that black cloud over there.
Well, Jersey is looking very nice and clean. 12:59 to an 11:72.
Very close at the finish line as well. I love that slow-mo shot as well. Did you see
I
it?
saw that, yeah.
It's like with the smoke just kind of... It looks like a train, doesn't it? You know, like an old steam train.
You can't really have the Flying Scots or anything like that, because we have to have like the Mallard or something like that, or proper old school loco name for that.
I just thought as
Talking
well...
of locos, you've got the Loco Polo.
Just very quickly, I just thought this is the bit where all of the guys in the big bracket and girls in the big bracket start jockeying for position because, I don't want to race them. I'll stay
Just
back a
hold
little
back
bit.
a little,
Just a little bit.
It makes you wonder.
Oh, we got a flat tyre. How did that happen?
Yeah.
Yeah, go on, sorry.
Makes you wonder, because obviously there's not a lot of room in the pairing lanes at the moment, so it makes you wonder if the random pairings are being done in the big bracket.
I think what they probably do is they stop the queue for the qualifying at the crossing. They bring all of
that's the
big
general
bracket.
idea.
Yeah, they bring all the
yeah.
big bracket cars through to fill up the collection area. Anyway, we'll see that in just a minute. So, Thomas Drotz from Poland, I presume. Yes. In Kestrel Lane, True Street again. No number from yesterday, so he's not got a number on the board. Taking on Charles Roberts. Or Charlie Roberts with that.
That's
That was the
Lively.
spicy tune that was with Charlie Roberts there. And it went wild, assuming he's broken a CV joint there.
yeah, because that looked like it went one-wheel drive very quickly, didn't it?
Well, Thomas Drotz unfortunately stopped out there on the start line too. Now, very quickly, fellas, 'cause I don't know whether you know, if someone takes a green light, are they in the draw, or do they have to get to the other end and get an ET? Just thought.
I'm not sure.
Yeah,
I would have thought they'd have to get to the other end to get a time.
I
It's
would
just
have
in
thought.
probably. It's just in regular drag racing. I'm pretty sure if you take the tree, that counts.
Yes, in like bracket racing and stuff like that, because you would have taken the tree and you would have just timed out.
No, I mean in not in. I mean in qualifying, not in eliminations. If you
Yeah.
see what I mean. But anyway, hopefully we will see him again, so we won't have that problem. Dave sprinting for the tractor again. You know, we all got up and went for a run this morning. Dave and Ian just do theirs during the day. That's a good point, actually. We'll get them in on the 1320 challenge, and just give all our watches to them. And guess what? We'll have done it in no time.
So make you wonder what their pedometers tell them how many steps they take a day.
Quite a lot, mostly round the same area in circles. You know.
So tractor just popping out. As I say, we're eagerly awaiting round one of the big bracket. So that's not far away.
Yeah, it'll only be a quick sweep, folks, and then we have the 760 heads-up cars side by side. Mark Turner with the immaculately turned out M&M Racing Supra, looking as good or better than it ever has. What I really like about this as well is it's got the original front end back on it as well from back in the day. It's got some dodgy old crew guys too, but you know it's got the original front end back on it too. Just kidding, Rob. But it really does look, really looks the part. And Mark's quite quickly found a home in the 760 class. And he's going up against the one, the only, Mr. Colin Miller. Yeah, unfortunately the BMW is just being pushed out of the gate behind the tower. As the little push of shame back to the pit area to hopefully fix whatever the problem was.
Right, well, breaking news on the big bracket, and this is quite a key, actually. Really got to make sure you win your round one race because of the time schedule that we're up against now. There won't be buybacks. So, yeah, it's straightforward all the way through now.
So no do-overs, basically.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Yeah, so if you're listening, you're in the big bracket, or anyone that can hear us around there in the big bracket, yeah, please be aware you don't want to lose at all today because there ain't no second chances. It's good to see live action arena going on over there as well.
That's a different show. I haven't seen that before.
Oh, I haven't. Have you? How much fun can you have on the front of a quad? Oh, blimey.
Wow. That is different.
Yeah, thank goodness we're back to racing quickly. My goodness me, that looks a little uncomfortable. Yeah, if you see you're sitting in the grandstands, you see the crowd on top of the banking. They're watching the live action arena, which is the other side of that.
Look at the luxury car park in the middle.
Yeah.
Wow.
What is a Jag?
Well, yeah, there's a Jag, Ford, a couple of Audis and a Passat. Wow.
Okay, so for the second time of asking, Mark Turner and Colin Miller.
760 heads up for these two.
And the whole story of Mark Turner and the crew is an awesome one because Mark used to crew for Mickey Kagarad, the one and only Mickey for years and years. So did Rob, who's down there helping him out as well. I think his brother may have helped out at some point as well. But yeah, the whole team were basically Mickey Kagarad's crew. And then they thought they'd go racing themselves to see whether they enjoyed it. And guess what? They've enjoyed it a bit too much. This was a good problem. Okay, here we go then. So, open qualifying for 760 heads up. Basically, they've got to run as close as they can to 760. Dave's just looking under Colin Miller's car to make sure it's nice and clean. That's a Pilates move he does, that one. Have you noticed? When he crouches down, he puts his other leg up in the air. It's called a downward Dave.
Trademark.
Yeah, trademark downward Dave. It's what you do when you're inspecting underneath the race car. Good looking race actually as well. Oh, look at that. 7:54 for Colin Miller. They both run 175 miles an hour. I think though Colin ain't going to be worried that he went a bit too quick. Is that a 54 or a 9? It's a 4,
54,
isn't it?
yeah.
Sorry. It looks like 9 on the scoreboard. It's actually a 4. 768, very, very consistent for Mark Turner. That's what 760 heads up is all about. Yeah, the downward Dave is a patented Pilates move or yoga move that is what you do when you look underneath a race car. Yeah? So it's a crouch down, forwards on all fours, but with one leg up in the air for balance. Okay. Amir Akram Assad, a name we have not heard before.
Breaking news, a late entry into Pro Doorslammer.
Oi.
Michael Malcolm.
Oh, yes. Good lad.
Well, he's got as good a chance as everybody,
he has,
pretty
yeah.
much. If it goes to plan and everybody runs as they're supposed to, he ain't got a chance. However, we all know from experience, it don't always work like that.
But for a £500 buy-in,
Potentially winning.
if you win a race,
You
you're going to basically gonna have your money back.
Yeah.
Phil Norman with the Brickfield Beetle.
Such a good looking car, those. I'm looking forward to racing that next weekend. Goes through this time. 1270 and 104 miles an hour. That's his quickest run to date with that new build. He's basically ironing out the chassis, getting everything right, and then at some point, Big Boy Motor will be going in.
Oh, is that the way it's working out? Yeah, okay.
Right. I'm here with the Civic. 100 miles an hour at the 8th. 11, 22, 120. So as far as I know, Amir was all ticked off yesterday. Good to go for Comp Eliminator in the very near future. Unfortunately,
Really? Oh, okay.
him and Andy Nichols both last night were like, wish I could race next weekend.
Well, you can if you.
No, they can't.
Oh, no. You can if you do this, and this.
Yes. If you'd have got an entry in time.
Oh, was that all it was, really?
Yeah, because it's too late to do the entry now. Saab, not works.
So Simon Fogg just coming to a halt around about 100 foot out.
Oh, after all that queuing, there's nothing worse. Well, Dustin Carolis is going to be going out the gate once again.
Has he got a run in yet?
We've seen one kind of test run.
Like you said, after all that queuing, that's the thing that's really...
Yeah.
You know, it's like you get to... it's like getting a roller coaster after queuing for however long, and then you just go to get on it and they go, sorry, it's broke.
You don't know how much that hurts being turned away being too fat. Seriously?
Is that right?
Oh, yeah, the smiler. Queued for 3 hours. Only been told I was too fat.
Mate.
And then I had to walk off the ride. If my wife can probably hear this because I hate her for this. So I walked off the.
She didn't join you.
I walked off the smile, and she didn't want to go. She don't want to do it. So I queued with my daughter and their friends, and then we got on, and then they're doing the old breathing. They're trying to push it down. They're like, "Sorry, sir, you're too fat. You need to get off the ride." And so I walked off the ride. You know, you still have to walk out the exit as if you just had a ride on the thingy. And then my wife's like, "Where are the kids?" And I was like, "They're currently on the ride." And she's like, "Why are you not on it?" I was like, "Too fat." And she's like, "You're telling me you're too fat to go on a roller coaster, you fat bitch." And then I was like, "Yes, Rachel." And then she was like, "I thought you were joking. I'm really sorry." But you know when she sounded out really loud to everyone. Now I've told everyone here and on the live stream.
Yeah, I was going to say there's a few thousand people that now know that story.
Really? Look, Callum's laughing now.
The reason I was recounting that story because that's what happened at Great Manor a few weeks ago to me when I queued with Evie for nearly 3 hours to get on the wave, and we got to the front.
Short?
Yeah,
You didn't.
I got kicked off.
That makes me feel better.
We got to the front and they went, "Oh, sorry, we've got a technical problem. Please come back and queue again later." No.
Did they not give you a voucher to skip the line for anything else?
No, it was the first time. It happened twice. Anyway, Wayne Gill and Reese Hurd.
Is Wayne going to get back into the nines today after fixing it last night? Yes, 981, 138. Nice. Right, Hader. This will be his first run of the weekend. Loads of new parts on this car after a little trip to America earlier this month. He's going to be taking on John Marcoux with the RTMG Performance, our VW Golf. Well, it was a pretty decent launch, but then he come off the boost.
Yeah, we were right. The big bracket cars are filling the front of the lanes. Yeah, he's cruising at the top end.
Hader starts today with a 1220 and 1178 at 126. Here we go, building up.
Well, it looks like the window net once again on one of these cars that it's putting into place.
So, Cassis Puvalonis in the Slick Tricks lane. One of our 6-cylinder racers.
He has already been 888 at 158.
And alongside Dan Warren with the Escort. It wouldn't be an Escort without a Mike 1 Kieran sticker in it, would it? You know?
No.
I don't think there is an Escort left without a Mark 1 Kieran sticker in it. Good looking run for Cassis. What was it yesterday?
888 yesterday. 870.
Whoa.
Nice.
160 miles an hour. Yeah, sharp intake of breath from the crew.
And Dan Warren moves up nicely. 995. Only 105. He was off the gas.
Oh,
very
it's that
early.
cadet. It's that cadet.
I like that car. I did have a good look at that last night. Full cage inside. 3.2 litre 6-pot with nitrous.
Nice.
And it goes, but if you look how skinny the rear tyres are as well.
Yeah.
I mean, this thing, if you're looking at home on the live screen, does that look like a regular Opel Kadett or what? Apart from, forget the bars, check out how quickly this thing runs. Like a scalded cat, I think is the phrase.
Can they go quicker than 870? Whoa, yeah.
Oh.
856, 159.
Yeah. Well done, guys. Brilliant stuff, brilliant stuff.
Yeah, I think they're pretty pleased with that, actually.
That's what we like.
Okay, very quickly, again, people at the front of the grandstand, if you're standing up, please could you sit down so everybody behind you can see as well. If you want to take photographs and stuff, no problem, but just go a couple of rows up so that you can see over the barrier. Thank you very, very much indeed, just as a courtesy to everyone around you.
Bumped into this lot on my pit walk last night, Phoebe Nasser and Chris Nasser. They had this little Eiffel Williams trailer parked sideways in the pit, and they were playing the live stream on a projector onto the trailer. It looked like their big screen TV in the pit. It was really, really good. So I snuck up behind them and was going to do some live commentary on it to really confuse them. But they saw me. But that was a good tune back with them last night.
I can't imagine. You blend into the background anyway, mate. How did they see you?
But it was funny.
Oh, virtually invisible, mate.
You don't see many fat ninjas, do you?
That's the point. They're really good ninjas then, aren't they?
Oh, well.
Oh, that
Not so
not
good for
looking
Chris.
well.
Oh, Phoebe's doing all right. They're just so pleased to be there, having a real nice time. Good night last night. 1470 at 90. Should be happy with that.
Yeah, Chris is stranded out there about 8 miles. Yeah, it's like the old joke is that some like the bloke leading the ninja class says, "Right, I didn't see all of you yesterday." And they all went, "Thank you very much, sir." Never mind. Anyway.
Well, fingers crossed for Chris that the car is not wounded badly.
Right, the lanes, I think this is our last two open qualifying cars, then we're on with the big bracket.
Yes.
So some little kid, I think I can see which one it's going to be, is going to get accosted in a minute, not literally, but by one of the race directors to say, "Right, sir, right, young man, enjoying the racing, what car would you like to see race what car?"
Whilst we're just looking down the lanes, the Huxleys, I can see Lee Huxley down there. Commiserations, Lee, wounded an engine quite badly yesterday. Yeah, very, very sad indeed. Actually, the first pair of big bracket are underneath us, yeah. And Gary Carr with the Boiling Point Nova. Very, very consistent yesterday. 11.09, 11.09, went 11.06 this morning. Taking on another Nova, actually.
Thomas Bublitz.
Thomas Bublitz, yeah.
Well, Chris is stranded out there around about the 8th mile.
But yeah, we just need to remind everybody, because of the sort of, well, I'm not saying weather delays or everything, but because the day is running away from us, we're not going to have time to do the big bracket buybacks today. So it is literally, if you're out, you're out. You can't buy back in and have that chance to get back in. Hopefully it will be all right again to do it tomorrow, but today there's no buybacks, so you do need to make sure that you win your race. But what that does to do is it erases the fact that signing on are going to be taking 50 quid off all the losers to go back into the draw.
Do we have to call them losers in 2024? Can we not call them non-winners?
No, they're losers.
Yeah, they are.
There's,
You're
no,
right.
there's no point beating them out
Trying
of the
to be
bush.
polite. Trying to be polite.
If you apply to a drag race, you get
Yeah,
it doesn't
exactly.
quite work.
Okay, so Chris is on the move, and we are on with. If you're watching at home, that's a real good close-up shot of the front of the olds of our friend from Germany, Jens Konecki.
Former finalist, of course, in the big bracket.
Yeah, I still no idea. Josie got her own reflection in that one. Won't be doing that again.
So Jens Konecki made the final back in first ever Doorslammers in 2018.
Cool.
He was on the Sunday, and he was defeated by Lee Huxley in that final. That's right, Lee Huxley's done rather well at this. As I say, it's such a shame he's not competing this weekend. But he was the Sunday winner in 2018. He was runner-up when it was the double-up in 2019. Remember when we didn't have any big bracket on the Saturday, so it was double
Yes,
bubble on
because
the
it
Sunday.
rained. Oh my goodness, that was nerve-wracking. You were hiding under the
Oh,
desk.
it was. Yeah, that was immense.
But the thing is, a bracket, big money bracket race for £10,000.
It was crazy.
Colin couldn't watch. He was
Yeah.
hiding under the desk.
So Lee was a runner-up in 2019. Lee in 2020, there wasn't a running of Doorslammers in 2020. 2021, Lee was a runner-up to Billy Gain. He won it on the Saturday in 2022. So, yeah, he'd done rather well. But not in it this year, purely because this is racing. This is where we actually start knocking people out. The winner will go through into round number 2. The loser, well, they can either pack up and go home, but most of them will be back in again for tomorrow.
Yeah, re-entered for tomorrow. So Thomas Bublitz, our good friend from Germany, even though he has a GB sticker on the car, in the Slick Tricks lane, 10.15 and 11.04 for Gary Carr. So, Battle of the Novas, different vintages actually. Do you know the different years, Colin, by any chance?
Off the top of my head, no, but I think probably 65 Nova and a 71 as a guess. But as I say, it is a guess. I'm not an aficionado on Novas. So Gary Carr away. Thomas is doing the chasing.
Gary's going to get there first, and Gary gets the win. A whole shot win as well. Gary was 08 on the tree, which isn't actually that quick in bracket racing. Thomas was 0.26. Unfortunately, that's his day done already.
Yeah. Right.
I'm just trying to see who's doing the pairings. I beg your pardon. Our marshal over there has nabbed a few people watching on the fence.
Right, Dan Williams dialing in a 10.57 for the Williams Brothers Camaro, going alongside Pete Lane with backup Bob. Pete Lane, a former finalist in the big bracket. Dan Williams, a former semi-finalist in the big bracket. So Pete Lane will be going first. Dan will be doing the chasing. This is racing, folks.
Well, we can see the reaction times. I can't say them out loud, obviously. So Dan Williams is going to catch him. Will it be in time?
Indeed it was.
Oh, look at that.
A 57 on a 57, an 05 light. It was actually a big breakout there for Pete Lane.
Well, there's nowhere Pete Lane was going to win that one. He was a little bit late on the tree. So Jason Darling and Nick Williams. Isn't Jason Darling the one that's got that really mental Willis, the clown one? You know, the one that's got a clown in the window. It's called Sinister, isn't it, or something like that?
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
Yes, you're right.
Yeah.
Yes, you're dead right. Going alongside Nick Williams with the 69 Camaro. Now, Nick's having fun trying to set this car up, actually. 971 Darling against a 951. Nick will be going first. Watch out for the wheels coming up. But hopefully they've managed to calm it down. Oh, that's game over for Nick. He's gone red on the tree, so Jason Darling.
He doesn't want to look at that timing ticket, especially what Jason Darling reacted to.
Well, 975 would have been enough, but a red light on the tree for Nick, so he is out. Jason Darling is through.
To be completely fair to Nick, it must be difficult actually racing in different cars as well, because they react differently as well. So, Jason Darling, first time I think in Big Bracket, moves on to round 2.
Darren Huxley and Spencer Tram, your next pair. 11:38 plays 11:07. So will be Darren going first. There he goes. Good launches from both of them. Let's see how the runs go.
Absolutely neck and neck. Darren's in front of the finish line, but he breaks out. Oh, he had a margin off the start line as well. He was 0.3 on the tree to Spencer's 0.7. Spencer right on the money, 0.8 on an 0.7. But unfortunately for Darren, he ran just that tick too quick.
Yeah. Steve Matthews with a honky-tonkin 57 Chevy, a regular in the Big Bracket, as is Stuart Morris. They've won this event before.
Has Stu Morris driven in the Big Bracket before? Because I think it's Colin every time
you
before.
You could be right. I
will
will go back and check.
Well, the other thing as well, it's different tree. Sportsman tree. He's used to the Pro tree in Super Gas, isn't he?
Yeah.
Doesn't
red
matter.
light.
Yeah, red light for Steve Matthews by 0.1. Stu was a little bit late, but he probably saw the red in the other lane, so it doesn't matter. 77 on a 76. That boy is good. Oh, look at Steve Matthews, though. 61 on a 61. Unbelievable. He was a 100th away taking that round win. Okay, Ben Kennedy taking on Paul Marston. Again, a matchup you wouldn't normally see, quite honestly.
Yeah. It's Colin Morris that has won.
Yeah, not Stu. That's what I was. That's what I meant. I mean, doesn't make any difference though. They're both really good. So I thought you were going to do that, ping it over there, because I always do that with mine. Anyway, so Ben Kennedy normally runs in heads-up racing, as in first to the finish line wins. This is all about running your number. 8.90 for that little 4-pop. Actually, this is virtually a heads-up race. Virtually nothing in the tree, although Paul Marston is actually away in front. They're absolutely wheel-to-wheel, neck and neck, door handle to door handle.
Good race.
What a brilliant race. Paul Marston, 0.4 at the stripe. He was 0.6 on the tree to Ben Kennedy, 0.9. They were both bang on their dialing. That is how. Perfect example of bracket racing that was.
Oh, who did the pairing on this one?
What, Jens Konecki?
Jens Konecki, yeah, that's a fair.
So, two German drivers against each other this time.
2 high, 7 low, 8-second cars.
So, Franz Aschenbrenner with that really cool looking Mustang.
That's way off where they normally are, actually. That's,
Jens Konecki, 8.73.
Yeah.
That's an 8.2 second race car all day long. The only worrying thing is he's been running that number lifting, isn't he? Anyway, we'll see. Franz dials an 8.03, so he will be off the line second. I can only think Jens is just going to shadow him at the finish line.
Well, it's game over before it really started. Cherry on the tree.
Yeah, but I don't know whether he moved or not. We might have to rerun that. We're going to have a look at that. 8.04 though.
Look at that.
And an 0.3 reaction time. Now the win light is on in that lane, but we may be reviewing that one. Yeah, we may be reviewing that one because I don't think Jens Konecki's car moved. If it did, it was only by a minuscule amount. Something, when he went on the two-step, triggered the tree. So, Paul Fenech and Pete Creswell. Now, Luke said yesterday Paul is a pretty damn good racer, to say the least. Bang on the tree every single run he's had so far, which means he's probably going to red light now. Does 10.05. I'm just kidding. It's just the way it goes, isn't it? Kestrel side of the track. And an 8.50 for Pete Creswell. Oh, dearie me. Pete Creswell doesn't break out. There we go. Paul Fenech, after I said he was bang on the tree every time, was 0.21 unfortunately in that round. Sorry, mate.
Gutted.
Pete Creswell's got another chance tomorrow. Pete Creswell with an 0-1, and he backed off at the top end because he was already in front and he didn't need to. He just needed to take the stripe, but not by too much. Okay, Scott not Colin, in the Slick Tricks lane, does an 8.40, and Tim Moore running all outs, not with the throttle stop on this weekend, in the Kestrel lane, 9.30. Yeah, it's not so much that, you could almost see the polite reaction time in one lane, couldn't you? Well, Scott Collins gone past him, will he back off?
Yeah, yes, he did. 8.66, 132.
It is Scott Collin that takes the win. The tree, for some, it's you. You. Yeah. I didn't know saying it's you activates star jumps, but that's really good. Well done. Anyway, yeah. Sorry about that. For some reason, the scoreboard didn't function that time. Tim went 10.20. He was a little bit off it on the tree as well.
Right, Kirsty Tram, I would imagine. Oh, it's 11.95, darling.
How did Kirsty get a buy run?
How did she manage that?
They obviously said we've got a buy run in this round. Who's going to get it? Just want to say as well, she rolls in. Congrats to Kirsty on running this morning with all of us. She was suffering a bit, not really feeling herself, but she managed the whole distance, which is what we do it for. Well, if you're going to red light, do it on a buy run.
Yeah. Well, we got Spencer Tram and Kirsty Tram through to round number 2.
It's happened before. Bit of sibling rivalry.
It's a nice run though, 11.97 on a 95.
But a lot of people, if you notice, one continuing theme this morning, everybody's been right on the number, haven't they?
Right. Brett Featherstone, Simon Innes, your next pair. Two very, very good Pro ET racers. But now having a go in the big bracket. 1061 plays 958. Simon will be going first. Simon's still got his nose out in front, and it is Simon Innes that takes out a 10.64 on a 61. Brett closer to his darling, but the better reaction time for Simon is it's a whole shot win. So it is Simon Innes going into round number 2. Well, the two small cars then, Mark Huxley and Chris Skinner. Only 1/100th of a second difference on their dial-ins. 9.88 for Chris, 9.89 for Mark.
It must be quite unusual for Mark Huxley to be up against a smaller car.
Yeah. Well, visible difference off the line. Mark Huxley out in front, Chris Skinner closing in. And it is Mark Huxley that takes it on the whole shot. Look at that, 10.08 on a 989 dial. Chris Skinner is only 100th off his dial in, but the reaction time was too slow. It is Mark Huxley into round number 2.
You can go from the smallest car in big bracket to the largest. You probably could have put the Fiat on the back of the truck.
But great to see Nigel Hale back. Really, really good to see Nigel back behind the wheel of the truck, going alongside Reuven Dawson. 1066 dial in for the Redneck Racing postcode on wheels. And Reuven looking for a 915 with the Copo. Well, Reuven got his nose out in front and keeps it there with a 976 to lose out 10.56. Reuven Dawson into round 2. The next pair then it is John Bean and John Turner. Now then, we were saying yesterday that John Bean should dial 899. I don't know what he has dialed. Oh, he has dialed 899.
I was about to say he has.
If he breaks out, it doesn't matter because that'll be his first ever 8.
Okay.
John Turner, 9.10. John Bean went 9 flat yesterday. He is oh so close to the 8. Be a good race, this one. Both races in the world of Pro ET. Also, John Turner has had to go in Super Comp and Super Gas, so a bit of a multi-class racer. Green light for both of them. John Bean got his nose out in front, and he goes 905 for the win. Against the lose out 928. So it is John Bean into round number 2. Birthday boy from yesterday, Tom Atkinson. Again, done rather well in the big bracket over the years. Against Jordan Payne. Now, Jordan, fair to say, he's probably been unlucky in the big bracket. He's always had tough matchups. The car's performed really well for him, but he's just had such tough opponents over the years. Maybe, just maybe it's his time this year. 742 plays 846. 2 of the quicker cars in the big bracket. So Jordan doing the chasing. Can he catch and pass without breaking out? Or is Tom got enough? No, it is a 746 on a 42. Jordan Payne takes the win. Tom Atkinson was only 100th off, but just that little bit late off the line. So it is a whole shot win. Jordan Payne going through. Next pair, Steve Matthews with the Black Dog Ford Consul. And it's Bob Molden, the Peugeot 205. Just a 1/10 of a second between these two on the dial-ins. Steve Matthews, 950. He'll be going first. Bob Molden will be doing the chasing, but there's not going to be a lot between them. It's only a 1/10 of a second on the tree. Well, Bob moved first, and he had, with his side of the tree, run second. So Bob takes that with a 948. In effect, a whole shot win. So he's Bob Molden in to round number 2. Tim Stanbury, Ronnie Mercer, your next pair. 10.35 for Ronnie with Annie, the little Ford Pop. 9.07 for Bubba, the Chevy Camaro of Tim Stanbury. So it will be the Ford Pop going first. Don't forget they're racing for big money today. So it's Tim doing the chasing, and he's closing in. He's closing in. And takes it. Actually a breakout for Ronnie Mercer by less than 100th of a second. He had a 10th at the stripe, but he took too much. But Tim Stanbury, 907 with a 7 on a 907 dial. It's Tim that goes through. Next pair. Two former winners of the big bracket. Dave Cherritt with a Dark Revenger. Lee Childs with a Valiant.
This is some top-notch racing.
Oh, superb. Well, both of these guys have won the big bracket before. They've both walked away from this event with $5,000 in the winner's check. Dave Cherritt took the win last time we ran the big bracket. That was last year on the Sunday. Lee Childs won the Sunday the year before.
He's one of the nostalgia superstock racers that always shows up for this.
Oh, game over for Lee Childs. He goes too soon. It is Dave Cherritt that's going through. Lee Childs will be back to have another go tomorrow. He broke out as well. He did everything he could. But it is Dave Cherritt. The Dark Revenger goes into round 2.
Well, this is our last pair, I think, looking at the staging lanes. I think they are empty, apart from some Pro Doorslammers just turned up. So, Chris Newsom, 961, going to be going first by not far off a second. Mark Bailey going to try and hunt him down with that Barracuda.
So 875 chasing 961 here.
Who's got the best
This
race
is
car?
close. Always a double breakout, but by look at the win margin 008. It's Mark Bailey who takes it by the lesser of the two breakouts, and that was only what 2/10 thou on breakout difference. So it is Mark Bailey into round number 2.
Now, normally at this point, I'd say to Colin, right, you're the one doing your homework. What's the round 2 matchups? However,
It's random.
we ain't got a clue.
And if you want to be that person that does be in charge of those round 2 matchups, you need to be hovering around that fence.
Right.
Otherwise, we get team members and team family going, just be there, make sure you
That's
do not
right, yeah.
put me with that car.
Kids, if you want pocket money, anyone that won, go and say, right, I'll stand over there for 10, whatever it might be. Yeah.
All right, we've got 18 cars into round number 2.
Okay.
Oh, it's a shame. Well, it's good, but it would have been easier with 60. Yeah, we got 18 through, so there is going to be a little bit of shuffling. We got onboard camera on the. Josie's gone for a ride on the back of the Bluebird. So right, the drivers through then in the big bracket: Gary Carr, Dan Williams, Jason Darlings, Spencer Tram, Paul Marston. Subject to ratification, obviously.
That one race, yeah, absolutely.
We need to sort that one out. Pete Creswell, Scott Colling, Kirsty Tram, Simon Innes, Mark Huxley, Reuben Dawson, John Bean, Jordan Payne, Bob Molden, Tim Stanbury, Dave Cherritt, and Mark Bailey.
Cool. Well, we've also got lanes filling up with Pro Doorslammers. We've got the jet cars coming very shortly, folks. So if you're in the grandstand wandering off, now would probably not be the best time to do it, honestly. Honestly. Even if you're hungry, even if you need a drink, hang on a minute, or 2, or 5, or 10, or all day, really. You get the point.
Yeah, so it is Oklahoma. Is it Oklahoma week?
It is, yeah.
Down there. And then it's obviously continuation of open heads-up qualifying. We got Martin Hill with Fire Force Jet at 5-1, and planned a lunch break at 1 o'clock.
We've got a lunch break again?
Yeah.
Wow, we're allowed to eat.
The reason that, basically, that was big bracket round 1. That should have been big bracket buyback.
Oh, okay.
That's why it's all been shuffled around.
That's also why there's only 18. Yeah, there's going to be 18 for the next round. Yeah, that makes sense. So, anyone that's here for VW Breakout, and this is the first time you're seeing drag racing, we really, really hope you enjoy it. It's a double event, but it's one that happened. I was explaining this to someone the other day. It was sort of a happy accident, wasn't it? Because the first ever Doorslammers, or rebirth of the Doorslammers, back in like 2018, we paired it up with VW Breakout because, funny enough, it was wet in 2018 as well, folks. So everyone worrying about the state of the camping fields. Yet the reason we couldn't run VW Breakout on the original weekend it was planned because of the weather, the grounds and everything else as well. So they decided to take the plunge and put both events on at the same time, and it stuck, didn't it?
Yeah.
And it's worked out, like I said, a happy accident. So if you're watching at home, riding on board with it's Josie hanging on for dear life on the back of the Bluebird. Just putting a little bit of what they're doing. They're not spraying water out there. If you haven't seen this before, it's effectively glue. It's a mix. It's what we call traction compound, anyway, if you like, or glue. And the race surface itself is a very, very finely tuned combination of rubber and glue to make it sticky. However, it's not too sticky. Now that sounds really silly because you think, okay, more stick would be good. A lot of the cars that you're going to see, a lot of the vehicles you're going to see, they actually do need a little bit of tyre slip just to get the wheel speed going, and then they take off into the distance. So the tractor's going to go over and sled that. We've got, like we just said, another entrant into Pro Doorslammer, Michael Malmgren. That makes 16 cars entered for this weekend. I can see John Tebenham down there as well. I think Andy Robinson's not too far away. I can see Anders Ed with that amazing Screwbone Camaro. I would so love to see him put in a really, really good run. He's unlike a lot of the others. Like Michael Malmgren's here for 2 weeks. John Tebenham's here for 2 weeks because it's the main event next weekend, so they're running in Pro Modified next week. He's one of only a couple that are only here for this weekend, and he also is one of the furthest travelled just for this weekend too. Although saying that, I know the guys from Malta and everything else as well. But it's always nice when people actually get the results that they came for.
So not staying for exhibition or anything like that. That's a shame.
No, I did. So, well, I said that to him, and he said no because a lot of it's about timing of the boats and stuff like that. And I think the boat that comes from Gothenburg to Immingham, it only comes at a certain time of the week, doesn't it, as well? Because I was like, especially the European finals last year, when like a lot of people go back on it, like Freddie does and Mickey Goldquist and Jan Eriksson and everybody. But they have to, like the European finals finishes on Sunday night.
Yep.
They don't get the ferry home till Wednesday night. I think it is something like that. Is that right?
Possibly. I know they all didn't leave till late Monday night from here, European finals.
It might have even been Tuesday then, something like that. So they do. That's what I mean, is that the boats don't run daily, so it's not like, okay, we're knocked out, we can go home. That's one of the advantages, obviously, of driving. So you can just go back down to Dover, hop over to France, and then you can actually, if you want to, you can drive all the way back.
Yes.
Well, to Sweden
it's
anyway.
Just a lot of fuel in the driving, and obviously you can only drive for so long. So.
Well, that's why a lot of them have buses, old buses and things like that, because there's not quite the restrictions on them as well, I think.
And there's lots of cheap buses over in Scandinavia.
And also, do you know the other reason as well? I found this out a while ago. One of the reasons that there aren't that many trailers and everybody uses buses is because if you have a trailer, it goes through a whole different set of tests to a bus.
Yeah.
And they're very expensive. So even though a trailer might be, that's why they all use our buses basically, and they could be converted to use for race purposes very, very easily. And that's what it is. The annual, someone will correct me on this, I'm sure, but the way it used to be was the annual tax or whatever, and insurance for a bus was higher than a trailer, but the grief you have to go through to get a trailer legal to go on the road over there just isn't worth it.
Yeah.
I remember one of the guys who was over there at the moment, he explained it to me and he said, I thought I'd do it just because I wanted a trailer, not a bus. He said, why? He said he's now got a bus. He just, not that he gave up, but he said it's just so much easier. Because the buses are already road legal for what they are.
Yep.
So, Michael Malmgren from southern Sweden, Skåne, the southern part, the flat part of Sweden. Been racing in Pro Stock for nearly 30 years, I think. If not 30 years, actually. Very, very successful over that long period of time. He was the European champion last year. You can see Pro 1 on there. He's added 0 and DS. But anyway, he's running with the Pro Doorslammers. However, this is a legal Pro Stock car, meaning 500 cubic inches, racing gasoline, nothing else. It's all engineered horsepower. There is no power adder whatsoever, apart from Mother Nature, when the air's nice and cool.
Which is today.
It is. Although I did speak to Michael Sherkus, the guy with the Dodge, yesterday, and he said to me that, because I said, wasn't the weather real good today, and he said, not as good as you think. He said it was over 2,000 feet, like density altitude was over 2,000 feet, which I was quite surprised at yesterday, because it was like today, wasn't it? It was nice and cool. Okay, it was a bit sunny, but it wasn't hot. It wasn't like humid. It didn't feel humid or anything at all. So this car, when it runs on song, will run in the 650s, around about 210 miles an hour, or thereabouts. Drove through the clutch a little bit. A very nice 0.98 60 foot was what they were looking for, but the car, when it left the line, hooked left almost instantly. He will be in the draw tonight as well, 10.08. Mike's been around doing this a long time, and I don't know whether you ever remember, he used to, he entered a couple of Pro Mod events before. He used to run when they ran Pro Modified in Hockenheim a few times, because they didn't run Pro Stock down there, and he wanted to go. He wanted to go for his sponsors and for the exposure and the crowd and everything else. So, yeah, he used to enter Pro Modified, and did really well at it, actually. And you never know, it might be another one of those tomorrow. So, Premislav Sakachi coming around underneath the tail with the turbo Firebird, and by the looks of it, they're trying to fire up, which they have, and a Z with that mental screw-blown Camaro. Actually, it's not mental, it's perfectly normal if you come from that part of the world, frankly. So these cars kind of look like the car you just saw, however, they are a lot more unlimited in what they can do engine-wise. One has turbos on it, the other one has a big screw-blown Hemi in it. So, Slick Tricks Lane from Poland, Kestrel Lane all the way from just up the road from Hudiksvall in Sweden. I'm sure a whole bunch of people that run at Hudiksvall are tuned in to see how Anders is doing. A very, very good afternoon, as it is in Sweden, to you this afternoon. Let's see what your boy can do out here on the quarter mile at Santa Pod Raceway. It's a massive effort for these guys to come over here as well, because they normally run the 8th mile in the top Doorslammer series, or Pro Extreme, depending on which racetrack you're at. And it takes gearing changes in the rear end, it takes transmission changes as well, because they're geared in a different way and they run a completely different way over the quarter mile. However, a quarter mile run would be a fantastic thing for Anders Ed, because he hasn't made it past 60 foot in 3 hits yesterday. I think it was 3, something like that. But this car is the quickest launching car of any you will see this weekend. However, Anders would prefer it to be the quickest quarter mile car you're going to see this weekend as well. So, qualifying for Pro Doorslammer. They've actually got a number on the board, both of these two, so they've already made passes in last night's session. This is their first of today. Good luck to both of them. Let's see what they can step up and do here. The Doorslammers Open qualifying. Still with tyre shake for Anders Ed. He got a little bit further. Let's see what the Trans Am can do. 778, 178 miles an hour. They look delighted with that. and Z's car, leaves like an absolute bandit, but it shakes before it gets to 60 foot. I think it's probably driving him a little bit nuts by now, because I think that's the 5th run they made. Same result every time, and I'm sure they're changing a whole bunch of stuff every single time. He was 0.93 to 60 foot, which is sort of like light speed territory with the door car. However, the racetrack is 1/4 mile long. They've still got another, well, however many goes they can get round 4 today. They've still got as many as they can get in. So I think this is going to be David Vector side by side with his race car builder, Andy Robinson. It is indeed. Oh, they can have a race with the golf carts too, look. Actually, don't do that, fellas. Please don't do that. So, 2 Camaros of different vintages, both built by the guy in the Slick Tricks lane. Both these two are 5-second race cars on the right day. You never know, that might be right now. Also gives us a chance to say hi to all of our viewers in the Netherlands as well. Dick Costa, if you tuned in, he might not be today. He might be watching this back because he's tractor pulling today. Shooting 3 Hemis instead of just the 1. But anyway, so David yesterday put in an absolutely stonking second run. Had to click it off early because they were going through everything, making sure it was okay, and Dick did say he was a little bit miffed he had to click it off early because it was on a flyer. There's nothing worse than spending all winter planning to do something and then it's doing what you planned and then you have to get off it. But safety is better. It's better not blowing it up. Andy Robinson yesterday, I think he actually put in a 6. He did. He went 674, but they don't want anything like that. They want something much, much quicker than that. So the NGK Anger Management Camaro in the Slick Tricks lane. But anyway, let's see how far they get down the racetrack today. I'm sure Dave's going to take it out the back door if it sticks. Same for Andy Robinson. Goodness me, look at Dave fly. Oh my word, 577 at only 232
You saw the burst
miles an hour. You saw
just before the finish line.
You saw the pressure, didn't you? Yeah, absolutely. What a stonking run. That's your new #1 man in Pro Doorslammer. Andy Robinson, 6:12 at 2:39. The car was 0.99 to 60 foot. Dave, though, my God, 0.945 to 60 foot. They have got that thing absolutely hauling. Just when you think Andrei Arnova is going to have it all his own way. Yeah, he sneezed it just before the finish line.
Yeah, so that's a 202 back half. You would normally think Dave would be, 198 back half, something like that, if he didn't sneeze.
Exactly. So that would have been right on European record.
Yeah, it would have been.
Right. Funny enough, this is exactly the kind of numbers he was running at this event last year. But, you could see that thing it flew past the grandstand.
Yeah.
Awesome stuff. So, #1, and that slots Andy Robinson into...
#4.
Yeah. Even though it says 8 on our screen.
Yeah, but those are first, they were 7 heads up.
How are they quicker?
Because they're close to... Oh, I don't know.
Sorry, I'm only joking. It's all right.
I don't know.
Okay, so we have even more. This is John Tebbenham, JT, with Fabulous Lightning McQueen. So he's another one who's just run around the corner, looked at the scoreboard and gone, blimey. That's not hanging about at all. So anyway, Dave's numbers, 0.94, 5 to 60 foot, which is stellar for a door car, any blown car door car, frankly. 8th mile elapsed time, 3.75, 196, and 577 with a 4, only 232 miles an hour. However, it did sneeze just about at the finish line, I think. What we talk about... Sorry, go on.
I was going to say, when it does the burst panel, do the chutes automatically come out?
They do.
Yes, so that
however,
would have...
he was pretty much right on the finish line, so it didn't affect. It wouldn't have affected anything. He would have just got, they take a second or so to come out, and he'd have been way past the finish line by then. What we mean by sneezed is the supercharger you see on top of there. If any of the flame travel or anything like that gets from the combustion chamber up into the supercharger, there are burst relief panels on the front and the back of the engine. Which let go before it blows the blower off, or even worse sometimes. So John Tevenham put in a couple of good runs yesterday. Let's see what he can do for us here. I'll give you one of my favourite supercharger burst panel stories in just a moment, because it's brilliant. So good luck, JT. Hopefully a low 6. Sounded like a 2-speed, and a very laboured one at that. 6:47 at 2:33, 101 to 60 foot. I'm surprised it was that quick, actually, because it really did. Compared to everything we've seen, it just pulled the engine down, and it kind of went almost like it was in second gear. No, what I was going to say was, years and years ago, Jason Scruggs was testing his brand new car, and they just finished it. And one of the burst panels points back from the blower, one goes forwards, yeah? He blew the burst panel, and it blew the roof off his brand new race car.
Oy.
So now what they all have, if you look closely, they actually have a deflector plate on the burst panels, so they sneeze upwards instead of backwards. Yeah. That's what they're for, that's the reason. But yeah, the force blew the roof off a brand new race car.
It. Well, they generally burst at like 80 PSI.
Okay. So that's
a lot
high.
That's very high.
Something's definitely going wrong if they go. Well, so Oklahoma Willie.
Colin's taking the centre of gravity out. He's like, I'm not being up there.
Well, well, you just go over there and it'll be fine.
Well, the thing is, like with this jet, because the jet's so high, it actually hits the tower
that's
way
what
worse.
We said the other day.
Right. Well, Oklahoma Willie once again out on the drag strip.
So, being a VW, has he ever shown this? Because it is show quality.
It is show quality, yeah. And the best thing is, the jet is literally bolted on, so you could take it off and it could just be a normal jet.
It's in its own cage.
Yeah, you've got the engine underneath, so it's still got a normal power. It just puts it in the neutral. Obviously, it has to have the normal motor running at the same time, otherwise the brakes won't work as well.
Yeah, you can always tell the people on VIP that have never seen a jet before.
She's trying to take a photo.
Too busy giggling. It's all good.
Certainly wakes the wildlife up in the tower.
Yeah, I wouldn't recommend it at home for chasing out wasps if you've got one in your bedroom.
No, that's it.
Maybe like some hairspray.
Well, as Perry starts winding the turbine up with a little bit more thrust. I like that chap on the start line's got a marshmallow on a stick.
Why not?
Oh. Wow, you can hear that turbine really ramps up now as Perry makes his way into pre-stage. The tower's rocking and rolling. Ladies and gentlemen of Doorslammers 2024 and VW Breakout. One final nudge into pre-stage. He's got to run away before he gets toasted. go. Right, so Perry going through the 8th mile at 102 miles an hour. Can we see 150? 139 at 11:50. Oh, it's so warm up here.
It certainly is. Do you know what I always think? You know, most people get out of bed and they've got that sort of bed hair thing going on where their hair stands up at the back.
Yep.
All the start line crew have that because they turn round and the jet does it to them. Always happens on a regular basis.
Well, I've just been handed the European front-wheel drive qualifying order. We've now got 43 cars.
Out of 77.
77, yeah. I know 7 cars did not make the race,
Okay.
so we were down to 70.
Before yesterday,
Before,
you mean? Yeah, okay.
Or that I know that are not turning up.
Okay.
We've lost Lewis Lavender. He's lost his clutch. Simon Crowley has got an issue with the car. Brad Morgan obviously kicked a rod out yesterday.
Or two.
Eurowell kicked out a rod as well yesterday. So we're dropping like flies.
There is another one of those incredibly quick little Opel cadets from the Netherlands, Denmark even. Sorry, apologies. They're amazing, these cars. Absolutely incredible. Gert Mertz in the Kestrel Lane in part of the 4-cylinder class going up against Victoria Smith, the one and only, the Boost Monkey Buick. This is a 7-second knocking on for 200-mile-an-hour race car, would you believe, in the Slick Tricks Lane.
Yeah, she wants that 7.5, 200 mile an hour pass this weekend. Really, really wants it.
But she's got a warm track to do it on now because she's running after Perry. And it's looking good. Having a little bit of a wander around, but she's not taking her foot out of it at all. Oh, yes, 769 at 192. The cadet goes 917, 147 miles an hour. I don't think her chutes came out, so the smoke down the top end may be her. Yeah, no, she made it. I think she's made it round the corner.
Not quite.
Not quite. She's
She's just nosed in, I think, at the top end.
yeah. It's probably one of those yes/no moments where you think I'm going to try and make the turn. Maybe I'm not.
She's actually facing this way.
Oh, she spun out then. Well, she did, by the looks of it, she didn't get the wall or anything
No.
like that down there. But those cars, when they run that sort of speed, they have twin parachutes on the back to slow them down. What did she run? 192 miles an hour as her quickest ever run. But that was probably the least exciting part of that run, should we say? But yeah, she stopped down there, right down by the last exit. We just need to get her off.
Yeah, well, I mean, we couldn't quite see because there was some white smoke up there. But the net end result, she is facing this way, but I think she was trying to get around the corner and may have just
May have
spun
it out. Yeah, that's cool. Well, the thing is, the car looks like it's in one piece.
Oh, yeah.
And a good burnout will sort out those flat spots.
But a new PB on ET for her, though, 769, be pretty pleased with that. Not.
Oh, that actually, she's almost in the field backwards. She's gone past the turn-off by the looks of it.
Yeah.
So, yeah, anyway, we can't send anyone down with his cars stranded up the other end for obvious reasons, just in case. But the team are with her, and they will get her moving as soon as possible as we continue with open qualifying.
Yeah, probably got some flat spots on the tyres on that one, but yeah, determined team, that is. Very, very determined team.
Yeah, when the chutes come out, though, the problem is when you're going 192 mile an hour in a car that weighs probably a couple of tons, it takes some stopping anyway, obviously, hence the parachutes. There is about half a mile of runoff area after the finish line. The trouble is when you're going 192 miles an hour, you're covering like 300 or 400 metres in a second or two, and you wait for the problem is that everybody does it, and it's the way, so it's the right way. You don't get on the brakes straight away, because if you get on the brakes when you're going that fast, there's a very, very high probability that the brakes can lock up because they get really hot really quickly, and you end up sliding into the wall or something like that. So you wait for the parachutes to hit. If the parachutes don't hit, you're probably halfway down the shutdown area before you actually realise, and then start getting on the brakes. And by then, you know, there's enough room, but it's probably just a little bit too late.
Yeah, especially as Vix has now got twin chutes on the car.
Crew. Yeah, okay. Could Victoria's crew please bring a change of underwear to the last exit?
Yeah.
Sorry, no.
Pete Smith and the gang, if you could go to the top end to help Victoria get back to the pits.
We have been released.
Yeah. Being a street car, it would normally be driven back to the pits, but I think, like you said, they may have a sort of flat spot tyre type problem.
Possibly even punctured. We don't know.
Yeah,
we
it
don't
may
know.
well
We
be.
are guessing.
The Dollies are going to earn their money trying to move that thing because it's massive. So out of it, we were just saying, Luke, we've just been given the qualifying list for front-wheel drive.
Yep.
So how many have been put in passes?
43 cars have put in passes so far out of entered 77.
Right.
I know 7 have not made the event,
Okay.
so we were down to 7. And then we've lost about 5 cars in testing yesterday.
How many on that list are broken? Any ideas?
On this list,
Yes. Just for the reason, what I'm getting to
Yeah.
is where is the cut-off for it being a 32 car and not a 64?
46.
Sorry?
46.
Okay, and how many have run?
43. None of these are broken. These are all running.
They're all in, okay.
These are
fine.
all running.
So who haven't we seen? that
Except
we see?
for...
Yeah, it won't look ideal, but it won't be the original.
So we've got Andy Nichols. Andy Nichols, I know, hasn't run. I haven't seen Armid yet, have we?
Ahmed is in the lanes.
Okay.
Andy Nichols, he arrived last night. Again, he was run. We haven't seen Darren Dewhurst run yet in qualifying. Clark Appleton with the black Corsa down there has not run yet. I don't believe... Yep, Laurie Anslow is on there. Did we have Nathan Dumi? Don't think he put in a pass last night either. So we've got quite a few of the cars all in the pairing. It was just a case of last night. They all made it past the VP Racing banner last night and thought, yes, we're going to be in. But then we had quite a bit of downtime
And
in
they
the
didn't
evening
get
session.
time to run, unfortunately. So if you're watching the live stream at home, you're getting a good look around the retro Dodge of Michael Sjöquist from Snibro in southern Sweden, piloted by Simon Eckengren, who won the most recent FIA Pro Stock round, which was at the European Finals last year, on a whole shot. I'm going to have to ask Michael before I share the story about what happened that evening, because it's a doozy, as the saying goes.
Ooh.
Yeah, about when they ran the final, about what happened. I should have asked him when he told me if I could say it out loud, but it's a real good one. Anyway, so they're all down there in the lanes, as is... who's that? Is
That's
that
Gino de Jong.
Okay, has Gino got a time in yet?
No, not in qualifying.
Okay.
So again, another car. So there is loads of cars around the corner who have not yet. They've made test passes, but not yet run down. There he is.
He looks very comfortable in there,
He
doesn't
does,
he?
he does.
The really interesting thing is I didn't see a radio on the dash. Does he not listen when he's...
No.
Fair enough, all right. Well, they all look really happy now. Let's hope that continues
Fingers
in about
crossed.
5 minutes or thereabouts. The crew are right. Just while we're the reason we're stopped, you probably can't see in the grandstand, but Victoria Smith in that big Buick you just saw go down. The chutes didn't come out, and we are guessing. However, she spun out right down the bottom. And the reason we know she spun out is because Colin just said she's facing this way.
Yeah, she's still down there. Well, we can actually see it on the live stream now.
But as a class sponsor of the front-wheel drive class, I'll remind people we do have the European front-wheel drive 2024 Collage T-shirts available in the European front-wheel drive merchandise store just behind the main grandstand. So if you'd love to support the cause, please go and pick up our 2024 design featuring some of our fastest cars, especially now. I put Soren. I'm not saying I put it on there because my wife actually chose the cars. It's always a good day session where I basically have to choose certain countries certain brand of cars, and then
Yep.
you've got to mix it up with the colours. It takes a good day to try and work out who to put on the T-shirt each year. So please do go and support us by going and buying one of those T-shirts. And to all the other racers who didn't make it, there's always next year and the next year.
Of course.
We'll keep making them as long as people keep buying them, obviously. And it just helps promote all of our front-wheel drive races.
And support the sport, obviously.
It does indeed.
So I'm looking at all the qualifying lists here. So we've got Pro Street, True Street. The one that really stands out is the two that stand out. 6-cylinder, only 12 cars
Yep.
on the. So we had 29 entered, only 12 have put in qualifying runs so far. 4-cylinder, we had 43 entered, only 22
Yeah.
put in runs just yet. 760 heads up, I think we had 10 or 11, and 6 of those have. But it's just it's quite glaring that we are now approaching lunchtime on Saturday,
Yeah.
and there's a whole
But
bunch
I think
of
a
people.
lot of those people will argue and say, we've been in the lanes.
Yeah, I get that. I do.
There's
get
nothing
that.
we can do.
Yeah, they have been round there. They have been round there waiting.
I mean, a few of the guys last night were considering bringing their cars down in the lanes at midnight and putting,
And leaving them here.
putting a car cover on it.
Just a very quick update as well, and for everybody, the Memorial Flypass today is at 13:56 exactly. It will be exactly because it's flying. It's the Hurricane, going to be roundabout. Well, I say roundabout. It will be 5 to 2 this afternoon, so it's going to happen. Victoria Car is still stranded down there, so whatever it is going to take possibly a little while. I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll give to Nitro FM. It really won't be long at all. Like I said, the lanes are absolutely chock full of cars. We'll be back very, very shortly.
Okay, with the top end clear, apparently Vic's transmission is locked up, so
Oh, wow.
that's why they couldn't move the car fairly quickly.
So it wasn't no shoot stroke brakes. It was, oh dear.
Well, I don't think it had shoots.
Well, the only good thing about this weekend is she doesn't have to do the cruise.
Okay, right. Well, good launch for both of our cars. Anything quicker than 9.9 for Darren Dewhurst, and he'll be happy, but unfortunately he's off the throttle. All mags go through with a 10.14 at 137. Darren Dewhurst, though, was off the throttle well before the halfway point. But the main thing is, he's on the board. It's another car in the European front-wheel drive class, sponsored by Street Racers and SW Motorsports. Right, what else have we got? We've got two of our Audis. It's like a hairdresser's convention.
The big bracket are back round again. I can see as well. I can see Scott, not Colin, near the front of the lanes. So we're still going to run a few of the open qualifying cars. Then we'll run that, and I presume it's nearly lunchtime, actually. It's 25 to 1 already.
Dave's just run for the tractor again.
Sorry?
Dave's run for the tractor.
Again.
Yeah, they
Hopefully-
actually come forward with it as well.
Yeah. There's obviously something on the start line right there that Ian just wants sledding over.
Well, we do want to give them the best racetrack they can possibly have.
That's it,
And
that's it.
our track crew are renowned, not just in Europe, but around the world as being one of the best.
Now, obviously, it's Doorslammers. The cars are going round and round. But what else is going on site today? Because obviously, it's VW Breakout on the other half of the site.
There
we
is.
don't have a program.
Well, I'll go and grab one.
I saw one down
seen-
that end of the
Yeah.
that end of the tower. Because there must be stuff going on. We've already seen one live action arena showing today, and I'm pretty sure there will be a second at some point today. Colin's managed to grab it. It's a great little program as well because it's half and half, isn't it? One side is the Doorslammers event, and if you flip it over to the back, then you get the second half of the Doorslammers.
Right, VW Breakout timetable. Let's have a look. Well, as you know, on track, you got Oklahoma Willie, that ran at 12 o'clock. Fire Force 3, the Jet Funny Car, not that far away. Scheduled to run at 5 to 1. As Darryl has mentioned already, the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight. Now then, other things going on in VW Breakout. 3 o'clock, we've got the Arapadio stunt show in live action arena.
Well, he's really good.
Is this the quad?
No. Yes, he has got a quad as well, but he generally uses a smart car as well. And he straps himself to the front of the smart car as well. But he's got the quad because he ended up... he uses the smart car, puts a ramp on it, and then had me, who was doing the commentating, I had to have a quad jump over me. I was like, are we sure we're signed off on this?
Also got Podzilla Monster Truck Show over there as well. Later on, you got the Kids Disco Party until 8 o'clock. That's 4 o'clock. Sorry, 4 o'clock until 6 o'clock in Fuelers Bar. Obviously, the Kids Games area is open until 5. The Entertainment Village bar opens at 5 o'clock. And live stage night at 6 o'clock, you got the indie scene, to be followed by Woman in Rock at 7:15 in the evening. It's a 24-hour clock on there. I'm getting a bit confused.
Is that a singular woman or women?
Women. Merchandise outlets close at 8 o'clock or when the track closes. Fuelers Bar opens with DJ Gem at 8 o'clock this evening. Fuelers Bar doesn't close until 1 o'clock in the morning.
Oh, I'll be in bed by then.
Plenty
Jeez,
of
I
time.
can't stay up that late after a day. After a day of excitement that we've had, it really does tire you out.
Yeah.
I've done 2 nights now in bed by till 12 o'clock. I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, so Women in Rock is 7:15 to 8:15 and then 10 o'clock until 11 o'clock. We've also got the indie scene, which is 6 o'clock until 7:15, and then 9:15 till 9:30. DJ Gem is in Fuelers Bar, 8 till 9, 10 till 11, and then 12 till 1. And Scar Wars, SKA
Yep.
Wars, 9 till 10 p.m. and 11 till 12 a.m.
Nice. And don't forget, Doorslammers and VW Breakout, there's so many traders on site. It's great to see the trade village absolutely ram-packed. Please do go and check out all of our traders throughout the weekend, from stickers to clothes to hats, hoodies, automotive electronics, number plates, remapping, you name it, it's all on site. We say it every week.
Yeah.
We really appreciate those traders coming along.
I've been to
Number
Hugo's Plates
There
today.
we go.
Yep. I've got my
We really appreciate
plates.
all of those traders packing their wares up and bringing them to Santa Pod Racer. It's so easy to sell it online these days, but you don't get that personal experience to be able to pick up the products and check them out before you buy. So please do go and grace all of our traders with your presence and spend some money with them, because an empty trade area on a show weekend just looks
Doesn't
so
look right.
bland. So please, by spending with them, it encourages them to keep coming back time and again. And of course, all of our food vendors on site as well. After traveling around to so many different racetracks all over Europe and having the one stall to feed you the one meal for 3 days. It's so great to come to Santa Pod Raceway and just have such a diverse range of meals that caters for everyone.
Tell you what, whilst you're around in the pits, don't forget to visit the pod shop, of course. The Doorslammers exclusive T-shirts are available.
Oh, yeah.
Pop up and get those. And I don't know if they've made it here yet, but certainly it will be for next weekend, will be the new FIA merchandise.
Okay.
And, of course, if you haven't already got your tickets for next weekend...
Do we know a colour for?
No, not yet.
It's not been announced yet?
Hasn't been shown.
Oh.
No. So that will be the launch of the new FIA merchandise range next weekend.
I hope it's black and slimming. That's the only chance I have.
But yeah, and as I say, make sure you get your tickets for next weekend. It is the main event. It's the first round of all of our European Championships on 2 wheels and 4. The event starts Thursday with the test day, sportsman qualifying Friday, pro qualifying mixed in with the sportsman qualifying Saturday, Sunday, and then eliminations on bank holiday Monday. Proper festival. The circus is in town as well. We've got the Big Top here next weekend for added entertainment. We've got all the big sideshows, live action arena, you name it, everything is going on. If you're here this weekend, you know how to get tickets for this place because you've been online and you've got them. Get back on the Santa Pod website, get tickets for next weekend. You do not want to miss it. It's going to be awesome.
And if you're here this weekend and you've got tickets for next weekend and you want to stay for the week for just £62, you can staycation here.
Yes.
For the rest of the week. I'm proper gutted next weekend. The bank holiday Monday this year lands on our proclamation day in Rothwell. So I'm qualifying and then I have to go home and fight on Monday.
Yeah, and
so
you
cannot
don't
make it.
you're not backwards and coming forwards when you go to Rothwell for that.
No,
no. Is that where they some what is it? Is it like a...
It's a pole.
Pole?
Yep.
And you have to be the one holding...
Just got to hold on to it for 2 minutes.
Yeah.
By any means necessary.
Cracking. Right, okay, we continue. 1 lane only for the time being, though. Looks like they're going to have to do a bit of a scrape in the slick tricks lane on the start line. So it is all attention in the Kestrel Beer lane, and that is Kaz Waterhouse with the Menopause Audi TT running in 4-cylinder.
It's like, no. There's a little puff of smoke there and decrease of speed from Kaz Waterhouse in the Audi TT as our spotter jumps over the track now just to double check everything is A-OK and we have everything crossed. Cha-cha, slide.
If you've never been before, what they're actually doing is they're not cleaning up down there. Is if the rubber, a lot of the times if something gets spilt on the rubber, it actually contaminates it, which makes it move around so it's not consistent. And that's what they're doing. They just want to give, they need to give everybody even lanes, both sides. And that's what they're doing. So what they'll do is they'll take the rubber off, they'll re-prep it again, because obviously we have, drag racing is a race between one car and another car, or one bike and another bike, so they need 2 lanes to be able to do it. I must admit, you know when they came up with the idea of a 4-lane drag strip, there are 2 of those in the US.
Yeah.
I really thought they would have one on standby, so if they
Yes.
had an all down in one, they'd use the other one sort of thing, but it's never worked like that, has it?
I suppose it's hard to keep one extra lane consistent to the level that the other one would be building up with rubber throughout the weekend unless they continually
Swap them, yeah.
alternate
If
the
you
3
think
lanes constantly.
If you think it out, it's not actually that. If you think it out, it's not actually that difficult.
Is that yours?
It's me.
No, standard.
Yeah, I meant the microphone, but I'm sure.
All right, Gino with the Civic then. Hasn't got a number on the board, as Luke was saying earlier on. So needs to get an A to B here.
Okay, so Gino de Jong is coming into stage now.
Yeah.
Yeah, here's Gino de Jong coming into stage now. This will
It's a
be
good launch.
Yeah, very good looking launch.
So personal best is 987. Gina 112 at the 8th and goes through with a 10.0 for 146 miles an hour. Right, next up, Nathan Dumi. No panic, Mr. Mannering. Right, so one Dutch racer into qualifying. Another racer who's not yet qualified is Nathan Dumi. Well, it's making all the right moves, but slows down from the half track, doing 96 at the 8th. Rolls it through to a 12.15 at 82 miles an hour. He's still qualified. That's the main goal, is the word. Round the corner, I can see Clarky Appleton with the Corsa. He's not yet qualified.
Right, quick shout out actually. Steve Matthews with Honky Tonkin, the Chevy in Big Bracket, needs a 100 amp alternator for a big block Chevy. If anybody's got one, Steve Matthews would be highly appreciative because he wants to continue racing this weekend and yeah, desperately trying to get a hold of one. So if anyone's got a 100 amp alternator for a big block Chevy, go see Steve Matthews. So the Bankoviak Corvette.
Yeah, really.
Pro Street.
It's a very, very good looking race car, that one. It looks like it's is it Pro Street, I beg your pardon. So interesting observer down there too is Martin Routh, who we know from previous years, 995, 136. And there we go, by the magic of Julian. It appears that was it. So there we go. How did I do that? How I undo things that you always do, I don't know, really. It's just like having an extra child, isn't it? You know, that you have to look
Mr.
after all the
Fidget,
time.
aren't you?
Something like that. I don't know how I did that, but there we go.
Well, it'll be a mystery forever, won't it?
No, it won't. It's me just like poking it with something, probably.
Oh, it just cut.
Yeah,
again
it does.
when
It
did that.
it may not be fixed. There we go. Anyway, Paul Houston with a car called the Scottish Bird, because it is a Firebird and it's from Scotland. That's a really good looking run. That car's been well into the 8s before. 8:59, 178 miles an hour. Mark Togg even looks excited. You've been way quicker than that though, Mark, so, you know. We're just re-prepping that part of the start line once again.
Right, Clark Appleton with the Corsa. Luke, I think this is another one that's not in the show just yet. So let's see how Clark gets on. Just coming up to the line. He's on course for a half decent number, I think, here. But most importantly, he's going to get him hopefully qualified. 11:24, 122. All right, next up, Laurie Anslow with the Leon. Well, she's qualified in a front-wheel drive. Let's see if she can improve. 14.11 at 103. Not too bad for the little Leon. Still got chock-a-block pairing. And actually, it doesn't matter when I look in the pairing lanes, they're always going to be chock-a-block.
I think that's pretty much it. Yeah, that's the story of the weekend, really. So, The tractor is back on station. We could well be back to 2 lanes very shortly too. We've got Jack Krugel, we've got Konstantin Dinev, all the way from Hungary, about to go as well, with a slightly with a slightly different boost setting apparently, which probably means more swerving than usual.
Maybe, or straight down Broadway.
That would be nice because then it'll be seriously quick.
That's it.
Steve Pateman with what looks like. Luke Robinson mentioned the other day it's a Willie Rails car. It looks for all the world like an NHRA Pro Stocker from like 20 years ago or thereabouts actually. Jack Krugel, like I said, is there too. Loads more good stuff coming your way. We do also have everybody for the big bracket back in the lanes once again. So this is Marius Lehmann qualifying in 760 heads up. Does need to turn it up a bit to get closer to the number. However, by the looks of it, the car is perfectly capable of doing that. It is good to see Martin Blauth down there, one of our very, very favourite Polish visitors with that absolutely unique, nuts, bonkers, 4-wheel drive Camaro.
Ian Blackett's just sent me a screenshot saying the Audi has the 6-second map loaded in the car now. So, fingers crossed.
Yeah, whether the map is actually the road to a 6-second
Yeah,
run or not,
that's
we're
it.
about to find out. That's what they're doing, progressively hitting it harder off the start line for Marius Lehmann. He hasn't quite run in the 7s yet. That's getting closer. Good speed, 177, which is around where you want to be if you're running 760. Just half a second off, but he's in the draw, which is the most important thing. Okay, so we have the Pro Stocker of Michael Scherquist. That's Michael standing there on the start line with the headset on. I just want to say thank you very much indeed to Michael and the team for their hospitality last night. However, it's not my liver forwarding that message. It's just me being polite.
Yeah.
He's one of the funniest guys I've ever met in my life. He's brilliant. Anyway. That is how you do a dead straight, perfect burnout. Simon, if you get was a burnout award, you'd be having it for that, I think. Just for how picture perfect it was. So, Pro Stockers run with a maximum of 500 cubic inches.
I just realised actually, because he was on the original entry for Pro Doorslammer.
And we haven't seen Dave Smith yet. I saw Dave Smith roll in last night, actually.
I saw it as well, yeah.
Yeah, there's a couple of cars on there we still haven't seen yet. So, anyway, Michael's stated goal for this season, I hope I'm allowed to say it now, obviously is to pick up 300s from his quickest run ever. And his quickest run ever so far is a 6.62. I love the way he does that as well. He always looks down the hood scoop and gives the engine a little cuddle and say, it's all right, you'll be fine. They are all his babies, honestly. That car has got a Hemi in it. It's one of the only Hemi. There aren't many Hemi Pro Stocks in the world left. This is one of them. So let's see how far Simon gets down the track this time. Hopefully all the way down. Lots of shake and spin at the start line. Simon pushed the clutch back in straight away.
But it is still good to see our Pro Stock cars coming over and making use of the Doorslammers to get that extra test time for next weekend.
They don't have anywhere to go, really, that's open in Sweden before. Although Hudiksvall they ran last weekend.
Yeah.
But for where they live in southern Sweden, right? They live right down the south.
Yeah.
It's a 10-hour drive north-ish, at least, to get to Huddersfield. So they go and test for the weekend, turn around, go back again, and then come all the way back here. So it just makes more travel sense, at least, anyway.
Yep.
So we're up with Big Bracket Round 2.
Yep.
Random pairings once again.
Tim Moore and Scott Collin. 9:30 plays 8:40. 8:40 darling for Scott Collin. Goodness me.
He doesn't want to break out, or does he?
Cherry on the tree.
Well, you can keep it floored then. Although a 1.53 60 foot's probably not the plan.
8-9 Cherry plays 9:62.
Still a good speed though, Scott.
No, actually, that was a rerun.
Oh, was it? Was that
Yes.
the one? Sorry, that's why they're the only pair there then?
Yes, yeah.
Okay.
I'm
Well,
not quite
interestingly,
sure
though,
why.
that was the only rerun. It wasn't
Yeah.
Jens Konecki and Mr. Aschenbrenner.
Yeah. Intriguing. Well, Martin Hill won't be that far away. We've got pro Doorslammers in the lanes. And a bonkers Nissan. Jack Krugel with the Pulsar down there. And the returning Steve Pateman. A 10-year hiatus, but he's back.
I wonder what the plan for this car is actually, because it's a lot more like an all-out race car than he had. Well, he had a pretty all-out race car before, but you know what I mean.
Yeah.
It can only be used for drag racing. It's not a street car.
Well, running this weekend in 760 heads up.
700 cubic inch big block in there. Maybe 760 heads up is the way forward. Maybe that's what he wants to do.
Right now, Jack Krugel in 4-cylinder. We have seen the car, but it hasn't put a run in during official qualifying. So this will get him into the quick times.
He's not going to like the run though. He's going to get a number, but it won't be the one he wants. 854 at 171. Steve Pateman with the right speed. Just needs to chop the ET a bit. Jack Krugel only with an 1175 at 96. Now, 4 cylinders is going to be a 32 car field. That could be perilously close to the bump. Oh.
Ahmed Jamshed.
First run
Yep.
of the weekend. So, number one qualifier at the moment is David Lammick with an 822. Ahmed starts with a 152 60 foot. At the 8th mile, 132, opens his account with an 875 at 172 miles an hour. 60 foot was a 152.
Gordon was listening for that. That's all he wanted to know.
But-
What's the 60 foot? What's the 60 foot?
But now he's seasoned. He knows to listen out for
Yeah.
these things and stuff like that. So that's put Ahmed 875. Well, it puts him into second place in qualifying, that does. So a great opening run for Ahmed Jamshed. Basically, that was just the banker to get it into qualifying. This is one of those cameras out times, ladies and gentlemen. Konstantin Genev, all the way from Bulgaria with the Audi S2. It's got the 5-cylinder 20-valve turbo engine in there. Yesterday, wowed us with a 7 flat at 200 miles an hour.
Was that his first 200?
I think it was. I can't remember. But the world record for a all-wheel drive Audi is held by the HST team, whose personal best is now 676 at 212. That was done at Maryland. Hubert is here, and he was like, I so wish my car was here.
So they left it out there to run more events in the
Yes,
States.
it's just not coming back now. It will stay out there forever.
Okay, fair enough.
So all eyes are on the Audi in the Kestrel beer lane. If we can can get it to stay straight.
The
It's a
60
good
foot
launch.
is way down from where it was before, and a big wiggle at the 8th mile. He's backed off that one to an 8:09 at 1:37. Yeah, 1:28.
It's been quicker. It's been quicker.
Yeah, way quicker. It's not that it's down to 1.1. Okay.
That's a good looking start line, isn't it? They've done a real good job with these cars.
Well, front-wheel drive, of course, supported by European front-wheel drive.
And SW Motorsports and Street Racers.
Yes,
Well,
to get the whole batch in.
That's it. We all come together, and of course, Fat Pig Racing. It was Terry's fault.
For asking. Yeah.
Right, Tom Herbert with the supercharged VR6, taking on Fran Herbert with the VR6 with nitrous. Tom just bogs down on the line.
You're not beating me. You're not
He's
beating
chasing
me.
her, isn't he?
You're not beating me.
A great
I think
race.
she is.
1286 to a 1321. Right. Two more of our Polish racers. Jan taking on Wojciech. Wojciech with the Monte Carlo powered by a 2JZ motor.
He hasn't got a number on the board yet. There really is. Yeah, there's a.
There's so many cars not yet qualified. And for the people who arrived maybe last night after racing had finished or arrived this morning, there's so many cars that you've not yet seen. Wojciech staging very much to the left.
As in facing left.
Yeah.
Pointing left.
Oh, jeez. Really turned up the launch there.
Woo!
Oh,
Wiggle, wiggle, wiggle.
981 at 143 with a cloud of smoke. I think that was just the overrun.
it must have been.
Yeah,
'cause
1207
didn't
at
pull the
113.
chutes or anything like that, so you didn't feel it was unsettled too much.
I've never seen an ape hanger mini pickup truck before. But I have now, and you're about to see it coming around in front of the grandstands. There we go. Which means one thing. We're just about to get into a bunch of pro Doorslammers. Actually, we've still got qualifying to go. We've still got Martin Hill round there as well. But wandering around with the squirt bottle is Bruno Barder's team. Also, Peter Kunk's round there, and the Hammer Motorsport team from Norway.
Actually,
With,
I've just spotted
Stian
on the
Rissels.
balcony there James McVeigh from VP. A very, very good afternoon to you, James. Good to see you. And no doubt we'll catch up with you a bit later on. Of course, VP are title sponsors of the Pro Doorslammers. So perfect timing, James, for you to be up there, mate. Good to see you. That's right. Everything is VP here this weekend. From the Archway in the pits to Williams Brothers in the pits. They've put out the VP stand with the oils and the cleaning stuff, and everything's over there. Yeah, really, really good presents this weekend.
Oh, they give presents too.
No, presents.
Oh, I like
sorry.
presents. I like presents.
So, one nitrous car, one blown car coming around now. Peter Kunk from Stockholm in Sweden. Coming round with gel coat Camaro. We've got a couple of those here this weekend. Well, one's a gel coat Camaro, one's a gel coat Corvette. Haven't seen him today yet either. I think it's going to be Peter on his own, and then the next one we're going to have a pair. Peter's been around in Pro Mod Racing for a long while now. I'd guess probably nearly 25 years, if not 25 years. Because he used to be teamed up with a guy on a really cool-looking Chevelle back in the late 90s. It was him, and the guy's name was Jallo Makima, I think. I'm sure someone out there listening in Sweden will know. That was a gorgeous car. I think that was actually like 97, 98, there or thereabouts. That car debuted, and it was really cool. And he's had a number of different cars through the years. This is his latest and quickest incarnation. He previously ran the Mad Professor 63 split window Corvette. And I've said this a number of times before, until last season at the European finals, he was absolutely snake bit every time he came over here to race. Every single time he tried, something got him. Engine problems, not qualifying, tyre shake, goodness knows what, all sorts of different things. But it finally came together at the European finals last year, and he went 5.99 in round one. Sadly, it was on the losing end, but at least it gave the team good hope for this season. So nitrous cars can and do run in the 5-second zone quite frequently. I'm sure they'd be delighted if they can do that again now, but as always, and most of them, this is testing for race day and for next weekend too. Just a little bit too much tyre shake to hang with there. A 103 to 60, they can go much, much quicker than that. But he's going to get a number on the board. He will be in the draw, 11.75. Again, not what they came for, but it's what testing is all about. So the next one looks like it's going to be a pair. Bruno Barder with the Gotham City Corvette and Stian Russons from Norway with the Hammer Motorsport Willis. Bruno is one of the best bits of drag racing trivia I can think of. The first ever event at Tierp Arena back in 2011, Pro Modified was huge. Massive field of cars. Just getting in the show was a victory pretty much. And everybody had their money on the 5-second cars. Mickey Gallquist and Johan Lindbergh ran in the 5 that weekend, but guess who it was that won by being consistent? Yep, you got it. Bruno.
Well, the Gotham City Vet. I mean, we have run a few of these Doorslammer events over the years, 5 of them now. This is the 6th. And Bruno has won one of these. So he has taken the big money away. He won it in 2021 when he beat Kev Slyfield in the final. So, although we have seen Bruno on track, he hasn't set a time yet in qualifying session for Pro Doorslammer.
It looks like little and large out there, doesn't it? You've got the nice squat skinny bum of the Corvette, and you've got the not so skinny, but that's the idea, Willis in the Kestrel lane. It really is, like we said yesterday, it's lovely to see, really nice to see in Europe that racers go with the body style that they like, with what they want, not with what's going to necessarily be quickest or fastest. However, that doesn't stop them wanting to win. So Stian Russons, his first ever checkout pass with all the new stuff on there. Went 391 to the 8th mile. He was all over the place. His second run yesterday looked like it was going to be a great one as well, but he got a little bit too far out of shape. I'm guessing this is probably going to be a full run. He's got a lot of good help on there. That's Mats Bragg standing behind the car. No doubt, I'm guessing Mats is here this weekend just to do a little bit of chassis tuning. Right behind this pair, we got Martin Hill with Fire Force, and then I think we're going to a lunch break. Both these cars 5-second capable. Bruno's been there loads of time. Stian, that's what he's here for this weekend. His first ever 5-second run. Well, Bruno is long gone to a 6.14. Stian, if he doesn't shut it off, which he did before the finish line, he didn't listen, did he? 6.19, 190 miles an hour. Bruno was 0.98 to 60 foot, 4.01 at 183 to the 8th mile, and 6.14 at 2.30 through the finish line. Stian was 0.98 to 60 foot. Half track, he was 3.93, 185 miles an hour. That would have been the 5-second run he was looking for. He kept his boot in it, but with all the new stuff on there, with the engines and everything else, they just want to make sure everything's working right before they take it all the way through at high RPM.
Well, as Darryl said, we have Fire Force 3, the house jet, as we affectionately call it. Of course, Martin Hill, and this will be leading us into a half-hour lunch break. And then when we come back, I do believe it will be Big Bracket, round number 2.
Darryl runs to get his microwave meal. He's going to dangle it underneath the tower. Slightly toasted.
I thought a fishing rod and some burgers would have been a better idea, wouldn't it?
Right, which one? Oh, God. It's free.
Oh, the one that rattles the tower.
The one that destroys our teeth. So, out of a stable of, what are we now? 4? 2, 3, 4, and 5.
Yeah.
Out of a stable of 4. This one is just the most violent of the jet cars. Yes, VIP lady, you are going to love this one. It is basically terrifying. If you
In a mild way.
Yeah. If you thought the jet truck was a bit loud and a bit harsh, you're in for a ride of your life. So Martin Hill underneath the tower. I think this was it. It's around about 6,000 pound of thrust, isn't it?
No, 10.
I thought it was 10,000 horsepower.
Oh, yeah, sorry, yeah, translated into 10,000. Well, Martin Hill all strapped in. Richie just getting himself ready. Of course, Richie conducts the little flame and afterburner show before Martin does his run.
The guys just doing their final checks. You can see Richie attaching the external batteries from the transit van to be able to fire up the jet turbine engine. Now, much like when we had Perry underneath the tower, Martin Hill's going to fire up the jet engine. At that point, he's just going to wind it up. The crew are going to do some few checks. He's going to bring the body down. At that point, we're around about 40% of the thrust when Martin hits the afterburner for the first time. Does a little smoke and flame show. We love that bit. The exhaust is behind the tower. It's when Richie pulls the jet in front of the tower, he looks up at us guys here and just smiles, knowing that the next jet pulses go straight through the tower and basically rattle about everything. Well, did we have Fire Force yesterday? I don't think we did we? Or was it just Perry?
Can't remember. No, that's really weird.
I'm sure we had a jet yesterday, but whether it was just Perry.
No, just Perry.
Okay. So for the first time this weekend, Martin Hill with Fire Force 3, our house drag jet bunny car. Now it is customary, ladies and gentlemen, once we go through the process of staging the car, Richie is going to wave to the grandstand. It'd be wonderful if you wave back to him. He will then wave to the people on the banking. Last weekend at our event, everyone was really excited and joined in a lot, so it'd be great to see the VW Breakout / Doorslammers crowd joining in the festivities. Richard is out in front of the car now as the final checks are done. The body shell is down. We are ready for takeoff. Okay, our final spotter is in place.
As per usual, we look at Bankside VIP. Oh, there we go.
So that was the nice bit. Now Martin Hill ramps it up to about 80% of the thrust available. The jet is now in front of the tower, which means the next hit of the afterburner is going to pulse through the tower and the VIP arena. It's going to be a completely different animal. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I warn you, we're going to put it in stage. Richie's going to turn over to the grandstand. He's going to wave at the grandstand. I want everybody waving back at him now, ladies and gentlemen. He's going to wave at the banking now. Let's see if you can do a much better job. Thank you very much to the banking. Here we go, Martin Hill for the first time this weekend. Flies it through, 206 to the eighth, 591, 250 miles an hour. Hopefully, ladies and gentlemen, you all enjoyed that.
And as a final footnote to that run, Richie, can you hear us down there on the start line? Happy birthday. We know it was your birthday, thanks to Donna for letting us know. Richie on the Fire Force crew, many happy returns. He's the birthday boy today.
Everybody to the ice cream truck. Ice creams are on Richie.
Yeah. Right, ladies and gentlemen, it's a half-hour lunch break, folks. Go and get yourselves fed and watered. We will be back with more fun here. Let's hand the airwaves over to Nitro FM 96.2.
Just a quick reminder, as you're all escaping the grandstand, go to the European Front Wheel Drive trailer merch and go and buy some t-shirts and go and visit all of our traders on site and go and speak to the guys at Turbo Start and Wasner and of course the what looks like a showroom from Tom Wrigley Performance.
Yes.
Just go and have a chat to them if you've got a BMW. And of course VP Racing, our headline sponsor for this event. Go and check out all the products that are on site. We'll be back straight after this break.
Yeah, we'll see you later. Nitro FM, the airwaves are yours. Well, 990 and 982. Obviously, the conditions are very favourable first thing in the morning. Whoa! Whoa! Where did that come from? 842. Lovely little wheelie off the line there for Ben. Now can Ben get straight to the 8s this morning? Not quite. 936, 139. Pete Lane goes 11.
Getting out of bed, but it's nice. It's always nice to see this place when it's asleep as well.
Yeah.
I really like that.
So what time you set off this morning then? 7:30.
So Jason Darling, long gone for 9:59 at 1:57. Kirsty goes 12 flat, which I think.
Now, if he can repeat yesterday with a 9.55 or something similar to that. Sorry, 9.5, 10.5.
Yeah.
He's on his own. Ah, there we go. Now he's seen the other stage light. We realise it. I do love the touch that he's put a GB sticker on the back of that. 10:17, about where he should be, and a 10:62 for Simon.
That's quick for Simon, actually. A 9.4 indeed for Bob Mulder, but Tim Stanley goes 9.10. Way quicker than yesterday.
Gas or your comp?
Well, Steve Matthews, he's a member of Outlaw Street, comes to a lot of their events with a console called Black Dog. Putting a nice run in here. 9.51, 148. Well, the team reckon they got 3 runs to get the car sorted. That's better. That was much, much better. $9.75 in 9.37.
And that's what Tim Moore would run.
Well, Wide Awake Club off the line, both of them with 03 lights.
8.04, 164 for Fran. Blocks are the best. Stu Morris, Spencer Drab. These are only time trial runs. Bang on time for Stu. In Finland compared to the population. And fuel bike races. Taking on Gary Carr. Look at that reaction time. He's been absolutely on the tree, Paul Fennick, all weekend. Then 14, 128, and 11. Got a good pacemaker in the other lane with Mark Bailey.
Yeah, you're right there.
Has he done it?
Oh, so close.
Best to do it now instead of in a couple of hours' time. Both red on the tree, but they're both oh so close. Jordan goes through with the 7.44. There you go. That's a great barometer of what the weather's like.
Yeah.
Because Ronnie's going to get there first. It doesn't matter. It's only a time trial. 10.4, 10.35. Who's been out for a little while actually with the MG. Very wide awake for one and not so for the other, but it doesn't matter. It is only practice effectively. Jens is off the top.
Yeah,
by the looks of it. He's
well
coasting. 8.98. That's not going to give them what they need going into racing later on. No. Well, Billy Breaks on the line, unfortunately. Like I said, at least it's now in time trial runs, not later on. Dave Cherritt with a 9.74. Normally runs around 9.6-ish. $59 with a 0. There we go. You always like it when they do what they're told, don't you?
It makes us sound intelligent.
Well, frankly, we watch it all the time. If we don't have an idea what's going on, then, well, yeah. We need a different job.
Awesome, he's up next as Billy Lohing and the team will be going back to the pits and with a little bit of oil, I think. So would that be axle oil then?
Yeah, probably. It's seized, isn't it? So it's probably.
Well, this is a 427 cubic inch naturally aspirated Copo, where next is a 350 cube but supercharged.
Well, that wasn't what he wanted, but again, at least it was practice, not elimination. Slipping and sliding off the line. Still
around the corner. Ahmed Jamshed is in the lanes. I walked the parent lanes just to do a video. I got to the finish line, and that was where the back of the parent lanes is currently at.
Oh, goodness me.
We had great fun trying to get all the big bracket vehicles.
Yeah.
There's only so much barbecue you can eat as well, isn't there?
no.
Okay, well, the top roof's been pushed back, unfortunately, so Dean Hyman rolls underneath the tower. He's going to be running a solo run. Now, yesterday broke a drive shaft or a CV joint on the hit. They managed to get that fixed. Run of the day 2 of the Doorslammers. Well,
So we are on to open qualifying.
Yep. Well, it's looking 89 at the 8th, so it's not going to be what he was looking for.
87 at 133 so far.
Well,
So that was the list for front wheel drive. There was 79 cars on that. Is that right?
there were 77 cars, but there's no way he's...
Yeah, they're all
that's an
mixed in.
all-in mixed in.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, he's got a good rolling start. 165, 60 foot. That's where he wants to be. 8th mile speed at 115 miles an hour. Jacob Bailey goes 10, 11, 148. But that's the first time that car has been back track and you're affecting your 60 foot. Well, looks like issues for Phil Thomas. Damo Carter's going to get to the finish line first and goes through with a 15.14 and it against a 15.04. Well, it was a good strong launch, but both cars having issues getting that second gear. Martin's going to get to the finish line first. Goes through an 11.52 to a 12.57. A good launch from Horatius there. 174, 60 foot. Craig Evans is putting in the power at the back end, but he's not catching him. 104 at the 8th. This is going to be into the 10s. Horatius Caruana goes through the top end with a 10.92 at 100. At this point, they're like, I'll try and cover one ear with my shoulder. Well, once again, gives it no two-step on the line. Big wiggles. He's still keeping his foot planted in. 142 at the 8th, 765, 179 miles an hour. So good to see that car from who you're cheering on. Well, unfortunately, issues once again for Lewis Lavender. Chris Locke, though, goes through the top with a 10.21 at it.
Well, George disappearing into the distance. That's a good looking run. Is he straight to the 9s? Whoa,
Oh!
871, 159 miles an hour. Oh, that is arrow straight.
That was because you said it was.
578!
yes! His first ever 5.7 second run, 5.7 tomorrow. Something up with the way that car stages. Only 112 to 60 foot. However, goes 611. Look at the speed, though. Again, 200.
It's a good launch by the 106. Issues for David Hubbard, but Carl Overbury doing 102 at the 8th. It should be maybe down into the 10s. 10.85, 131. Definitely been putting on a show.
Lots of wheel slip off the start line for Mark Mosley.
Oh!
Well, that's a way to keep warm. 10.42 and a 10.78 for Mark Mosley. Only 88 miles an hour. However, that will necessitate...
Yeah, Tom Wrigley performance, 6-cylinder class this weekend. And the BMWs have definitely been putting on a show.
Lots of wheel slip off the start line for Mark Mosley.
Oh!
Well, that's a way to keep warm. 10.42 and a 10.78 for Mark Mosley. Only 88 miles an hour. However, that will necessitate a lot of cleaning. The fire crew will be on him straight away. That was something letting go in spectacular fashion. Bring you forward, it's fine.
Yeah.
There's no, no messing about. It's perfect. So, Jose Late and Sean Duthie somewhere in that black cloud over there.
Well, Jose is looking very nice and clean. 12.59 to an 11.72.
Rick now with Dave. It's what you do when you're inspecting underneath the race car. good looking race actually as well. Oh, look at that. 7:54 for Colin Miller. They both run 175 miles an hour. I think, though, Colin... Phil Norman with the Brickfield Beetle.
Such a good looking car, those. I'm looking forward to racing that next weekend. Goes through this time. 12:70. A one.
Oh, is that the way it's working out? Yeah, okay.
Right. I'm here with the Civic. 100 miles an hour at the 8th. 11. 22.
No,
Do they not give you a voucher to skip the line for anything else?
No, it was the first time. It happened twice. Anyway, Wayne Gill and Reese Hurd.
Is Wayne going to get back into the 9s today after fixing it last night? Yes, 981. Well, it was a pretty decent launch, but then he come off the boost.
Yeah, we were right. The big bracket cars are filling the front of the lanes. Yeah, he's cruising at the top end.
Hayder starts today with a 12:20 and 11:78 at 126.
Good looking run for Cassis. What was it yesterday?
888 yesterday. 870.
Whoa.
Nice.
160 miles an hour. Yeah, sharp intake of breath from the crew. Like a scalded cat, I think is the phrase.
Can they go quicker than 870? Whoa, yeah. 856, 159.
That ninjas, do you?
That's the point. They're really good ninjas then, aren't they?
Oh, well.
Oh, that's
Not so
not
good for
looking
Chris.
well.
Oh, Phoebe's doing all right. They're just so pleased to be there, having a real nice time. Good night last night. 1470 at 90. Should be happy with that.
Yeah, Chris is stranded out there about 8th mile. Yeah, it's like the old joke is that...
So Gary Carr away. Thomas is doing the chasing.
Gary's going to get there first, and Gary gets the win. A whole shot win as well. Gary was 08 on the tree, which isn't actually that quick in bracket. Well, we can see the reaction times. I can't say them out loud, obviously. So Dan Williams is going to catch him. Will it be in time?
Indeed it was.
Oh, look at that.
I managed to calm it down. Oh, well, it's game over for Nick. He's gone red on the tree, so Jason Darling.
He doesn't want to look at that timing ticket, especially what Jason Darling reacted to.
Well, 975 would have been enough, but... So will be Darren going first. There he goes. Good launches from both of them. Let's see how the runs go.
Absolutely neck and neck. Darren's in front of the finish line, but he breaks out. Oh, he had a margin off the sportsman tree. He's used to the pro tree in super gas, isn't he?
Yeah.
It doesn't
Red
matter.
light.
Yeah, red light, Steve Matthews by 0-1. Stu was a little bit late, but he probably saw the red in the other lane, so it doesn't matter. 77 on a 76. That boy is good. Oh, look at Steve Matthews, though. 61 on a number. 8.90 for that little full pop. Actually, this is virtually a heads-up race. Virtually nothing in the tree, although Paul Marston is actually away in front. They're absolutely wheel-to-wheel, neck and neck, door handle to door handle.
Good race.
What a brilliant race.
Well, it's game over before it really started. Cherry on the tree.
Yeah, but I don't know whether he moved or not. We might have to rerun that. We're going to have a look at that. 8:04 though.
Look at that.
And an 0.3 reaction time. Now the win light is on in that lane. God, dearie me. awesome breakout. There we go. Paul Fennick, after I said he was bang on the tree every time, was 0.21, unfortunately.
Let me down.
Yeah, it's not so much that. You could almost see the polite reaction time in one lane, couldn't you? Well, Scott Collins gone past him. Will he back off?
Yeah, yes, he did. 866, 132.
It is Scott Collins that takes the win. The tree, for some, what we do it for. Well, if you get a red light, do it on a bye run.
Yeah. Well, we got Spencer Tramp and Kirsty Tramp through to round number 2. It's happened before.
Bit of sibling rivalry.
It's a nice run though, in a 97 on a 95. Well, Simon's still got his nose out in front, and it is Simon Liz that takes out a 10.64 on a 61. Brett closer to his darling, but well, visible difference off the line. Mark Huxley out in front, Chris Skinner closing in, and it is Mark Huxley that takes it on the whole shot. Look at that, 10.08 on a 989 dial. Well, Ruben got his nose out in front and keeps it there with a 976 to lose out 10.56. Ruben Dawson. Green light for both of them. John Bean got his nose out in front and he goes 905 for the win. Against So Jordan doing the chasing. Can he catch a pass without breaking out, or is Tom got enough? No, it is a 7.46 on a 42. Jordan Payne takes the win. Tom Atkins on the tree. Well, Bob moved first, and he was his side of the tree run second. So Bob takes that with a 9.48. In effect, a whole shot win. So here's Bob Bolt will be the full pop going first. Don't forget they're racing for big money today. So it's Tim doing the chasing and he's closing in, and takes it. Actually a breakout for Ronnie Mercer by less than 100th of a second. He had a 10th at the stripe, but
always shows up for this.
Oh, game over for Lee Charles. He goes too soon. It is Dave Cherritt that's going through. Lee Charles will be back to have another go tomorrow. He broke out as well. He did everything. So 8.75 chasing 9.61 here.
Who's got the best
Which
race
is
car?
close. Always a double breakout, but by, look at the win margin, 0.08. It's Mark Bailey who takes.
Drove through the clutch a little bit. A very nice 0.98 60 foot was what they were looking for, but the car, when it left the line, hooked left almost instantly. He will be in the draw tonight as well, 10.08. Mike's been around doing this a long time. Still with tyre shake for Anders Ed. He got a little bit further. Let's see what the Trans Am can do. 778, 178 miles an hour. They look delighted with that. Anders Ed's car, excuse me. Goodness me, look at Dave fly. Oh my word, 577 at only. That's sounded like a 2-speed and a very laboured one at that. 647 at 233. 101 to 64. I'm surprised it was that.
The Willie once again out on the drag strip.
So being a VW, has he ever shown this? Because it is show quality.
It is show quality, yeah. And the best thing is the jet is literally bolted on, so you could take it off and it could just be a normal jet.
It's in its own cage.
Yeah,
isn't it, if
you've
you
got
like?
the engine underneath, so it's still got a normal power. It just puts it in the neutral. Obviously, it has to have the normal motor running at the same time, otherwise the brakes won't work as well.
Yeah, you can always tell the people on VIP that have never seen a jet before.
She's trying to take a photo.
Too busy giggling. It's all good.
Certainly wakes the wildlife up in the tower.
Yeah, I wouldn't recommend it at home for chasing out wasps if you've got one in your bedroom.
Nah, that's it.
Maybe like some hairspray.
Well, as Perry starts winding the turbine up with a little bit more thrust. I like that chap on the start line's got a marshmallow on a stick.
Why not?
Oh. Wow, you can hear that turbine really ramps up now. Perry makes his way into pre-stage. The tower's rocking and rolling. Ladies and gentlemen of Doorslammers 2024 and VW Breakout. One final nudge into pre-stage. He's got to run away before he gets toasted. Right, so Perry going through the 8th mile at 102 miles an hour. Can we see 150? 139 at 1150. Oh, it's so warm up here.
It certainly is. Do you know what I always think? You know, most people get out of bed and they've got that sort of
One set.
but you've got a warm track to do it on now because he's running after Perry. It's looking good. Having a little bit of a wander around, but she's not taking her foot out of it at all. Oh, yes, 769 at 192. The cadet goes 9 because she doesn't have to do the cruise.
Okay, right. Well, good launch for both of our cars. Anything quicker than 9.9 for Darren Dewhurst, and he'll be happy, but unfortunately he's off the throttle. All Mags goes through with a 1014 at 100.
Audi TT running in 4-cylinder.
No. There's a little puff of smoke there and decrease of speed from Kaz Waterhouse in the Audi TT as our spotter jumps off.
They'll re-prep it again because obviously we have drag racing is a race between one car and another car, or one bike and another bike, so they need 2 lanes to be able to do it. I must admit, you know, when they came up with the idea of a 4-lane drag strip, there are 2 of those in the US.
Yeah.
I really thought they would. Yeah. Here, Gino Young coming into stage now. This will be
Good launch.
Yeah, very good looking launch.
So personal best is 987. Gino 112 at the 8th and goes through with a 10.
Haven't actually sort of made to get their representative runs in today, so we do expect a few breakages. But yeah, it's been quite a delay, and obviously with the rain this morning as well, that was also a weather delay. So we just have to bear that in mind.
Yeah, just to say that all those lovely folks waiting out there, we are aware. We are trying to kick everything through as quickly as we possibly can. It's just, it's one of those things. I don't know what you did then, but that really helps. It's probably downstairs. Yeah, just one of those things when it's an event that's as busy as this and as popular as this, obviously. It takes time to get through everybody, no matter how we do it. And also the track delay issues here and there, of which we've had many to deal with. Yeah, that's part and parcel of it. We do understand that entirely.
We've had strange fluid on the track, but it needed even part of the start line.
Yeah, re-scraping and all sorts. So here we go. Anyway, let's hope for a strong end to the day. We've still got 7 hours or 6 and a bit hours of...
plenty to come.
Yeah, you got it. Plenty of time. Plenty of time.
So first pair approaching the burnout boxes, and get the afternoon session well and truly underway here.
Yeah, we've got Marcus Welt down there as well. We've got our visitors from Malta with the incredible escort. So I can only presume Kev Jenkins won't be far away either. So 2 more front-wheel drive racers that haven't had a chance to put in runs yet, unfortunately. Going to be Jake Tipping and George Baker. Jake with the caddy. Well, Jake gets to about 60 foot. No problems at all for George Baker. Through with a 10.88 at 134. Good. That's really good. Yeah, unfortunately, as we said, it's just a real shame for Jake. Obviously, sat in the queue for ages to run, and unfortunately goes out there and does that. But it's the
nature of the beast. It
really is. It is, I'm afraid. So. The most impressive thing about this was he got Luke to run. I think was that a run or a brisk walk? You seem nauseous, so it was good. Obviously, whatever it was, did you good. So being pushed back, Marcus Welt is underneath the tower, which is going to be fun.
That's why I ran.
So Jason Tunnock.
He's so cool. I do like that.
So yesterday, Marcus Veltz ran a new personal best, 7:36 at 190 miles an hour.
Once again, sorry, can I just have a call out to all drivers in the pairing lanes? Can you please return to your cars? There's quite a few of you that aren't with your cars at the moment, because that queue's going to start moving forward. You don't want to get left behind, and you don't want to create the blockage up there. I'm trying to get you through, folks.
Right, so it's going to be a solo run for the TTK Golf. What have they got for us? Day 2 of the Doorslammers. Straight and true launch.
That's 60 foot as well. That's hauling.
152, 737, 191.
Goodness me.
100th off what they ran yesterday. Very impressive.
Well, Julian running back round there as he's got a car in the pairing lanes, quite clearly. Hey, Jake Tipping has made it back underneath the tower with the TDI caddy. That's good news. If we can get him down the drag strip, that's another car qualified in the European front-wheel drive class. Sponsored by SW Motorsport. Street races.
So side by side, the good thing was Jake obviously got given another go.
Yep. And that really does come in helpful with the queues that are around there.
That's it. Yeah, I mean, wait all that time and then it doesn't go to plan. Must be a bit.
Oh,
To say
too
the
far. Come back, Jake.
You don't want to give that camper van too much of a head start. It's going to be tough to catch. 98 at the 8th for Jay Turnock. He's going to go through 11.13, 134 to an 11.69 at 123.
134 miles an hour in a loaf of bread. Is that? Has he been that quick?
That's his
before?
quickest ever run.
Yeah. That's made the all the waiting worthwhile.
Definitely,
Wow.
definitely. All of a sudden he's like, what, 3 hours? What are you on
Yeah,
about?
how long was I there for?
Oh dear.
What a match-up this is. I'll tell you what, the amount of drivers that would give their right arm to be in the other lane
Yeah.
to Clint Fennick. So, obviously, the first time we've seen him on track today. Luke, give us some background on this car.
This car runs over in Malta. It's been down into the 6s before. And basically, Keith has been badgering him to bring it over. He's running this weekend, and he will be doing exhibition runs next weekend at the main event. We've spent a lot of time getting this car set up earlier in the season at How Far Raceway. So let's see what Clint Fennick has got for us this afternoon. Day 2 of the Doorslammers. He's in the 4-cylinder class, sponsored by Wasson Performance. Hopefully, Chris goes straight. Good strong launch, little pedal. 8th mile speed of 138, and Clint Fennick goes through with a 777 at 180 miles an hour. Chris Locke gets the best view in the house to a 1010
That's mad, isn't
and
it?
136.
I'm not sure Ford designed Sierra States to go 136
I don't believe they did
miles an
either.
hour. Definitely not in 10 seconds.
All right, can we have the big bracket into the pairing lanes, please? Big bracket for round 2 eliminations into the lanes, please.
Well, it was only 2 days ago. It probably feels like an age, but Matt Davison is in honeymoon mode as he got married here on Thursday.
I wondered what Rach wants for her honeymoon present.
An 8-second pass.
There you go. That's exactly what I was
New
getting at.
valve train in the car last night solved a misfire that he's had for a few days. They spent ages on the dyno trying to get through this misfire, and
Doesn't look
they
quick.
managed to fix it last night. It's not going to be his best run of the weekend, 11.19 at 112, but Grant Parker goes 9.88 at 138 miles an hour. But again, a lot of our guys now are in the mode of, I need to get qualified.
Yeah.
The front-wheel drive class guys are looking, and they need to be in the top 32 at the moment, which has changed from my paperwork, but you've basically got to be in the 12s, but you've got to get A to B.
Okay, Peter Farvang, a name I haven't heard the last 2 days.
He's been out once before.
With another one of those very rapid starlets from Denmark against Chris Fabiani.
Oh. Well, it's making some good power at the mid-track. 108 at the 8th. And Peter Farvang starts his day with a 1050 at 134. I keep thinking of cars that we've not seen since yesterday. But
Well-
because they haven't been able to come around and get the runs in, you're like, are they still here?
Well, Torsten's down there right now.
Good, good.
We still haven't seen Andy Nichols
No.
or Ahmed yet.
No, we've seen Ahmed.
It's Ahmed.
Ahmed's second
Ahmed,
number
yeah.
2 qualifier now.
Sorry, apologies. Just as the Audi does its burnout, we have the Hurricane in the sky, exactly on time, as you would expect. Military precision, as always. This is the Memorial Fly Pass. This is the Hurricane. Going to be doing laps of another kind in the sky above the track. We are going to continue with qualifying. Brian Jorgensen is the man in that incredible Audi in the Kestrel Lane. Another one of our 6-cylinder cars against Mark Taylor, who, stop me if you've heard this before, has not qualified yet.
Just looking for his first 9-second pass as well. Yesterday went into the 10s in testing. And that's his best 60-foot that I've seen for a long, long time. So all eyes are going to be on the Seat doing 108 at the 8th. Mark Taylor goes through with a 10.38 at 143. And Brian Jorgensen clicks it off with an 11.15 at 91 miles an hour. But 167 60 foot for Mark is the first time I've seen that car go down into the 1.6s. Next up, Ian Wally with the street legal Ford Cortina. It's going to be taking on Chris Waterhouse with the Bad Habit Racing Audi S3.
So Ian Wally was putting in one particularly tremendous launch yesterday. A lot more up than forwards, shall we say.
I bumped into him last night wearing his standard onesie.
Nice. Hugh McCuddle? Take that as a no.
It's a good race. Ian
Pretty
Wally's
damn
still
close,
out
yeah.
in front, isn't he? 9.97 to a 9.77. Whole shot win. Right, Torsten Mindorf.
So he did run yesterday, but it was nothing like what he ran in testing,
Exactly.
obviously.
But he couldn't get fifth gear on yesterday's run. He's changed the mechatronics on it overnight. He's hoping that that will have now fixed it. Personal best is 8.25. He did that here at Sanderpod Raceway at VW Action a number of years ago.
This is also a personal best for him at Doorslammers because he's made Saturday.
You jinxed it.
Sorry. No, he has. He's there. There we go. That's it. That's all I'm saying.
Oh, see?
I didn't jinx it. I said he's there. That's all I said. There's a couple of little bits trickling down after him.
That's it. Alexandra Hunter with Cherry Pop, the Audi A3, goes through with a 14.98. 95 miles an hour. Gone A to B. She's still in. When she arrived this weekend, the clutch safe cylinder wasn't working. She was a bit downhearted. The guys have worked on it. She's got it down the track. That's all that matters at the moment.
Getting in the show.
Well, I really hope that is something that can be fixed. He is currently qualified. That's the main thing. He's 6th, but obviously with Doorslammers, your qualifying position doesn't really matter. The only difference is if you're first, then you have the bounty on your head.
Yeah, £50 bounty
Yeah.
each head. Well, sorry, number one qualifier in each class has that £50 bounty, courtesy of Webster Race Engineering. This will grow for each round. The top qualifier wins until they are knocked out. I.e., if the top qualifier gets knocked around in the third round, the person that knocked them out will get 150 quid. So that's how that works. If the top qualifier ends up winning their class, they collect the bounty prize money themselves.
Nice.
What's Ian carrying? Any ideas? They're not hot by what it looks of whatever it is, because otherwise you wouldn't be able to carry it quite like that.
That's it. And Victor is pointing at possible other bits that may have gone further than the car.
Scattered, basically. Yes. Well, the car still rolls, which is a good sign. I just always feel for people that have spent a long time getting here and made such a massive effort to do it. And that kind of thing happens, but, you know, just saying it's racing sometimes doesn't quite cut it.
All right, next up, Lewis Simpson. I believe he's currently in the number 7 qualifier in the European front-wheel drive class. This car has been down into the 9.3s previously at the Doorslammers.
Oh, good effort from Scotland Acre. They broke a gearbox yesterday and managed to get another one in. That wasn't on site. That had to be brought in from outside. I don't know where it came from, but they managed to get one.
Well, Lewis is doing well going through the gears. Scott Lineker's holding on to him. And we go through 10.62 and 11.30.
All right, let's have a look behind us to see the pair of front-wheel drives, I think.
Yep, great to see Michael Behrens make his way down to the start line. These guys have worked so hard on this little Polo.
Are they the ones next to Jens Konecki
Yes.
in the pits, aren't they? That had been, well, they hadn't stopped, have they?
No. So the story was the car has been in a garage for 17 years. And then
What?
he decided, 2 months ago, that he'd come and race at the Doorslammers. He's taken on Cam Bishop, unfortunately, has launched and stopped hard. So Michael Behrens is going to go from A to B, making his first pass in a long, long time. 89 at the 8th and a 12.66 at 114.
Well, the good news is that Cameron has already got a number on the board.
Yep. And the other good news is Michael Behrens is now qualified, so our front-wheel drive class is building.
Towards the 64, yeah?
Yes.
Ah.
Well, slowly building.
Yeah. So we got a few of the lanes, and then obviously it will be a big bracket that will fill the lanes eventually as we get ready for round 2 for them. This is Darren Scannell with the 4-cylinder Escort.
BMW gearbox in this now.
Ah, is that what it was?
That's what it is. And it, just like the DSG gearboxes, it requires mapping. The gearbox requires mapping to make it work. So it's going to take a good few runs for him to get back to the performance that we're used to. Well, that's going well. 11.14 at 122.
All right, Marcel with the E30 BMW running in 6-cylinder. This will be his opportunity to get the qualifier in. Moving around a fair bit, but still goes 991 at 143 miles an hour. Enough to keep him entertained and occupied, that was. And gets the all-important number on the board.
Next up, Dan Malton with the front-wheel drive Lupo taking on Yazir Dar. We've not seen him at Santa Pod Raceway for a long, long time. 4-wheel drive Honda Civic. I believe he's not got a number on the back of his car. And they've put the wrong class in as well. So whatever it is, this is not going to count. And that is his own fault for not putting a race number on the car. It's a good looking pass for both cars. 101 to 120 at the 8th. 11.34 and a 10.18.
Right, slight pause as just waiting for the all clear. Trust spotters are out there in the Kestrel beer lane having a good look at it.
Well, if any of Yazir's crew are out there, can you please tell him to make sure he has got his class prefix and his race number on the back of the car? If it wasn't for me very kindly getting up and telling him that it was a 4-cylinder car, that run would not have counted. So please, please make sure everybody has got their prefixes and their race numbers on their cars.
Simon Paul.
Such a regular at our Run What You Brung Us
Yeah.
as well. He does Outlaw Street, True Street, Street Weekend. As you can see, CC on the back. He's been doing Run What You Brung that long that he used to do the competition challenge that we used to do on Run What You Brung days. Capable of running down well into the 9s. And looks like he's going to be on a solo as Carl Jacobs shuts off the Mazda. Well, that is a shame. The car looks like it's going to be towed back to the pits.
940, 152 there for Simon Paul in True Street. So we have a big bracket, round number 2. Random pairings coming at you.
Well, there's no kids hanging over the wall. There's just big kids.
18 of them down there. So it'll be interesting to see the randomness of who comes around the corner against who. Simon Ennis, Mark Huxley, Kirsty Tram at the head, and then you got Paul Marston, Tim Stanbury, and Gary Carr in the next pair. Or next 3 rows I can see. Well, put it this way, they're all down there. The cars that got through then: Gary Carr, Dan Williams, Jason Darling, Spencer Tram, Paul Marston, Pete Creswell, Kirsty Tram, Simon Innes, Mark Huxley, Reuben Dawson, John Bean, Jordan Payne, Bob Molden, Tim Stanbury, Dave Cherritt, Mark Bailey, Tim Moore, and we think it's the Assenbacher Mustang. I can't see it down there. Usher this one through, and then it will be big bracket. It was, we needed that fourth lane. So give everybody the information on the big bracket. The winner today of the big bracket will take away £5,000. The runner-up will take away £2,000. Losing semi-finalists will pocket £1,000 each, and the losing quarter-finalists will be £250. The minimum entries required to do that was 25. We had 44, so pretty good there. Straight and true to a 789, 181. No improvement what they had run earlier, but again, good pass. Just gathering data all the time. Right, so the lanes now, chock-a-block with big bracket. This is eliminations. Those that get eliminated, well, they can do it again tomorrow as we run another big bracket. But as I say, we don't know who's going to be racing who yet. So just a little bit of track work up there, not too much. Now then, I'm looking over, and I think Tom Atkinson is giving the evil eyes to Mark Huxley. So does that mean that it's going to be Kirsty Tram taking on Mark Huxley? We do not know yet. Simon Innes' team looking pretty calm and composed down there. As I say, it is. They all know what they're doing down there. They're all seasoned racers. So basically, whoever takes the big money away at the end of today, actually, they won't be celebrating too much because they got another go at it tomorrow. You can double up, of course, if you win both days. Yeah, that's 10 grand. But yeah, part of our presentations this evening will be the big check for winning the Saturday big bracket. One more quick reminder though, don't forget next weekend it is the main event. The first round of the European Championships starts on Thursday with the full-blown test day. Friday is our traditional sportsman qualifying day. Saturday it is the start of the pro class qualifying with all our cars and bikes. Sunday is second day of qualifying and some eliminations for sportsman classes. Then on Monday, of course, all finals will be done and all the points will be dished out. Big prizes at the end of the day. So that's where we are. Next weekend, the main event. Please do not miss that one. Get your tickets. Come and join us. Here we go then. This is Big Bracket Eliminations round number 2. And it is Simon Innes taking on Mark Huxley. $9.89, darling, then for Mark Huxley. He will be going second. He'll be doing the chasing. Simon Innes dials 10.62. Two very, very good races. Both race in Pro ET. They know each other well, but only one of them is going to go through. And I think when they go through here, they start to earn some money. So going to be pretty close at the stripe. Who's done the better job? The answer to that one is Mark Huxley. It's a double breakout. 400s breakout by Simon. Only 200s breakout for Mark Huxley. So Mark Huxley goes through. Simon Innes is unfortunately out. Next up, Gary Carr with a Boiling Point Nova. 11.06 dial-in. Taking on Paul Marston. 8.93 with Grumpy. Again, two very, very good races indeed. It's going to be the Boiling Point Nova that will be going first. And with all racing can be won and lost, decided on the start line. And it has been decided on the start line. Paul Marston goes red. Gary Carr is through. Let's see what number Gary runs. He goes 11.06 on 11.06 with an 05 line. There is not a lot Paul Marston could have done about that. So
he was
Gary Carr goes through.
0-1 red as well. To be completely fair, he was trying hard.
He was.
What you have to do to win. Okay, Kirsty Tram in the Slick Tricks lane does 11.95 in the car that usually races in Sportsman ET, can race in Pro ET. But for this weekend, obviously, in the big bracket, this is going to be one of the bigger, actually probably just about the biggest handicap.
It will be, yeah.
Slowest car and the quickest car, actually. I think 8.0 is the quickest I've seen out of any of the cars that are entered. Franz Aschenbrenner with That wicked looking Mustang over there. Very unique one as well. I think he's here running in. He is running 2 weekends, isn't he? Super Pro ET next weekend. So Kirsty got a buy in round 1, which is a good, really perfect time to get her red light out of the way. So she's going to go first by nearly 4 seconds. And Franz is going to try and run her down. This is going to be super, super close to the finish line. Kirsty had a tremendous reaction time and breaks out by 3 thou. Well,
Wow.
Kirsty had loads in the bank off the start line, but the closing speed, I think, was the problem. Franz came past her at 164 miles an hour. She was going 115, about 50 miles an hour difference. But she's going to look at that timing ticket and go, oh, that was so close. That's what bracket racing is, folks.
Yeah,
Damn
brilliant.
annoying every day of your life, I think.
Well, Stu Morris gets the freebie.
Seven, 6 with a 0. They're gonna
Perfect
think,
ET.
yeah, they're going to think, great. Why do we waste it on a buy run? But never mind. They didn't know it was going to be a buy run, though, did they? That's the thing.
Absolutely perfect ET. 8.760 on an 876 dial-in.
This is absolutely brutal, this big bracket so far. We're only halfway through day, not even halfway through day 1, really. So, Tim Moore, Dave Cherrett, 970 for Dave. Tim, 9.40.
Three-tenths of a second difference on the tree for these two. It would be Dave Cherrett with the Dark Revenger for Model A van. Be setting off first, and then Tim with the 55 Chevy doing the chasing.
Tim's car looking rather laboured, to be honest with you. Dave's way out in front. Well, they both had 0.13 reaction times. They're not going to win any awards for that. Would you mind pressing the buttons on that? Because I was getting wrong. Thank you. Was that it?
Yeah.
Okay. Even I can get that wrong. Reuben Dawson, Pete Creswell. It's nice to see the sun make an appearance as well.
Reuben Darling in a 925. He'll be leaving first. 3/4 of a second later, the trio will run for the other lane. And that, of course, is Pete Creswell with the Full Monty Ford Mustang.
Two superb looking cars. Reuben's car not launching like it normally does with the wheels up, but it hooked up for the first time pretty much all weekend. And he takes the win.
Yeah.
There's no way Pete Creswell can win that. Reuben Dawson was 0-1 on the tree, went 930 on a 25. Pete Creswell was pretty much done for after a 0.19 on the tree. Okay, these two matched up before, I'm sure they must have done. Bob Bolden and Tim Stanbury.
940 dial in for Bob, 904 for Tim. 0.36 difference on the tree. Oh, Tim drawing alongside. It's who's the bravest at the stripe. And it is Tim Stanbury, the 908. Oh, Bob Bolden hits his number. A whole shot win for Tim Stanbury. Oh dear, oh dear. Tim did the better job on the line. Bob hit his dial in. But
Bob
Tim got away first.
Bob will not be framing that timing ticket by any stretch.
Right, Jason Darling. Take it on. John Bean. He's sticking with that 8.99. He went 9 flat earlier on. Jason Darling, 9.61. He'll be going first.
It's the first time I think I've ever seen Jason Darling bracket racing, actually. Because I know that with the... it's just a gasser, isn't it, that runs in Run
Yeah.
What You Brung normally.
Yeah.
Wicked looking car, though. Well, John Bean left first, even though his light came on half a second after Jason Darling. I'm not saying anything that anyone else didn't see. John Bean going for the round win and gets it.
Yeah.
There we go. He was 06 on the tree. Jason Darling must have been thinking about not racing because his reaction time was 0.67.
Right, Spencer Tram and Jordan Payne. Jordan Payne, 7.42. Darling Spencer, 11.08. This actually could be a pairing from next week as well, because both in comp eliminator at the main event.
Yeah, that wouldn't be a bracket race, though. That would be a first to the
It would
finish
actually,
line.
yes, you're right, yeah.
But let's not confuse everybody. Spencer Tram, 11.08. 7.42 for Jordan Payne. Kirsty just broke out by 3 thou. Isn't it beautiful when the sun comes out?
Oh, it's proper. Still got a bit of a tailwind as well. Oh, all the right ingredients, isn't it?
Well, Jordan Dial's 7.42.
Oh, a little bit of a staging, Joel. I don't think they'll hang around for too long. In fact, Spencer goes in. Oh, Jordan goes red. He's seeing that red. Spencer, automatic win for him. Dial's 11.08. Runs 11.14. Spencer Tram through to round 3.
Yeah, Jordan actually shook the tyres off the start line as well by the looks of that, so that would have been a tough one to do even if he'd have left right. Although Spence was there for the taking. 0.117, a most untram-like reaction time. If there is such a phrase as untram-like. Well, there is, because I just said it, but you know what I mean.
Well, this should be the last pair by my reckoning. Mark Bailey and
Yep.
Dan Williams.
You're right, looking like it.
Is it?
Yeah, yeah. Again, we don't know the pairs for the next round.
Okay, so 10.56 Darling for Dan Williams, 8.73 for Mark Bailey.
So nearly a couple of seconds on the tree in the favour of the Camaro. So 56, would that be his quickest ever run if he nails that?
Pretty much, yeah.
This is going to be super close at the finish line. Mark Bailey's going to get there. It's just whether he does it in time or not. And that was kind of perfect, actually. That goes down as a whole shot win. He was 600ths off. Dan was 500ths off. But an 0.1 reaction time for Mark Bailey. An 0.6 for Dan. That's the end of his day. So I think Spence is technically the only Williams car left in competition.
No, Gary Carr.
Beg your pardon. Sorry.
Gary Carr's still in there. Right, so that leaves 10 cars left in the big bracket.
I was just going to say, unfortunately, Kyle Jacobs is being towed back up to the pits with the Overkill Performance Mazda. Unfortunately, he's got an issue with the throttle body. Ben Mason just told me what it was. It was a Wilson something. And I told him, I was like, text me because I'll forget by the time I get to the end of the tower. So as soon as
It's a long way up here.
yeah, well, you know, as soon as it gets it through to me, I shall... Some sort of Wilson throttle body. I think it was a Wilson 100mm throttle body.
Right. I've just spotted the X5 in the lanes again.
Yeah. And he's
Well, I
going to
say again, it's his first run
going to be
today.
going up against Diogo, who earlier today was second fastest diesel front-wheel drive in Europe. Now dropped down to third fastest, but he has the potential to go first. But this will be his first run of the day when he gets round here.
So Michael Malgren with a test stroke qualifying run with the Pontiac. Michael very kindly came up and saw us earlier and said that they are, obviously they're here testing this weekend. They have 2 engines and they're deciding, they're setting up the clutch and they're deciding which engine they're going to be running for the main event 1 week's time. So if you like what you see this weekend at the Doorslammers, give it a week and we do it all over again, but with a whole different bunch of cars and bikes as well.
Not even a week.
Superb weekend. I've just noticed as well, there's a little Swedish flag on the wing strut. I've got one of those in my office at home, and I don't mean a Swedish flag, I mean a Swedish flag and a Pro Stock Cars wing strut.
Oh.
From Mantorp years and years ago, when I was up the top end taking photographs, and I walked off just as I heard a big screech and a crash, and it was a very big one, and it was a car that was an ex-Pro Stocker in Comp Eliminator, went over and over. One of those not traditional Mantorp crashes, I don't like using that phrase, but driver hits the chutes at the finish line, realises they haven't hit, goes, oh God, slams on the brakes and goes sideways and then over into the field or off the end. And yeah, anyway, it was my souvenir from that weekend in 1997, I think that was. So yes, in my office. Still got mud on it from Mantorp. It's got Mantorp mud on it, it's nice. Well, instant tyre shake one more time for Michael Malgren. Now, I remember talking to one Pro Stock driver, stroke racer, who doesn't race anymore, but shall remain nameless. And I remember saying, so their car came out here, did exactly that on the first run of the day. The second run of the day, beautiful run, number 1 qualifier. What was the difference between, that one and this one? And he said, the most minute amount of tuning. And I said, what do you mean? He said, like, couple of grams on the clutch. That's it.
Wow.
That's all it was. Nothing, virtually nothing.
Oh, well, Diogo's done about that, but we can see our guys with their legs.
They're checking.
Sliding, they're checking. He did pause for a second.
Yeah, keep pausing.
Keep moving. No, you're saying go back. You came back too early.
Dave's in the tractor. It's only going to be a quick sweep anyway. It really, really won't be long. We still have a very, very full staging lanes.
So, in a minute, I shall have the updated version of the European front-wheel drive qualifying order.
It's getting towards, well, where it needs to be.
It's getting bigger, isn't it? And it's getting quicker as well. Diogo down there, I think he put in a pass yesterday in qualifying, but I can't remember because I've thrown me a bit of paper away because I was expecting me new one within seconds. Well, our man in the BMW is feeling that confident. He's just jumped out the car and taken... Oh, well, the shoe's coming out as well. I think he's just moved. Okay. So while the boys are out, maybe we can pay some bills if Nitro FM are listening. If you want to pay some bills, we've got a couple of seconds while the guys are doing stuff on the track.
So going to be pretty close at the stripe. Who's done the better job? The answer to that one is Mark Huxley. It's a double breakout, 400s breakout. And it has been decided on the start line. Paul Marston goes red. Gary Carr is through. Let's see what number Gary runs. He goes 11.06 on 11.06 with an 05 line. There is not a lot.
Seconds. And Franz is going to try and run her down. This is going to be super, super close to the finish line. Kirsty had a tremendous reaction time and breaks out by 3 thou. Well,
Wow.
Kirsty. Seven, 6 with a 0.
Perfect ET.
Yeah. Tim's car looking rather laboured, to be honest with you. He's way out in front.
It snuck under the tower in stealth mode.
I was about to say, I don't even think he was supposed to be there, but... Where's there? Right, where are the gloves? There we go, 1 glove each. Come on. So, yesterday, Diogo, with the Mark 1 Golf, became the second fastest front-wheel drive diesel with a 9:29. Number 1 was Jose Realista with a 9:28. This morning, Rafał Kankol from Poland went 9:19. So let's see what Diogo can do on day 2 at the Doorslammers. As he lines up against another super fast BMW as well. And it's a good 145.60 foot for Diogo at the 8th mile. He's coming up to 117. The Mark 1 Golf from XQ Motorsport goes 9:34, 147 miles an hour. But the 60 foot on that was storming.
Issues there for the BMW, only 11.67 at 87 on that run. That car went into the mid-9s yesterday at 150 miles an hour.
Okay, next up, Julian Bayer with the VW Golf. I had a look at this earlier because it's a full tube chassis car now. And in the front underneath the hood is a ABF 2-litre 16 valve. Yesterday it ran an 8 flat. He's going to be taking on Jose Late. Jose ran his first 9-second pass last year. Good launch, 126.60 foot. At the 8th mile, Julian's doing 108. He's let off the throttle. And clicks it off through with a 10.09. Issues, unfortunately, for Ricardo Late. Apologies, I said Jose first of all.
Right, Arnie Clement and Mr. Sabrowski. It is,
I think it's
46.
Miss. It's a lady.
Ah, right, okay. So Arnie has already run a 9:03. Would like to get into the 8s here.
Has only ever been in the 8s.
Yes, many a time. And well,
one of
there's
them.
another one. 885, 151. And 1010, 150. The BMW. Josh Holmes and Nick Shotton, your next pair. Pick your Corsa.
As long as it's silver. So both these two have got runs in already. Where's the last qualified car?
They are currently 55, and one of these is not it.
Even though they're on there already.
Even on there already, yeah. But Josh Holmes is out in front making a very nice pass. 10.64 at 145 to a 13.12 at 84.
Burnout box is back there, mate. Sorry. So it's see, I'm only joking, of course. Two very rapidly quick BMWs. Marcus Daly with the 1 Series over there in the Kestrel lane, and Reese Hurd, who I both think these two have got runs in already.
Well, considering 29 cars have entered 6-cylinder, we've only got 17 that have got numbers on the board at the moment. That's an improvement for Reese, goes 935, and also for Marcus as well, 1013, 137. Matt Southcote. Chatting to Matt and his team last night, and very, very happy indeed with the way the car is going. Into the 7s this weekend for the first time, and then went even deeper into the 7s on their next pass. He's sort of half toying with the idea of having to go in Street Eliminator, but
Oh, they so should.
he's restricted to 7.5 because of his chassis tag.
But it'd just be so good to see the extra cars. And the guys in Street Eliminator are always saying, they're not saying we want slower cars, but we need more breed of cars to come in to help feed the class.
Yeah. So he's in Pro Street, going alongside the front-wheel drive of Carl Monks.
So if he's a member of Outlaw Street, I guess he's one of the quickest cars in Outlaw Street,
Yes,
isn't he?
he is,
Yeah?
yeah.
If not the quickest.
Lovely launch.
Why would you not want that in Street Eliminator?
782, 177.
And an 812 at 147.
Well done, Matthew
Carl
Southcott.
Monks.
Well done.
Okay, Rob Smallwood, Belinda Ball, 750 heads up. 760 heads up. I'll say it again. So, Belinda Ball and Rob Smallworth. Again, both these two running in 760 heads up. Rob is pretty much there all the time, actually, even though the car's in super modified, which means it can go quicker. Belinda's definitely can go quicker. Been down in the low 7s on a number of occasions. The aim of the game is to run 7.60. Belinda goes 766 and Rob goes 795, 170. So they are both in the show and in the draw, most importantly. Belinda definitely clicked it off before the finish line, though.
Yeah.
Right. Uno Grali. Ben Fanchester. Another one of our 11-second front-wheel drive cars. Going to be taking on Wayne Shepherd with the M3 comp. Well, Ben's got the jump. He's going to be chased down by another one of our really quick BMWs. Ben's still out in front at the moment, but the mile an hour drives around him, 11.57 to a 9.87.
Right, our friend from Malta, hopefully.
Come on, Roof. Brother there, just mouth wide open. Right, so Ruth Galea, she's been here since Wednesday, and this is going to be the first time she actually takes to the track from the burnout box. So if any of our photographers could get a good photo for us, that'd be lovely. Taking on, yeah, Bruce here for that long journey. She's taking on Rob Lawton with the Gary Speed Performance Toyota MR2. Ruth has been down into the 10s over in Malta before.
No, let them go. It's all right. They're just holding them at the top end of the racetrack because they're checking something just to make sure. Or Bob's on the scooter actually to go and check something very quickly.
It looks like right next to one of our timing blocks.
There we go. And as soon as he's gone back over the wall, we will be good too.
Yep, we're good to go. Let's make it all worthwhile, hopefully, for Ruth. Unfortunately, doesn't get second gear. Gary's Peak Performance using the whole of the quarter mile. Rob Lawton goes through with a 9.98, 148. Ruth Galea gets herself qualified, though, more importantly, with a 12.87 and 116. Congratulations, guys.
60 foot was really decent until she got there.
Yeah, 150. That's really good.
Okay, we've got a couple of Street Eliminator cars in Pro Street this weekend. Two very, very quick 7-second cars. Both these two run on street tyres. Again, they will be part of the event next weekend in Street Eliminator. They are fully street legal. I think they're both taking part in Street Weekend this year. Is that right? Yeah.
Well, they were second and third last year in Street Weekend. Andy Bondos, we know, took the win. It was Al Mack who was second and Rob Carter was third.
That was a weekend last year where even though they were street cars, doors were optional, weren't they?
Yeah.
Because it was so blasted
hot.
Yeah. So, 2 7-second runs, potentially. Al Mack with the Evolution. No tyre slip at all for either of them. This will be what they're looking for. That's actually a great race. Looks like Rob Carter's slightly in front. And the scoreboard say 7.58 for Rob, 183. Al Mack. Al Mack clicked it early with a 7.83 at 1.53. He's in the draw, most importantly. He was slightly behind Rob Carter at every increment. That little Passat was really turned up for that one.
Very impressive.
Okay, 7.60 in Slick Tricks Lane against another one of our Pro Street legal machines.
Interestingly, 2 years ago, Billy Gain was in the big bracket where he came runner-up to the year that Lee Charles won it. Here he is, 2 years later. In actual fact, Billy Gain, the year before that, actually won the big bracket on the Sunday. But he's in 760 heads up this weekend.
With the nitrous on this time. However, will the ugly sister go blasting past at the finish line? Yep. Look at that. 7:38. Check out the speed for Andy Bonds. 214 miles an hour.
04.
Sorry. I'm reading the scoreboard. I thought that was a
I was
bit
about to say,
fast.
it does say 214 on the scoreboard.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So, quick, someone get a photo of that at the top
Yeah,
end.
sorry, beg your pardon.
He'll claim it.
However, 204 still ain't hanging around, is it really? 776 at 179.
I love it when the scoreboards have an argument with the computer system.
Yeah.
Right, two of our VWDRC racers. Paul Jordan, great to see him back on the start line. And although it does say front-wheel drive George Baker, so Geordie has not put his race number on the back of the car. He's come ill-prepared. PPP. Taking on Adam Williamson with the Leon. Unfortunately, this is going to be Adam's first run. Creep it, Adam, creep it. All you got to do is get to the finish line. Get to the finish line and you're qualified.
Yeah, he's off.
It's like you've got a radio in the car.
Why would they do that?
Keep going, keep going. You've got to get to the finish line. Get yourself qualified.
He's got to get there before he gets timed out as well, though.
Keep going, keep going. Oh,
just
yay!
makes it.
27 is in. Geordie's crew, please make sure you get a race number on the car. He has not got his race number on the car. That does not count. No race number on the car.
Yeah, I think they're being informed. Okay, so this is, I think,
Calvin Scarrett, it is. So Calvin, at the moment, is number 54 in the front-wheel drive car.
He's in the
Class.
show, though. He is in the show, though.
He is in the show. But this car does have 8-second performance. It made 1,200 horsepower on the dyno just a couple of days ago. Yesterday was his first checkout pass of the weekend. So we know there's way more in this. Well, it's not going to be his best run of the weekend, but it is going to be a great back half, that's for sure. 131 at the 8th and goes through with a 10.22 at 122. Again, he's in the show. And that's the main thing. Right, next up, Alex Stitchery with the Porsche 911 Turbo against Helder Piera with this gorgeous Seat Corboda. Now, if you're looking at that, ladies and gentlemen, you're thinking, did they make that model in a three-door coupe? No, they didn't. Helder completely made this all himself with the guys. He's already run a 10 flat. Could we see his first 9-second pass at the Doorslammers? With a launch like that, we certainly can as he drives around the Porsche. Helder at the 8th mile is doing 113 and clicks it off in the Kestrel Beer Lane with a 979.
Speed.
154 miles an hour.
44.
I believe that is going to be... What?
140.
What's going on with his timing system?
144.
It says 54 on the screen. On there.
Right, okay.
David,
Neil,
we can't have this all weekend.
what can we throw at him?
That's weird.
Luke,
isn't it? Yeah.
we can throw Luke at him.
It's a digit out. That's weird, isn't it?
It's a weird one. Normally you get like a couple of lights flicker, so it makes it look like a 9 instead of a 4 or something like that. But not a whole number.
whole number
Yeah,
out.
that's a different. Like 4 and a 5 are wholly different, completely different. Phil Thomas.
It used to be having one, didn't it?
Yeah, so he's adding 10 miles an hour to each one. So, folks, if you want your fastest ever run, make sure you stage up in the Kestrel Lane. Yeah? as Colin runs home to get Bruce.
Yes.
Yeah. Phil Thomas and Rafael Kakol. Now, what did Rafael run earlier today? 9.19. This is going to be a 9 flat. 150 miles an hour. I had to check that on the screen. That is the quickest in Europe. Front-wheel drive diesel knocking on the door of the 8s. That is... The thing is, normally, especially with cars like that, most race cars, you get incremental, tiny improvements. Not like hammer blow 3/10 improvements.
That's it. We started this weekend with a 9.7.
Right.
again, that's making the trip worthwhile for these guys and girls. Right, Amir with the Civic taking on Horatius Caruana. Horatius looking to get into the 10s with the Toyota Synos. Two equal launches. They're side by side at the moment. If this was race day tomorrow, it'd be a great race. Horatius doing 103 at the 8th. He's going to go through with a 1084, 132 to an 1172.
So, Ollie, what House and Nick Foot? Nick's not one that's got a number on the board in the 4-cylinder class yet. Well, Ollie is way out in front and records 1167, 118 miles an hour to 1198. At 115. I'm sure you're down to daily doing that at the moment, aren't you, Colin? He does that. He's a camel. Never goes. So we got loads of cars coming. Cool, that would be quite a matchup. We've got the Lamborghini Huracan round there. We've got a couple more front-wheel drive cars. We've got the Corvette as well. And for you big door car fans, we got Andrei Arnova and Andreas Hedin around there. Carl Overbury and Danny Hyman. Actually, it's just going to be Carl for this one.
Danny's just looking behind his screen. There's got to be something wrong here. Right, Carl Overbury from France with the little 106. A very fast 10-second car, this. And with a launch like that,
missed the
hopping
gear.
and banging, 88 miles an hour at the 8th. That's not going to do it.
Missed the gear of about 330. Goes through 1174. Still at 119 miles an hour. Not quite what it was on course for, though. I don't think. I don't think I've seen Stevie Durant either today.
He's not here this weekend. You mean Nicholas Hackier?
Nicholas Hackier. Sorry,
I've not seen him, no.
I haven't seen Stevie Durant either. Anyway,
He's got a brand new car though.
Dustin Karels from the Netherlands hasn't gotten still.
No, he's
Still
made
not.
it down here a couple of times
Against Jürgen Karuna. Neither of these are on the ladder so far. How many roughly we've got? Getting on for 60 now, I think, isn't it?
Yes.
So every pair of cars that we add closer to the mum spot.
So Jürgen Caruana has been down into the 9.4s before. Dunstan has been into the 8s with the four-wheel drive Civic. He's had a tough weekend so far. Be great to see a side-by-side matchup between these two. Jürgen struggling with the grip on the start line. Generally gets the power on the back end. 903 at 157 for Dunstan, and Jürgen gets down with a 13.0 at 74.
Suddenly, the trip is worthwhile. Just like that. It's amazing. Drag racing is a very weird sport. I always used to describe it like this. Spend 99% of your time miffed, broke, tired, completely fed up with everything.
Yep.
And then the point 001, where it all goes right and it all happens, completely erases the rest of that from your memory, doesn't it?
Yep, 100%. You can literally that 10 seconds or so in your life, and you're like, oh,
What else are you going to do with all your time and money and everything
That's it.
else? So Jack Marriage and Johnny Marriage actually up next. God, what a matchup we got coming round behind this one.
Yep. I saw some posts from Buzz Patara earlier this morning. He said that run yesterday was his first test run, and that was on map 1 of 3. He is going straight on to 3 of 3 for the next run.
So a couple of 4-cylinders. A couple of 4-cylinder engines, I should say, out there for the Marriages. It's going to be Johnny getting there first. We're the 1277 to a 1374. So underneath the tower right now, Buzz Patar and
Woohoo!
Dave Hubbard.
Caroline could be my
Is that-
favourite
is that-
person right now.
is that all for
mine.
Luke? Is that all for
this
Luke?
is all
Gotta
mine.
be all
This
for
is- Welcome. Thank you.
Hang on a minute.
Colin's going to cry when he comes
Yeah,
in.
I know.
No.
From not being fed to being stuffed, basically. Wow. That's yours. This is mine.
Yeah, unlucky Colin.
Something like that.
Right, David Hubbard with the caddy will be taking on the Hurricane.
I don't know
Now,
the
see, this is yet another thing where our seasoned racers would know the difference. Some of our cars will do longer burnouts, they'll do rolling burnouts and stuff like that. So next weekend when we're in Comp Eliminator, if I'm against one of the quicker cars, say the Frauds, the Dirty Dog and stuff like that, I know to sit in the burnout box, wait for them to do their burnout. Once they start reversing back, at that point I'll do the burnout, just to keep the heat in the tyres a little bit longer, rather than sitting on the line while your tyres are getting colder, waiting for the other car.
It's also a courtesy to them as well. It's
Yeah.
both of you, isn't it? It
That's
just
it,
makes
'cause
sense, doesn't
at
it?
that point they feel rushed because they're doing what they would normally do, the burnout in their car.
Well, Buzz is actually going backwards, not forwards, unfortunately.
Well, looking into the lanes, I can see Connor Edwards as well. He's going to be coming down for his first run of the day there. Some troubles with the turbo yesterday. And Soren is down there as well with the 2JZ powered Starlet. Well, as Max runs over, he's like, dude, you can't park here.
You can't buy that there, mate.
Can't bar there.
It's got to be over here. So, Joe Stevens and the Transit God himself. Ash Cooper. I love how with races as well it goes from I'm going to strangle you because I hate that name to I'm going to put it on a t-shirt. So, Joe Stevens has got his own car as well. Incredible twin turbo stiletto Sunbeam. We're just waiting for Joe to be ready to go. Ash is just being held up. Not sure why though. Joe's not done anything on purpose. I think it might be, yeah, Ash is going to be sent on his own. Good looking run. Bear in mind that thing has a massive overall weight. 973 at 146 miles an hour. Yeah, I think it's a restraint thing. Buzz has actually parked where the tractor's going, so can't have that there for long. So Joe Stevens with the Call Me Al Cresta. That's because this car actually, I still think, belongs to Al Sims. He's borrowed it after he doinked his own one, sadly. I think this is another two-door conversion. That is a four-door car, but with two doors on it.
David Lamix in the lanes. All right. So Joe Stevens on a solo run. So as Kazis builds up the boost and begins the burnout with the BMW, Andreas messaged into me to say, while he was running, just to say a few facts about Lithuanian drag racing, because he's made the way over. Lithuania has the largest, perhaps the largest drag racing car field in all three of the Baltic states and Poland, and it's over 100 cars at every national event. The ET record over in Lithuania is a 6.68 on an airfield.
And that's him.
And that's him, yeah.
Yes, it is.
Kaz is a younger generation. A lot of the older guys are into nostalgia cars and stuff like that. But Kaz is doing a great job bringing the younger generation into drag racing. And he wanted to point that out as Kaz makes another good run with the BMW. 128 at the 8th and goes through with an 8:59, 160 miles an hour. Congratulations, guys. So there you go, the new generation of Lithuanian drag racers. Oh, what? Colin got a plate as well?
Yeah, we thought we were going to wind him up.
Oh. So in the pairing lanes, we have got Doorslammers. We have got a number 1 qualifier in the European front-wheel drive class, David Lamech. Soren Hansen is round there as well. We have got Andreas Hudin with the Pro Mod. We have got Andre Arnover around there as well. So we're collecting a whole load of cars. So Ian's in the tractor. And he's dropping the...
Well, I was suffering a little bit of a leg cramp having been sat up here for so long, so went for a cover break and then went for a little walk along the spectator bank and had a chat with a few people up there, so they're thoroughly enjoying it.
Meet and greets?
Yeah, I did a little meet and greet.
Do you do any selfies?
No, we didn't do that.
Commentator meet and greet. I pay not to see that.
But nice to have a chat with a few people up there and thoroughly enjoying the day they are. I think a few of them are starting to get a little bit of pod face, but they're all having a good time up there. So nice to see you up on the banking. A few people that I did chat to. I was a little bit incognito. But
You're not incognito.
well, not all of them know me up there. It's
Really?
quite good,
You
yeah.
just like...
So you went to... those that don't know, you went to introduce yourself, yeah?
Yeah, did you? You know who do you know who I am?
And if
Well,
you don't,
one or two did, so yeah. it
can
was
I
fun.
talk? I've had people say to me before, they sort of like turn round in shock and go, hang on, I know that voice. Say that again. What? Say what again? What? I was just talking.
Most people go to me. They
Only
go,
my kids.
the body does not match the face. I'm like, I mean, the body does not match the voice. I'm like, is the voice skinny?
Your voice identifies as slender.
Yeah, that's it. I have a slender tone.
So, yeah, just a bit of a sweep and a drag out there. Interestingly, blowing the tyres up on the
Okay.
On the counter rotator.
Well,
Yeah.
on that case, I'm going to feast on some of these sandwiches, and I'll let the professionals take over with some time of passing.
really quiet then, won't it?
Not you lot, obviously. I mean the guys in Nitro FM.
Right, yeah, okay, so what we'll do, whilst that is happening out there and Luke feasts, we will let Nitro FM 96.2, our house radio station here, let them take the airwaves for a moment. We'll, of course, take it back when we continue with the action here at Doorslammers. Okay, we're just about to get our next pair of cars fired up in the pairing lanes. And right on cue, there it goes. It is a time for Pro Doorslammers, sponsored by VP Racing. Our headline sponsor, of course, and have done so. They've sponsored Pro Doorslammer from day one of the Doorslammers.
So rolling round underneath the tower are going to be side-by-side Doorslammers from the northern part of Europe. One from Estonia, one from Sweden. So the Turbo Mustang in the Kestrel lane is Andre Arnover. We've got Andre and Andreas. They love us, don't they? They really do, just making our job more fun. Andre Arnover, earlier on today, went 5.78 at 258 miles an hour. Yes, you heard that right, 258. However, Dave Vengter nicked the number 1 spot with a 5.77. I can only presume they're going to step it up and try and go any quicker. However, he did run 0.95 to 60 foot, which is by far the quickest 60 foot I think I've ever seen for a turbo car. Taking on Andreas Hedin from Stockholm in Sweden, or Vansbro, or wherever else he may be at any given weekend. That's his young lady Sophie out front, directing him back. The car is called the Parkinson's Warrior. It's owned by Jorgen Berg, who unfortunately was diagnosed with Parkinson's. So he was going to be driving the car and competing with it, but he asked his good buddy Andreas to get on board and help run the car, tune the car and everything else as well. So the team is a collaboration of Jorgen's team and Andreas' guys and girls. Big hi to Andreas' mum Yvonne once again. His dad is down there on the start line with him. And they have new shirts for this weekend, so if you like the look of the car, which frankly, why wouldn't you? Stop by, check them out, and make sure you take one home with you for the Doorslammers or the main event next weekend. Qualifying for Pro Doorslammer, both of these two are in. However, they're always looking to go quicker. Andreas might not go quite as far as Andre, but we're about to find out. Oh, not the blocks, Andreas. 575, 259.52 miles an hour. Ladies and gentlemen, the quickest run he has ever made. The fastest door car, legal pro mod, ever here at Santa Pod as well.
Quickest turbo ever.
On this racetrack.
On this racetrack,
yeah,
yes.
I was just going to say, Andreas Arthurson, who tunes that car, has been 571 in his own Chevelle. But my goodness me. Also, let's have a look at the times. He was a pooch to 60 foot, 0.984. My God, that back half is jaw-dropping. 0.984 to 60 foot. He's been quicker to both the 8th mile and 330. They've obviously got the back half figured out. 385 at 202 miles an hour. Quarter mile. 5759, 259. Put your hands together for both teams, everybody. That was a superb side-by-side run. Andreas Shadeen as well. 0.99 to 60 foot, 406 at 182 to the 8th. A 6.32 at 188. That probably would have been about a 6.1, but that's his first pretty much full run in that race car since it debuted just over a year ago, something like that. But there you go, that's what you came to see, folks. If you like the look of that, come back next week. More of the same.
Wow, that was jaw-dropping. Just a quickie, Kaz Waterhouse in the pits. Can we put a shout out for a map sensor pipe for an Audi TT 1.8? Unfortunately, Kaz's one has blown a very big hole in it and is now useless. So they are desperately trying to find a map sensor pipe for an Audi TT 1.8.
And then we also need a K-Series TPS for Amir Ashad Akram. In Ahmed Jamshed's pits, that is a K-Series TPS for him. And then also Paul Jordan needs a new slick 8.5 by 23 by 15. So if anyone's got a 23 by 8.5 15-inch slick, he's got a puncture. Or if anyone, worst case, has got a 15-inch inner tube that they can get to Paul Jordan, that will sort him out as well.
So more big, hairy door cars for your viewing pleasure, which is what this weekend is all about. Two cars that will be here in a week's time for the main event. Sorry, Carl. This is going to be so fun. Yari Renton and Amy. And our friend from Germany. So, Luke, earlier on today, Luke said that Yari was going to put on his big boy pants, so to speak. By that,
he's put my pants on now. They're a bigger boy's pants.
250 miles an hour. That's the. Yeah, I love the fact your underwear's been way faster than you ever will.
That's like most of mine.
Okay, so from Germany, Walter Strobel. He hasn't actually got a time on the board yet for the Doorslammers. He's in the Kestrel lane. That very, very nicely turned out Camaro. He's a family team, his wife and his daughter and him. They all travel together, they all race together. And by the sounds of it, they have a good time as well. Jari Rantanemi, the car is called the Flying Finn. Deary me, they don't do themselves any favours, really, do they? But I'm just kidding. Everyone from Finland is always incredibly welcome. They are one of the most unique nations on the planet. And if you've ever been there, you will know exactly what I'm talking about. So Jari in the slick tricks lane earlier on went 6.11, but it was the speed as well, 250 miles an hour. He has been in the 5.9s before. I have a feeling he may be on this run if they get it to stick like they want to. The only trouble is he's had issues staging. So when the car bumps into stage, it kind of rolls through. It keeps the light on, but the 60 foot is nowhere near what the car's actually doing, shall we say. So Jari Rantanemi from Finland in the slick tricks lane, and Walter Strobel from Germany in the Kestrel lane. Blow car, turbo car. Which one do you like? That's the 60 foot we're after. Will this be his 5-second run? The answer is not quite. 6.07, 2.46. They still look very, very happy with that. That's the 60 foot it should have done every time before. One flat. 4.03 to the 8th at 188th. Nearly 2 tenths slower than Andreano, but nearly 4 tenths slower over the finish line, and nearly 15 miles an hour slower as well. But there we go. Anyway, Walter Strobel unfortunately couldn't keep the car on the line while Jari built up the boost and bumped it in. So Walter, I don't know whether he gets in the draw with that or not. He'll still have a go later on today anyway. But well done to Jari Rantanemi, nudging on towards the quickest that car's ever been, and it's only day 2. They've still got tomorrow. They've still got next weekend. So this is a car I really would love to see make it into second gear at least. He's been trying so hard. This is Anders Ed from near Hudiksvall, just about in the middle-ish of Sweden. When I say the middle-ish, it's probably still 12 hours drive to the south coast. Going up against Andy Robinson. 2 Camaros of different vintages. Stretches the rods on a burn like Andy, do they? There we go. Anyway, so both these cars, Camaros, the car in the slick tricks lane, if you squint when you look at them from here, they almost have the same rear silhouette, don't they?
Yes,
They're
you're
very,
right,
very similar in the back end, actually, even though the front isn't. In the slick tricks lane, Andy Gus Robinson from down there in Hampshire, master chassis builder, been doing this for a long while. He was one of the original founders of ProMod in the UK back in 1988. Which is actually before they started running ProMod in the US, believe it or not. He went in the 6s earlier on today, and his head unfortunately hasn't managed to get past the tree without it shaking itself to death, unfortunately. He's had to back out of it every single time. If he can just get it to second gear, hit the second gear button without it shaking, then hopefully they're going to get much more like what they came for and what they came to do. Number 1 now is 5.75. Number 2 is 5.77. Certainly going to be fun on race day tomorrow. Andy Robinson's been in the 580s on a few occasions as well. With this car too, he'd like nothing more than to revisit the 580s on this one. So, Screwbone door car from Sweden, Kestrel Lane. Roots blown car in the slick tricks lane from the UK. Nice looking run for Andy Robinson all the way to a 6.05 at 2.42. Nice and clean, possibly not quite as quick as they were looking for. 0.97 to 60 foot, that's probably about where they want to be. 268 to 330, 8th mile, 4 flat, 187. And over the stripe with the 6.05 at 2.42. Anders Ed shook almost instantly. The paddle on the tyres starts within, I don't know, by the time the back tyres have caught up with the front ones. Yeah, I know. The crew look rather tired, to say the least. They probably had enough of it, shaking its bum off. Okay, so we got at least a couple more Pro Doorslammers around there. Peter Cook and JT. We're then going to go back into open qualifying. Burnout King versus the Burnout Kunk. Just came up with that rubbish, wasn't it? JT.
We've got to save some for next week. You know.
No, get all the rubbish out of the way this week.
Oh,
so,
yeah.
Exactly. Yeah, so John Tebenham, quickest ever run in the 5.9s. He'd like nothing more to repeat that here. Most importantly, he's made 3 or 4 runs down the racetrack, and pretty much every single one of them's gone from A to B. Maybe not as quick as they want, but at least it's consistent. That is the 53 Corvette. Fabulous Lightning McQueen car in the Kestrel lane, taking on the nitrous Camaro. So basically the body on Peter Cook's car is the same one you just saw Andy Robertson have. However, what's under the hood is completely different. It's not a Hemi. It's derived from a big block Chevy, but it's massive. Like Colin worked out yesterday, knocking on for 15 litres. 15 litres, that's just nuts, isn't it?
Mad.
Yeah.
It's like having 8 dustbin lids as
Pistons, yeah,
pistons.
pretty much.
Huge.
Yeah. So Peter, at the end of last year, finished with a flourishment 5.99 for the first time ever. He's here this weekend and next, as is JT, for the main event. Neither have had a clean run so far this weekend, but these are pretty much some of the best conditions. Tailwind, sunshine, cool air. I think he's trying to get rid of his nitrous. Or the button's stuck, one of the two. Yeah. Ian's going to say, come on, let's go. Enough spraying.
Yeah, no more vaping. Come on.
Exactly, enough spraying the crowd, let's go.
They'll all be laughing.
JT with a really sweet looking run, 6.07. 237 miles an hour for John Tebenham, 0.97 to 60. That's a lot more like it.
Yeah.
398 at 186 to the 8th mile. And in the back half, he actually added a tenth. Well, not added a tenth, but 2.09. 607, 237. Peter Kunk, 109 to 60 foot. That's a little bit laboured. That's probably why he shut it off. They're trying to get the combination to work on the racetrack. Right, more open qualifying. Looks like it's going to be Pro Street and True Street coming up next. We've got that absolutely mad as a box of frogs turbo Corvette coming up next.
I'm also looking round the corner at what could potentially be a lineup for the fastest side-by-side front-wheel drive matchup if they end up together. David Lamech is down there, so the gearbox must be fixed. Or at least he's feeling confident because he's bringing it back out. He's still number 1 qualifier. And then he is lined up next to Soren Hansen. So 2 8-second cars around the corner, as long as Damo Carter and Connor Edwards come round together. Meanwhile on the start line.
That's got to be Ian Blackett's just probably, and whoever's out there as well, probably got just one of the wildest burnout pictures ever. All 4 wheels smoking.
Tyre tracks is left behind.
Yeah, that's the front wheels, that's the back wheels.
Mental.
That incredibly cool. He ran a 7 yesterday, didn't he, I think?
Yeah, let's have a look at his number. 798, 175.
What a machine, seriously. It does, do you know what? That actually wouldn't surprise me. It looks exactly the same as the Camaro with a different body on it. As in, it's very likely it's the same basis.
I mean, it's like, okay, I can put a turbo on the front, I can have a bigger nitrous bottle in the back. I'll just throw everything I can
Is there
at
a
it.
nitrous bottle in there too?
You see the size,
I see it from the back window.
size of the bottle.
Oh, that's what that is. I thought that was an air bottle or something like that. I didn't realise.
Oh dear, oh dear.
Yeah, just in case you want to hold that block in style. Well, unfortunately, our friend with the Corvette left before the tree was activated. He will not get any lapse time, unfortunately. 10.92 at 1:39 in the other lane. So, does this mean you're going to have a word with Connor later?
That's it. No, it's whoever gets told to come around the corner, isn't it? Right.
I know.
So, after a long, long night of working on the car, David Lamech, our reigning champion in the front-wheel drive class, you can see all of our camera guys getting themselves into position.
Even sprinting.
Even sprinting. Yesterday, he ran what would have been a 7-second pass if he'd have got fifth gear. He went 140 miles an hour in 5.3 seconds to the 8th mile, went 8.24 at 142 miles an hour. He made 2 miles an hour between the 8th and the quarter mile.
I can't imagine the ending would have enjoyed that.
I can't imagine it
Give me
either.
Luke, what was the 8th mile again?
The 8th mile was 5:30
Yeah.
at 140.
He put on 2
Wow.
miles an hour in the
to
back.
give you a clue, right? The 2-seater dragster goes round about 5.3
Yeah.
at the 8th at round about 135.
Okay, right. He's going to get a solo run. So the track is completely David Lamech's. She's a fighter on the line. 135, 60 foot, 146 at the 8th. He goes 8.12, 149 miles an hour.
Still with no
It's
gears.
not a 7, but it still did not have the gears at the top end of the track. He was trapping 170 miles an hour last year, but still.
146 or 149. 3 miles an hour in the second half of the race.
So he was
3
quicker.
miles an hour.
He's gained 1 mile an hour. Wow.
Yeah, but he was quicker to the 8th, 5.23 this time.
So 5:23. Petros is 5:20 with his 7:86.
So that would have been.
Yeah.
That would have been
Well,
a 7
would have been,
second
could have
pass.
been all the rest of
woulda,
it.
Woulda, shoulda, coulda, but wasn't. Well, but the thing is, the car is still working. And even if he sits it out now till eliminations, he can, if he want, knowing, turn it down and just play by whoever he gets. Because there is still a decent check to be had at the end of the
yes.
race meeting.
Oh, yeah.
Connor got the best view of that without being able to do anything about it.
Right, Madison Eade. First time on the slicks with the Fiesta. Much.
Name on the screen though is completely different, mate.
Oh, once again.
Is that right?
No. Name on the screen again. It says George Baker again. It should be Madison Eade.
Well, it's definitely Connor Edwards on the left-hand side. That one we do know.
Okay, right. Well, Connor yesterday went down into the 10s. The turbo has suffered a bit this weekend, but it's still making boost on the two-step and is still putting in a good pass and goes 10.82 at 135. Madison Eade goes 14.61 at 92. Right, Damo Carter.
15.54 for Dama there, 77 miles an hour, no improvement to what he ran earlier. But loads of entertainment lined up in the pairing lanes, ready to come at you.
Yeah, our friend from Germany, with possibly the shortest car, apart from a Lupo, I've ever seen. It's definitely got the widest track of the front of any race car in history.
They've also said they've put a lot more boost into the early gears. It's been pretty soft off the line so far.
Okay.
And now they're going to put a little bit more in. So
Okay, so what are they trying to break? Which
they're basically just trying to go fast.
Oh, yeah, I know that.
Even
you know.
faster.
Fine. We know that.
They've got that monkey off the back, as they say. They've got their 8-second ticket. Now they can just set out going for it.
Live Action Arena currently has Podzilla strutting its stuff around there. Mind you, the used car parking lot in the middle is a little bit flattened compared to how it was when we last checked in over there.
Okay, right. So Soren Hansen yesterday ran his first 8-second pass. As I flick through my phone to try and find it, a late photo from last night. 8.844 at 169. So as we said, a little bit more power going into the car earlier on the drag strip. Toyota Supra 2JZ motor under the hood, connected to a Toyota MR2 gearbox. Well, 140, 60 foot, but after that, doesn't seem to be moving much further at the moment. Josh Wallace looking to drive around him at the top end of the track at the moment, and goes through with no time.
Because he rolled the lights. Yeah. So unfortunately, it's a never-ending case of finding the next weakest link, isn't it?
Yes,
really?
definitely.
And that may have been what that was.
Helps you switch the microphone on. Cool. Chris Smith with the 140i BMW taking on Karam Rolf with the Naughty Nardo Audi RS3. Neither of these two have got numbers on the board yet. I think I saw both of these rolled in this morning, to be honest. Maybe no race ready sticker, not quite sure on that one. But
Oh, no.
Chris Smith.
Oh, could be that, yeah, sorry. I was going to say we've got a race number, but...
So Chris goes 10.56 at 129. Oh, he has got the sticker.
Was he?
Yeah. Oh, he's coming back forward again now. So the Hocus Pocus Focus makes appearance for today. And Karum back with his Audi this time. So what's he got to take on Alan Kenyon?
Being chased down. He's still out in front at the moment. He's going to get there first. 11.24 to a 9.76.
Just 0.16 between them at the stripe. All right, Simon Fogg. Front wheel drive. Vauxhall Corsa.
Well, again, as we said earlier, Simon Fogg's got the DSG gearbox on this car, and he's basically trying to get that mapped in. And the guys are like,
Curses. All right, Phoebe's back down, so does it mean the Camaro it is? Yep.
It is, but no rush because Simon is still on the track at the moment.
Still moving, I think, but needs to be a little quicker to get out of the way.
I think it's a case of the car talking to the ECU for the gearbox to work.
Yeah, I think he's stranded up there now, I think. Yeah, quad just coming out from the top just to tow that one through the first exit, and then of course we can get Chris and Phoebe on their way. Barry Lane's obviously still chock-a-block. We've got some of our 760 heads-up cars down there. And of course, every class represented in the lanes. And we can't be that far away from Big Bracket once again, actually.
He's driving off, so the quad wasn't needed, which is a good thing. Quad was chasing him off the track in the end.
Well, I might as well give a shout out to the Spencer Hayes group with stickers on both of these cars. Also, I was on the side of the trailer that they had set up as their entertainment last night when they projected the live feed onto it. Well, recording of the live feed.
That's
onto the
terrific
side of the car.
idea,
It was
that
really
is.
good. That's better. 1076, 144 miles an hour there for Chris. And Phoebe goes 1437 at 97.
I'll be looking forward to seeing what this BMW dressed as a Toyota can do. Just kidding, it is a Toyota. It's the it's Harvey Bogle with the really immaculately turned out Supra. I'm glad they brought this back as a performance car. They are particularly tasty.
They are, and they're
funny
getting
car
quicker
bodies
and
as well.
quicker. The guys at Osprey Performance have spent the past 4 weeks doing a lot of modifications to this car to make it go quicker and quicker.
I think they've got their numbers on there, but they don't have the class.
It will be the 6-cylinder class.
It will be, but it doesn't say
No.
6C, does it?
It does not.
Yeah, they've got the correct names up there.
I can see. Actually, I think I can see 6C, but very, very faint. Well,
Probably loads of engine warning lights come on in the BM in the Kestrel lane. Yeah, Harvey just trickles through to a 15-second run. Well, they look happy about that.
unfortunately, in the left-hand
Oh,
lane,
yeah.
there's quite a lot of fluid.
But that looks like it's better both exhausts.
Yes.
However, it will still need a bit of sweeping to get it out of the way.
Yeah. Is it evaporation?
It will, yeah, it is. Yeah, it is.
Well, looking into the lanes, I can see Mark Turner with the supercharged Supra. Colin Miller, Gino de Jong's down there. Jacob Bailey's around there. We've got Nathan Dumi just behind us. And we've got Pitor Formella underneath us as well.
Silly question.
Oh, thank you very much. Update.
Jap show last weekend, wasn't it? And Mark,
I think
with
so.
the Supra, was part of it. Oh, you
He
weren't?
what? Yeah, I was here. Mate, they all roll in one. Yep, Mark put in probably about 8, 9, 10 passes over the weekend.
Seriously?
Yeah. Getting a lot of testing in. So, updated qualifying order list for the European front-wheel drive class, sponsored by SW Motorsport and Street Racers. We have now got 60 cars qualified, so there's only 4 buy runs at the moment as we approach. What time is it? It's coming up to 4 o'clock in the afternoon. the good thing is, if I just flick through all of our races, we've now got 4 cars in the 8s. We've only got 4 cars in the 9s. And then after that, we've got a whole host of 10s and 11s and 12s. Obviously, some of the cars down the bottom are just not hitting the performance that they should do. So potentially, when we go into eliminations, there could still be surprises.
So most of those in the 9s are probably the diesels, are they?
They literally are.
Joking aside, I think they
Joking
probably
aside,
are.
yeah, they literally are. But going down, the good news is, as far as I keep going down here, I've not seen one car that is broken.
That's good.
I think we're running out of cars to make this actually grow anymore. We've still not seen Andy Nichols. So I don't know if he's in the lanes, but Andy Nichols we've yet to see make a pass. So that's one car. But currently, Adam Williamson is currently our number 60 qualifier with a 27-second pass with the Seat Leon. His first ever pass with that brand new engine in the car. But yeah, the shootout is growing for sure. But that is going to be currently 60 names we're going to pull out and only 4 buy runs. So that's pretty good. Well, looks like the track is actually done and clear. We've just got to wait for the tow quad to help Adrian away from the track with the BMW. And then we can continue on. 2 more of our front-wheel drive cars underneath the tower right now. And of course, Vitor Formella underneath the tower right now. He arrived this weekend with a 10-second front-wheel drive Golf. He is leaving with currently a 9.7 second car. So he's having a great weekend. And then Nathan Dumi, I believe, where's he currently qualified? Not where he would want to be, as I'm slowly going up. Number 38 with a 12.15 at only 82 miles an hour. So that was clearly an aborted run that he did earlier. Vitor Formella is currently 17th with a 10.45 at 133 in qualifying. So he ran his 9-second runs earlier in the pre-qualifying test sessions. No?
Right, whilst you've got your lists there, looking at 4-cylinder, we have a 32-car ladder, and we have had 32 cars qualify.
Nice.
So basically, if another one comes in, we start to have a bump spot. So that's going to be very, very interesting in 4-cylinder. 760 heads up. 7 cars have qualified so far. In 6-cylinder, 17 cars have qualified so far. So that means...
Qualified?
Yeah, he's in.
Oh,
yeah,
he's in.
yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
all right.
So 6-cylinder, basically that'll be a 16-car ladder. So yeah, need to watch out for that. We need a lot more to make that a full 32-car field. True Street has got 11.
Well, once again,
And of course, Pro Doorslammer has got 14. And Pro Street, we have a bump spot in Pro Street of 9.97. So we've got 2 cars that haven't qualified in Pro Street at the moment.
well, during the burnout, Nathan Dumi's car didn't quite sound too healthy. But it's been like that all day. Let's see what Vitor Formella can do. Currently qualified with a 10. Nathan's out in front at the moment, but Vitor's catching him. And goes through the finish line. Vitor goes 961, 146 to an 11.13 at 105. New personal best for Vitor Formella.
760 heads up. Colin Miller and Mark Turner. Mark Turner is your number 1 qualifier in 760 heads up at the moment. He's on 768. Colin Miller, number 4, 790. So at the moment, as I say, we've got 7 cars that are qualified in 760. Both away very, very well indeed. Now is Colin using Mark as a pace setter? 7:56, just a gnat's too quick for Colin. But Mark Turner goes 7:69. It was just 100th off what he ran earlier. But oh, so close of Colin Miller. Very, very nearly got it right.
I think most importantly for Colin, though, the car's going nice and straight and it's behaving itself.
It's
which
doing
is
much better.
Most unlike the driver. Normally, you know what I mean.
Yeah.
An intentional, unintentional slip up there. Right, so Gino de Jong and Linda Thomas next. Gino has a number on the board according to our timing system already.
Well, time now approaching 4 o'clock. We've got 4 hours of track action still to come at you.
Do you know, just thinking that Andy Nichols normally leaves it till the last 10 seconds.
He always does, doesn't he? He
Yeah.
really does. Doesn't matter what event it is. That's a good, strong launch. So Gino de Jong coming up to the 8th mile and goes through 118 and clicks it off for the quarter. 985, 151 miles an hour. And if I check, 985 is a personal best.
Nice. It's all about
Just
the
the
launch.
smallest of personal best. His previous personal best was a 987, but he'll take it. It's been a tough weekend. Next up, due a personal best, Jacob Bailey. 975 is his personal best. He's starting getting the performance back in the car.
Up against Marius Lehmann from Poland, looking to step up the performance of that car. He's got the speed, just needs to launch it a little bit harder. I think he ran 8.10. He's in 760 heads up, so he's got to step it up a bit to get on the right numbers. He's got quite a bit of track time this weekend, and he knows the track will take it. Yeah, it was the nose of the car that was flickering the beam, which he thought meant he obviously thought he'd gone too far. There we go. Yeah, in the sevens. There we go. 786, 169. Slowly but surely, edging closer and closer. Yeah, Ian saying that the front just bobbles up and down a little bit, and that's what's causing the light to flicker. That is the one and only Martin Blath walking away. So Clark Appleton and John Marcoux, both of these are currently in the show.
Clark's been down into the 10s previously, as has John Marcoux actually. I believe this is still the world's fastest Mark 8 Golf. It's been down into like the 10.7s. A lot of products from RTMG Performance, as those guys in Greece develop a lot of stuff for this vehicle. It's not quite got the performance going today though.
Where was Clark going? 11:27 at 1:27 for John. We've also got our friend from Bulgaria around the back of the tower again.
I can hear it. It's warm.
Oh, big bracket gathering.
Who else we got? We've got Dave Mace.
Look at this Tom Wrigley performance pairing now.
They're just grabbing the numbers. Everyone's very kindly put in their their numbers on. They're just not that visible, I don't think.
So Tom Wrigley and George Gamble.
Have they got the same tune-up in them?
886. Yeah, pretty much,
There you
yeah.
go, look at that. 886 at 156 for the M2 and 884 at 161 for the M3. Those things are so rapid.
So quick.
Bear in mind, that's a breakout in Supercomp.
I know, it's mad,
That's
isn't it?
it's when you say it like that, it's even more.
Yeah. And bizarrely, both of them worthy of Street Eliminator.
Easily.
Easily.
Yeah. There we go. Next entrance to Street Eliminator. Go and badger them, somebody.
Yeah. And this car.
Yeah. Graham Smith, if you're online watching,
He will be, actually. Afternoon, Graham.
how you doing?
He did actually say, I can't believe I'm not doing this event. He'll
well,
be
so
doing
can
it
we.
next year.
I mean, think of all the people you could badger the life out of if you were here.
Yeah.
You know? We love it. I'm just kidding.
Right, Buzz Patar with the 2,000 horsepower plus Lamborghini Huracan.
You missed it earlier. I was saying he posted on social media earlier that yesterday's run was on map 1 of 3.
Yeah.
Because of the waiting times, he has jumped to 3 of 3.
Oh, right, okay.
So much for taking it easy.
There is no taking it easy now. There is no time.
Oh, wow.
That's superbly
gone.
quick. Oh, yes, 787, 185 miles an hour. That's what a 2,000 brake horsepower Lamborghini looks like, folks.
Wow.
They look absolutely delighted with that, and as well, they should be too. It actually hikes the front wheels as well, 1.41 to 60 foot.
Well done, Buzz. Fantastic run.
So scrap 1 and 2 maps straight off it. He's in True Street as well, isn't he?
Yeah.
The good news is that if he's in True Street, Jack Bowley will be calling him out shortly.
True Street, Buzz has got over a second on second place now. Wow.
However, racing is a very different
Yes,
thing.
it is, but that was...
Got to make it round for each round.
Look at this.
What a pair. Dave
It
Mace, previous winner of Pro Street in the Kestra Lane, against Konstantin Dinev, all the way from Bulgaria. Let's hope this car does what we want it to. Right, they're just leaning in, checking sure the driver's got his private strapped in properly, because he's going to need them for this.
That's it. This is another one of those get your cameras out moments. You can see all of our camera guys pointing at the Audi.
I'd be standing a bit further back from the wall if I were them.
They're brave boys.
Yeah. Well, there is a wall in the
7-0
way.
at 200 miles an hour yesterday. Konstantin Dinev did with the Audi S2. Got a good launch. He's going to wiggle it. Aye.
Too much of a wiggle.
That 60 foot was what they were after, though. 1.11. Dave Mace again in the sevens with a 782, 181 miles an hour. Nicely done, chaps.
Does that say 181 on there? Oh, it's gone.
Well, as you said, 111 60 foot for the Audi.
I think that might be his quickest of the weekend. Okay. Scott Lineker in the Slick Tricks lane. And Jan from Poland. Good looking race, actually. Right, that's the last of our side-by-side qualifiers for now. We go into big bracket. 11.52, 11.69 for the little
I'll tell you
fits.
now, talking of brick bracket, there is a mad fits going on the Morris boys car. The bonnet come off, literally thrown on the floor. The guys are looking over something in the engine bay. Luckily,
Right,
they've not been
what a
chosen
pairing.
yet.
Right, Gary Carr has got the Assenbacher Mustang. You've got an 11-second car and an 8-second car. There's going to be literally 3 seconds between these two.
They were both absolutely bang on the money earlier on today.
They
Nothing
were.
to choose.
They both hit their darlings. Yeah, absolutely
Yeah,
spot on. 11.06 and 8.03. So this for a spot in the money rounds, basically. This is where we've got to now. So this is to go into the quarterfinals. Bizarrely, we got 10 cars left. This will take it down to 5. I know there's going to be a buy at some stage.
The buy will be in the next round and the round after, actually, thinking about it. Yeah, it will. There'll be a buy in round the next round and the buy the round after as well. So Gary Carr is going to be going first, 11.06. Both of these two dialed exactly what they did earlier today. Yeah, no change. So Franz Aschenbremner with the Mustang. I think it's a 1970 Mustang off the top of my head. Right, we might know which way this one's going. It's the Mustang.
Yeah.
On a whole shot. Well, actually, they were pretty dead even on their dial-ins. Yeah. But Franz was 006 on the tree.
Yeah.
Gary Carr, for him, was a little late with a 09, but bang on the money. Both of them were only 200ths off their dial-in, which was superb.
All right, Mark Huxley, Spencer Tram, your next pair. 989 plays 11.12.
So Spencer's gained a load of extra crew because his sister got knocked out, basically. And Dan standing down there as well.
Oh, problems for Spencer.
Well, hang on. Mark has to make sure he doesn't break out.
No, he's coasting
There we
already.
go.
So Mark Huxley coasting to the win there with 11.72.
Well, normally the most consistent of race cars and drivers as well, it has to be said.
So 6 cars left to whittle it down to 3 of the next 6 to go through to join Franz Aschenbremner and Mark Huxley.
Well, he couldn't have more help to push back. It's normally poor old Ian doing all that on his own.
No, that's stuck.
Yeah, that is now stuck. It's now locked up, unfortunately. Well, we can't keep going for the simple reason that we need both lanes, obviously. I don't think there's anything on the track. I just think it's locked. It locked rather instantly as well. Yeah, it's going to be the dollies.
Oh dear.
Oh dear.
Especially a week before main event as well.
Well, if it's any consolation, it's a Williams Brothers car, and the workshop is 25 miles away. If they can't get it sussed here, they'll take that back to the workshops tonight and they'll get it fixed. And if Spencer is booked in for tomorrow, then that car will be running tomorrow if they've got the parts. I think that is the first time the car's ever let Spencer down, to be honest. Oh, what a shame. Very well turned out team. I've got to give them that. Looking so pucker and smart. Spence, sorry, mate.
Now he's taking his helmet off. Looks like part of the crew. Could have been anyone that did that. Well, the next pair was going to be Tim Stanbury and Reuven Dawson.
Oh, that's a good matchup.
Yeah, I think they all will be. Whoever's choosing them over there is obviously a bit of a professional.
Good job.
Okay, Reuben Dawson, Tim Stanbury. Tim 904, Reuben 925. That's actually, they're both different Camaro vintages, these two.
So are the drivers, actually.
Oh, well, they fair enough then.
Fair to say. So it will be the Copo going first. Will be Tim doing the chasing here.
That's a lot more like the launch we're used to seeing from Reuben. It's just slowing the car to 925. That's super close.
Squeak. Oh, it's a breakout for Reuben.
And-
Goes 300s too quick. Tim Stanbury takes the win. 908 on a 904.
That's why he runs in comp eliminator. He won't be able to do that next week.
Yeah. Right, penultimate pair. Dave Cherritt with the Dark Revenger taking on Mark Bailey. And that will leave Stu Morris to take on John Bean. Indeed it does, yeah.
Right here. So after all that rush, they just waited for the whole session pretty much. Okay, 970. One of the quickest dials I think I've ever seen for Dave Cherritt. Bear in mind this car used to run in Super Street. Well, Mark Bailey's caught him already at 1,000 foot. He's now out in front. And he doesn't break out, even though Dave Cherritt is bang on the dial. 0.18 is very un-Dave Cherritt-like.
It is.
I think is the easiest way of putting it.
Right, next up, and this is your last pair in the big bracket. It's John Bean with a shotgun Mustang, and for the first time this weekend, he's going to be chased instead of doing the chasing. 899, he's stuck with that dial in. Stu Morris, 876. Don't forget, Stu had a perfect ET earlier on. But then, having said that, John Bean's only been 100th off. Good racing prospect.
Going to be a super race. The only real toss-up in this is Stu isn't used to the tree. Still does a good job. John Bean still in front of the finish line, and John Bean takes it.
Wow.
That was great. 06 on the tree, 901 on an 899. Mr. Morris was 0.10 on the tree and 880 on an 876.
Well, they're all in the money now.
I was going to say, and the others probably will be back tomorrow.
So, making it through is the Mustang. Franz Assenbrenner. Mark Huxley with a Can-Do 2 Toyota, John Bean with the Mustang, Tim Stanbury with a Camaro, and Mark Bailey with the Barracuda.
Someone's got to buy this round, next round, sorry.
Yeah.
And someone's going to have a buy in the semis.
Yeah, that's it.
So we're going to have side-by-side pro stockers this time for your viewing pleasure. A battle of the Michaels, Michael Malgren and Michael Sherquist. Although Sherquist doesn't drive, he just runs like he just ran down there. Both of them are testing stuff really, mainly for next weekend at the main event. They both shook quite violently earlier on today. Just a case of getting the clutch happy, the engine happy, and the whole combination.
Oh, we've got 2 weekends of Kent doing his customary burnout launch routine.
I wonder if he measures his stomach before he does that every time. Because honestly, he barely gets out of the way every single time.
He knows
doesn't
what
he?
Michael does.
Yeah, absolutely that. So, Michael Malgren in the Slick Tricks lane is here. Well, they're both here testing anyway. He has got, they both got 500 cubic inch engines under there. The one in Michael Malgren's car is derived from a big block Chevy, or GM. It's a big block GM, if you will. Twin carburetors, racing gasoline, and basically tune it to go as quick as you can. However, they are very, very fickle things, Pro Stock cars. They're great fun when they go right. Hopefully we get a good side-by-side run from both of these two, because you'll see what I mean. They absolutely sing all the way down the racetrack. Up against the CHM Machine Dodge. One of a couple of Dodges you're going to be seeing next week in the Kestrel Lane.
Yeah, how good to have Pro Stock strong at the first round. 7 cars
Yeah.
at the main event.
Basically, I was chatting with them. They all sort of got round and said, "Yeah, we'll do it. We need to do it again.
Yeah.
We're going to do it." So they all
Welcome
decided
back.
to come. It's a long old trip for all of them because basically all of them are in Sweden, apart from one, which is even further away, Richard Sundblom in Finland, and he hasn't been here since goodness knows when. So it's good to see them all back. So test runs again, but ideally into second gear at least, maybe even third. Well, Michael Malgren with a really strong run. 101 to 60 foot, not quite what they were looking for probably. He clicked it off before the eighth mile, at 4.44. Michael Scherquist walks away shaking his head. Almost instant tyre shake for Simon Eckengren in the Kestrel Lane. So he clicks it off and takes the car through.
Right, let's give you some updates. The time in the afternoon now, 20 past 4. Pro Street, we've got 18 cars qualified at the moment. It's a 16-car ladder.
Okay.
So the bump spot in Pro Street at the moment is 9.97. All right. The 2 cars not qualified at the moment, Joe Stevens and Brian Pateman. Now, obviously, Brian pulled that huge wheel stand, and we're not sure.
Haven't seen him today,
Haven't seen
have
him. Yeah. So they're the 2 that haven't qualified at the moment. True Street, we've got 11 cars qualified at the moment. 6-cylinder, 17 cars have qualified, which means it would be a 16-car ladder. So the bump in 6-cylinder at the moment is 1172. The car that's not qualified at the moment is Pete Bailey.
Yeah, so basically, there's a whole bunch of other cars entered, but they haven't run yet.
Yeah. 760 heads up, 7 have qualified. If you get an 8th car, that will be the bump. 4-cylinder. The bump spot is 15.19, but we got 32 cars.
Exactly 32.
Exactly 32.
Okay.
So if you want to get in to 4-cylinder, bigger. And Bruno Barda burns out in VP Racing Fuels Pro Doorslammer. We've got 14 cars. It's a 16-car ladder. No bump spot just yet, unless we can suddenly conjure up some more Pro Doorslammers.
I just missed all that. 6-cylinder.
Yep.
Who's on the bump then?
Okay, so let's... Ricardo Senior.
Ricardo.
But there's a whole bunch of cars, like 13 of them,
There's loads
that have
that haven't
entered that haven't run at all.
No, that's it. And the lanes have definitely quietened down now.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of people thinking, okay, I'm in, that'll do.
Yeah.
Yeah, don't want to bust anything. Bruno Barda with the Gotham City Corvette from the beautiful land of Switzerland.
Well, Switzerland did rather well last weekend. So what we can do this weekend.
They did. I'm not sure Bruno looks like the guy that did that, but you know. Do you know something? I flew to Geneva once for work, and I counted the amount of Swiss watch adverts there were before I got out of the airport. 22.
Wow.
22. And they were all different companies as well. So Switzerland.
Well, they were on time.
I don't know. The cuckoo clocks were all over the place. Yeah, famous for Switch watches, cuckoo clocks, and Bruno. So he went 6-0 earlier today. There's 580s in this car. That just sung all the way down. That's a quick one. It'd be a 6-0. 610 actually. 231. What's quite strange about Bruno's car is it really labours in the back half compared to the other cars anyway. It doesn't run any sort of big speed, but I'm guessing that's just the way they run it. 0.98 to 60 foot, 3.98 at 185 to the 8th, and 6.10 at 231. Another good strong run, but I'm sure he'd like it at least a couple of tenths quicker than that.
2.12 back half. You're right, because some of them are going sub 2.
Well, 2 point, it depends how the car's geared as well.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like turbo cars back half really hard.
Yes,
Specifically. Blown cars, not quite so much. And nitrous cars, not quite as much. But at the same time, 2.12 is quite,
We have a Jack car. And it's the birthday boy, Richie. He's down there. Yeah, Martin Hill with Fire Force 3, the Jet. Funny car putting a run in.
I've just realised we haven't seen Dave Smith. He's here. The car is here, isn't it?
Yep.
But we haven't seen Dave Smith yet for his would-be first appearance of 2024. So, yeah, on with the jet car. The only unfortunate part about this is everyone on VIP has actually seen it now, so they know what's coming. Although saying that, all the people up there watching it have watched it a few hundred times, I should think, by now.
Well, don't forget, we've got a load of people here for the VW event as well. VW Breakout, of course, not VW Action like I called it earlier on. Slight risk for that. But yeah, VW Breakout this weekend.
Again, another shout out. Carl Jacobs is in need of a 105mm throttle body. Ideally with a V-band, but only needs the shaft worst case. And that is the Overkill Performance Mazda MX-5, as we said.
So as Martin gets into position, as they plug the umbilical cord in. And as the camera pans up, you can just see Martin on the other side of the jet engine there.
Yeah, sits off to one side of it.
There he is. So the team just getting everything set up there, ready for Martin to start the jet up.
Well, looks like Ian Blackett has brought the Wally family for a bit of a ride.
Is that right?
So basically, we saw the, as I call it, the umbilical cord, but basically what that is doing is they arm all the electrical systems, and once everything is live, they put pressure into the fuel tank. That's what the little fuel vessel, or the vessel is. That's what they connect to the car. That helps the turbine to feed fuel to the fuel control. And once the systems are armed and pressurised, the crew chief will spin the turbine over, which is where they've got to now. At the correct RPM, the driver will activate the igniters to start to add fuel to the motor. The turbine should spool up to the required RPM to keep the motor lit, and then the driver will signal to turn off and remove the electric starter. Those are the basic steps of starting a jet, and always say thank you to Julian Webb for the guidance on that. So as the support vehicle moves out of the way. So Richie just getting himself in position. Oh, Richie wasn't happy with that. I'm pretty convinced that gets more and more violent every time he runs that car. But here we go then. Give Richie a wave. Give him a big cheer. Generally, the more you wave, the faster Martin goes. Are we going to see a 5-second run?
Watching Josie's hair.
Oh, 583 at 260 miles an hour. A beautiful looking run. So once again, the Fire Force team, Martin, and the birthday boy Richie, of course. Very, very well done indeed. Right, we continue then. It is still open qualifying. Very happy Jason Tullock with a new PB today. He's come back down again for another one. There's all sorts of vehicles in the lanes. Actually, Luke will know this. Did Jason used to have the blue light on the top, or am I thinking of a different van?
You're thinking of the Firebus.
Firebus, yeah, that's right. So they're just going to collect Richie from the top end. And as cars start to come around the corner.
And Martin. It's all right, we've all done it. It's fine.
Was that?
We're going to collect Martin from the top end,
Yeah.
not Richie. Richie's already...
No, they're going to collect Martin from the top end.
Right. When you play this back, you'll see what I mean. It's all right, there's a reason we're giggling. It's all right. I know. It's all right, you said they're just off to collect Richie from the top end.
Oh, I said Richie, did I?
Yeah,
Oh,
it's all right.
sorry.
No, don't worry.
You got a Richie on your mind.
Yeah, obviously. Got to be that.
Right, Jay Turner
It's a long
earlier
day.
today
Yeah, I know.
went 11:13. Could we see a 10-second bus? Oh, what a wheelie! And he's still going for it. The guy in the Astra, Chris Fabina's going, what the hell? Jay Turner still goes through the top at 10.87! 134 miles an hour with an absolutely monstrous wheelie.
From moan of the day to moment of the day.
Wow.
That's got to be some sort of record. That was awesome.
Deej, did you get it?
We've gone from
Yeah, Deej got it.
Santa Pod Raceway's gone from the outhouse to the penthouse.
Oh, Deej was the only photographer that was in front of the red man.
Do you know what?
And he
That
got
must
it.
have been one of the weirdest feelings in the world,
Yeah.
because normally when you do a wheelie in the car, you're sat sort of in the middle of it or towards the back of it, not right at the front.
It's at that point you're really glad you've got a hands device, because when it comes down, that's got to
That's a
come
long
down.
way.
That's a lot of force.
That's probably why he kept his foot in it, because he just planted his foot back down again, wasn't it? That was awesome. That was really
Oh.
good.
Okay.
There's
well,
even a dent. I think there might even be a dent in the track, actually.
we're really keeping on gas now.
Pretty
it is coming up
superb.
to the late, and it's coming up to 4:30 at the Doorslammers Day 2.
Not
As
in.
We're in qualifying. Haider Yalal, is he not in?
According to this... Oh, no, beg your pardon. It just refreshed the ears. Jack Bowley, I'm not sure. It might be as well, actually. Might be.
No, he broke a shaft. CV. Oh, excuse me, I'm dying. There you go. So it's going to be Haider Yalal on his own. He's currently 39th with a 12.20. He's hoping to get this car into the 9s this weekend. Lots of new parts on the car. He's only had a couple of passes so far. But that's a good launch. Slow second gear once again, though, dropping the boost and dropping the revs. Still going to improve on his time in qualifying and goes through with a 10.90 at 133. That's 60 foot, though, 165. That's kind of where he wants to be. Right, next up. Well, he got the nod of approval for a nice burnout. Anthony Mincher with the 9-second VW Golf taking on an 11-second TDI caddy of Jake Tippin. So 985 is the personal best for Anthony Mincher. Let's see what another pair of our European front-wheel drive cars can do in qualifying. Well, not much is the answer.
Yeah.
Dave, you weren't quick enough.
Well, Reg, that was the campest ever. Shot the car off. He was like, oh. It's not Eurovision, sir. Wow. So underneath the tower is James Wilday with Plan B, the RX-8 drag car. Rotary powered.
Oh, he's got to
Oh, he's
go.
off.
He's got it going again. That's good news. That's good news.
Just waited till the marshal got within touching distance before
That's
he
it.
nailed it again.
But James earlier ran down into the 7s. He's still really not giving it many RPM off the line. He said he promised me he's going to give me a little bit more two-step, because I do love it when these RX-7s come and race, especially the ones over in Malta. You get a lot of two-step. James is yet to do this and push the motor really hard.
He pushed the walls really hard last
He
time,
did.
didn't
He, had it.
was
He
all
said
over
in the car,
Yeah.
didn't actually feel that bad. He said, I knew I was hugging the wall a little bit, but other than that, perfectly fine.
I hope he watches the video back because it didn't look like it. But we've all done that. I've done that, definitely. We're in the car. It doesn't feel nearly as bad as it looks.
He's going to be taking on Sanjay Vara from Vara Technic.
Who's actually number one in the 6-cylinder at the moment? Just out of blind curiosity. I can't remember. I think Constantine
Dinev,
did, yeah.
Yes. Then Marcus Velt.
Okay. Maybe James then?
Maybe James, yeah. Oh, did I get that right off mind? That's quite good to see. Gosh.
It's good to have fact checkers sitting next door. Although I get that on a daily basis because I've got 3 little kids and a wife. So
Right. So the cars are poised and ready. Once again, just drives it off the line. So quick though.
160
144.
foot. Nice.
759, 172. It just looks effortless.
That's always the best ones. 1250, 117 for Sanjay.
Right.
So Thomas Drotz isn't qualified yet in True Street.
No.
Yeah, I was going to say it's gone for it's nearly 20 to 5 on Saturday.
It's at this point you just drive to the other end.
Yeah,
You're not bothered about a number. Just drive it to the other end, and you're
Get
in
it
the
in.
show.
Yeah, there's no bump spot yet in True Street. Got 12 cars that have put.
But if he's
running.
not qualified, he's not.
Yeah,
in the
in-
draw.
he's literally just got to get him up on the board, which he's going to do.
Keep going.
Keep going.
Keep going.
Coast it. Coast it. Coast it.
No,
don't
keep going.
stop,
Keep
don't
going.
stop,
Keep going. Spotters, wave at him. Say, keep going.
Keep
Keep
going.
going. Keep
Stop.
going. Keep going. No, no. Keep
Don't
going.
stop. 9:30. Well, you hate it when they don't listen to you. 9:31.
He's got a slow
129.
roll. He's slowly rolling, but
Is he
now
still- he's still going. No, no,
Still
look.
going. Keep waving him. Keep going. Come on.
He's got to get over the line before the clock's time out.
He's
Go on.
Go on.
He's probably not going to do it though.
He could. He could. He was quite quick in the first half. Oh.
Come on, come on.
No,
come on.
he's there now. That's not a slow
Guess
motion.
someone's going to push him over the line. Oh, come on, man.
It's not a slow motion replay if you're watching this online at home. That was actually just trickling over the finish line.
See, as you can see, we're desperate for every car to make it into elimination.
Especially people that come that far. That's
Yeah,
the thing.
That's it. We don't want you being on the trailer tomorrow just going,
Yeah.
why did I brake?
So if anyone from Thomas Drott's crew is listening, can hear, anyone that knows him can hear, he's got to get round again to put your number on the board. If he hadn't, this is going to be, I can't believe I've got to say this out loud, but if he hadn't braked and he just coasted to the end, he would have got a time.
He would, yeah.
And he would be in the draw. But he didn't get, he got timed out. And obviously, with the tractor parked out there, there's some cleaning up to do as well. Maybe he's out anyway, but I mean, you'd still like to be in the draw, wouldn't you, after all that? Okay, we're going to be down for a few moments again, I think. We're wall-to-wall BMWs and Audis behind the tower. But yeah, Nitro FM for a few moments. The tractor is going to be doing a bit of sweeping out there, and we'll be back as soon as we possibly can.
Is there a different way?
Oh, wow.
That's superbly
gone.
quick. Oh, yes, 787, 185 miles an hour. That's what a 2,000 brake horsepower Lamborghini looks like, folks.
Did with the Audi S2. Well, a good launch. He's going to wiggle it. Aye.
Too much of a wiggle.
That 60 foot was what they were after, though, 1.11. Dave Mace again in the sevens. And Jan from Poland. Good looking race, actually. Right, that's the last of our side-by-side qualifiers for now. We go into big bracket. 11.52, 11.69 for the little
I'll tell you now, talking of brick bracket, there is a mad fits going on the Morris.
Right, we might know which way this one's going. It's the Mustang.
Yeah.
On a whole shot. Well, actually, they were pretty dead even on their dial-ins. And Dan standing down there as well.
Oh, problems for Spencer.
Well, hang on. Mark has to make sure he doesn't break out.
No, he's
There
coasting
we go.
already. So Mark Huxley coasting to the win there with 11.72.
Well, normally the most consistent of races. That's a lot more like the launch we're used to seeing from Ruben. It's just slowing the car to 9.25. That's super close.
Squeak. Oh, it's a breakout for Ruben.
And-
Goes 300s too quick. Tim Stanbury.
Well, Mark Bailey's caught him already at 1,000 foot. He's now out in front. And he doesn't break out, even though Dave Jarrett is bang on the dial.
Good racing prospect.
Going to be a super race. The only real toss-up in this is Stu isn't used to the tree. Still does a good job. John Bean still in front at the finish line, and John Bean takes it.
Wow.
That was great. 06 on the tree, 901 on an 899. Mr. Morrison.
So going to be pretty close at the stripe. Who's done the better job? The answer to that one is Mark Huxley. It's a double breakout, 400s breakout. And it has been decided on the start line. Paul Marston goes red. Gary Carr is through. Let's see what number Gary runs. He goes 11.06 on 11.06 with an 05 line. There is not a lot.
Seconds. And Franz is going to try and run her down. This is going to be super, super close at the finish line. Kirsty had a tremendous reaction time and breaks out by 3 thou. Well,
Wow.
Kirsty. Seven six with a 0.
But the rest of it, it's all qualifying. So you got Adam Phillips with the cooking on gas for VW Beetle down there, running in 4-cylinder, and you got Reese with the M3 BMW in the 6-cylinder class.
So this is something you're going to hear quite often from now on. If you've not come and put in a qualifying run for your class, do it shortly.
And make sure you have your number on the back window as well. All right, now Reese has already been 9.35 at 147. Has he got any more? Oh, 9.37, 146. Very, very close to what he ran before.
Nice. And Adam just going to trickle over with a 16-second run. Okay, Darren Scannell. And another fella from Poland. I don't know his first name because it's only got a K on the screen, unfortunately. It might be Konstantin Sabrowski in the Kestrel line.
All right, Darren, number 15 at the moment in 4-cylinder.
How many have run 4-cylinder?
32.
Okay, so it is a 30. It will be a 32.
Loads of wheels been off the line, but it's finally hooked.
He goes through with a 10.57 at 136, 9.75 for our friend with the BMW at 145 miles an hour. Now, Mark Elchingham is a name I haven't seen before qualifying for 4-cylinders. So somebody after this run will not be qualified.
Yeah, it is. The bump,
Yeah.
in effect, in 4-cylinder is 15.19.
And who owns it?
Adam Phillips.
Who has just run with the Beetle. Well, this kind of gear
what did
has
he
been
run?
down into the 9s before. Yesterday had a wild run and basically broke a CV joint. Come on, Mark, you've just got to get A to B quicker than 14 seconds, isn't it? Something like that?
Yeah.
Which
That
he's
is
going to
really
do.
quick, yeah. Okay, so 9.90 for Chris Ward down.
That's it.
At 149. And 11.61, 152 miles an hour. Not the number he wanted, but
How far up the list does it get him, though?
That puts
Safe.
him 24.
24.
probably
Okay,
safe
so
anyway. Yeah.
You say yeah.
I would have thought so. Paul Houston and Justin Warner, both in Pro Street, both with Camaro-ish cars.
Right, let's have a look. They are
Paul.
both in 9 and 10 at the moment because we do have a bump spot of 9.97, but they've both been quicker.
Yeah, Paul earlier ran right into the 8s.
Oh, what a pairing.
Good looking runs. 9.22 for Justin Warner at 165, but Paul Houston with a fantastic 8.35, 172. That could well be one of his quickest runs ever. I think, actually.
Justin,
It is, yeah.
Justin
Excellent.
found 1100s and Paul Houston found quarter of a second then.
Nice, very nice. Why doesn't he race more often? Answers on a postcard. Alan Stitchbury and Wayne Shepherd, both one True Street, one 6-cylinder. Both have already got numbers on the board. 1018 at 139.
That's a nice improvement.
Yeah.
That's moved him up like 5 spots.
Well, 10 flat for Wayne Shepherd, 137. Ooh. Sorry, beg your pardon, it's not funny. Just a pop and a load of smoke. Not that it mattered, obviously. For Wojciech Mucha in the Kestrel lane from Poland. The 6-cylinder Monte Carlo. Now, we're missing a whole bunch of 6-cylinder cars that were entered this weekend. Loads. I'd say a good 40% of the field. Go on.
This BM
Yeah.
that we've been drooling over, running 9s, this is actually on the bump spot at the moment with an 1167
So he hasn't got down the track.
during official qualifying. He's done it in the test passes, but not during
Because
official
yesterday
qualifying.
he was in the 9s.
Yeah.
9.2s, I think, wasn't it, in the end?
Yeah.
So he's got to make it count.
Looks like they're both going to make it count. Great looking run for Wojciech till he gets out of shape. I think the BM will be quicker. 889 at 107 and a 910 knocking on the door of the 8s. 152 miles an hour.
So that means the bump spot has now dropped to 11:15, which is Brian Jorgensen.
That run from Wojciech Mucha that time was way better. Way better. A lot quicker at every increment until he had to lift.
Yeah, he was on a 981 before that.
Yeah, that's a 7-second car by the looks of the way it was running. Okay, Michael Behrens for his second run in how many years? 14 years, was it? Something like that. And Marcel.
So that's 6-cylinder. Where's Marcel? He's on a 991 at the moment.
Great to see Michael Behrens with the Polo. As we said earlier, a lot of work went into this car. Unfortunately, he rolls the beams there, so he's not going to be getting any time and data from this run, unfortunately. He's very eager to get down the track.
Good looking run from Marcel into the 9s with a 993, 157 miles an hour.
Shame about the 60-foot being 201. There was a lot more to come out of that
Yeah,
car.
way more than that.
So unfortunately, he's trying to understand. Basically, he went too early, way too red early, so there was no time and data at all. Hey, Geordie's back. Thank you very much to Nick Foote for lending Paul Jordan a set of wheels to put on the car after getting a puncture earlier on today. Talking of that, our S2 is now on the bump and 6-cylinder is just rolling around the corner as well.
So Paul Jordan isn't in at the moment, is that right?
He's currently in. He's in 4-cylinder class.
Just with no number on there, that's all I'm thinking.
Okay, maybe the last one didn't count then, so maybe he's lucky he's
No,
made it around
he's
then.
not on the list.
He did put in the pass, but he didn't have his number on.
That'll
He's
be
now
why
got
then.
that 4C on the car.
Up against Ian Wally with a much better looking launch. Ian's in Pro Street this weekend. This is going to be an 8-second run.
Hopefully that means Geordie's in the 9s.
Yeah, good on both sides. 930 for Ian Wally, 146. And 983 at 142 for Paul Jordan. That will help a lot.
That's one of his quickest runs in that car.
So does that mean...
Well, that's put Paul Jordan in at number 9.
Okay.
So we've now lost Karen Waterhouse.
Okay.
And I know she's got a sensor issue, so they're
Yep.
trying to get another pipe. Don't know if they've got that yet.
So we have our friend from Denmark, Brian Jorgensen, who you just said, Colin, was close to the bump or on the bump? at
He's
the
on the
moment?
bump.
However, the car has everything to be quick.
Oh, no, sorry. No, apologies. No, he's not in. He's 17th at the moment.
In a 16 for a 16-car field.
No, I'll correct that again because he is on the bump. He is the bump. Apologies.
He is the bump.
11:15. He is the bump spot.
So if this is a good A to B run, he'll be
Yeah.
nowhere near the bump anymore.
Same time, Peter Farbang is in the middle of the pack of the front-wheel drive class.
That looks a lot more like it.
Well, that's better than 11.15.
Oi!
8.91.
891, 147 to a 10.35 and 140. So improvement for both of our drivers there.
Yeah, definitely qualified.
So the bump now is Christopher Smith on 10.56.
It's a 6-cylinder, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, Charlie Roberts currently qualified with a 13-second pass. He's hoping to be in the 10s. He's taking on Grant Moore with the Pigeon. Another 10-second car. It's a great launch by Grant there. He's always good on the tree.
It's a good-looking run.
He's going to get there first and goes 10.48, 136 to an 11.49. Great run by Grant. That's one of his quickest passes that I have seen. All right, next up, Cam Bishop and Lewis Simpson, two of our fast front-wheel drive Honda Civics. Lewis Simpson is currently qualified 11th with a 10.12. This car is more than capable of going deep into the 9s.
Once again, stresses the importance of being able to get down the track.
That is it. But both of these cars are safely qualified. A bit of roll out there for Lewis as he goes 165, 60 drops a bit of performance as Cam Bishop drives around him at the top end, doing 110 at the 8, 10.18, 141 to 11.35. Still one of Cam's quickest runs he's ever put in as well. Hey!
We haven't seen him yet in qualifying anyway.
So, to make it, hopefully, 61 cars qualified in the front-wheel drive class. Nicolas Haquier from France, a previous champion at the Doorslammers with the Citroën AX, taking on Craig Evans. Wow, big burnout on the start line for Nicolas Haquier. He's just got to get to the other end, remember that. Do not cross that line, Nicholas. Do not cross that line.
Goodness me, something's definitely gone awry there.
10.09 and 139 for Craig Evans and a 13.7 and 117 for Nicholas.
Currently thinking, why didn't I lose my passport this year as well? or let it run out, whatever it was. Yeah? Dearie me, that looked very wayward.
Well, hopefully he's in the show, and if he does, with a 13.7, he's still in if he makes the show. Still put him in around about 53rd.
And we got Marcus Welp behind the tower once again.
Oh, against Europe's fastest front-wheel drive diesel. Great to see a Lotus Elise on the start line.
And it's Jordan Bishop, goes 11.25 and a 13.20 for Paul Martin.
Right, Martin Dainty, currently qualified 33rd with an 11.55. There's definitely a lot more performance in this little Nova. He's had a troublesome weekend.
And they're absolutely immense. I do love that.
Oh, you love it now, do you?
No, I always did. I think it's awesome. Any car that goes nothing like it looks, if that makes any sense. And that's one of them. And I'm not being rude, I'm being honest. That's Chris Locke with the brown pants Sierra.
That's a good short shift. Wild run for Chris Locke, though. Martin Dainty straight down board, 119 at the 8th, and goes through the top end with a 988 at 148 miles an hour. It's not a PB, but it is A to B, and he is going to be super happy with that after the weekend he's had so far.
Right, record attempt incoming.
Yes. Rafał Kankol from Poland with the rim service, TDI, taking on Marcus Velt. So So this is two super fast cars. Marcus Velt looking to go quicker than 7:36 at 190 miles an hour.
That's mega fast as well.
And then in the other lane, a front-wheel drive Mark II Golf diesel looking to run the first 8-second pass in a front-wheel drive diesel.
And how close does he come?
9,001.
So basically, a slightly shallower stage and the same run, or a breath of wind
I think
behind
it's a
him.
bit hard to shallow stage with that front bumper.
That's a very good point.
Right. Here we go then.
Two cars that have run way quicker than they've ever been before they came here, coming your way.
Well, Marcus Velt is straight down the middle. Look at that, 154 at the 8th,
Oh!
729, 194.
Correct, that's 724, 194.
724.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's the scoreboards doing us again, but
Oh.
724, 194 miles an hour. Raphael Kankel was probably going to be a bit gutted with the 918, which would have been a 10th of a second quicker than anyone had ever been before. He spun the tyres a bit.
Yeah,
off
it
the
was
start
his
line.
60-foot. He was in the 1.4s earlier on
That'll be
today.
it. Yeah. Okay, so I think we are
I think
having
that's lunch,
half
yeah.
an hour dinner break, or tea break, or whatever you like to do. It's exactly 5 o'clock.
Snack break.
It's half an hour, and then we'll be back for last-ditch qualifying. Very quickly, before we go anywhere, Colin, you've got the qualifying sheet.
Yep.
So who's where, roughly, who's where? Because if you haven't run yet in your class, you need to do it this evening.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you won't be in the draw for tomorrow.
Right, in 6-cylinder, we have a bump spot at the moment, as far as I can work out, 10.56. It's looking like a 16-car ladder. 19 cars have put runs in. There's 3 that haven't made the cut so far. Ricardo, Pete Bailey and Harvey Bogle, they're not in the show at the moment. 4-cylinder. With Paul Jordan and Mark Etchicum putting runs in, the bump spot has dropped to 14.06. So Karen Waterhouse and Adam Phillips aren't in at the moment. In Pro Street, the bump spot at the moment is 9.97 from Ian Wally. So Joe Stevens and Brian Pateman aren't in the show at the moment. True Street, we've got 12 cars that have put numbers in, so they are okay. No bump at the moment there. And Pro Doorslammers, well, we've got 14 cars that put numbers in. They're okay. And 760 heads up. Well, we've got 7 cars that put numbers on the board. It'd be an 8-car ladder. So that's where we are. Ooh, still got 2.5 hours of track action still to come at you this evening. We still got big bracket, money rounds to sort out as well. We've got quarterfinals, semi-finals and finals to go. So it's still all to come at you. In the meantime, get yourselves fed and watered, get yourself a comfort break. We'll be back in half an hour. In the meantime, Nitro FM 96.2, they're going to take the airwaves over, and we will be back with the continuation of Doorslammers. Gary Carr away. Thomas is doing the chasing.
Gary's going to get there first, and Gary gets the win. A whole shot win as well. Gary was 08 on the tree, which isn't actually that quick in bracket. Well, we can see the reaction times. We can't say them out loud, obviously. So Dan Williams is going to catch him. Will it be in time?
Indeed it was.
Oh, look at that.
I managed to calm it down. Oh, well, it's game over for Nick. He's gone red on the tree, so Jason Darling.
He doesn't want to look at that timing ticket, especially what Jason Darling reacted to.
Well, 975 would have been enough, but so will be Darren going first. There we go, some good launches from both of them. Let's see how the runs go.
Absolutely neck and neck. Darren's in front of the finish line, but he breaks out. Oh, he had a margin off the sportsman tree. He's used to the pro tree in super gas, isn't he?
Yeah.
Red
light.
Yeah, red light for Steve Matthews by 0-1. Stu was a little bit late, but he probably saw the red in the other lane, so it doesn't matter. 77 on a 76. That boy is good. Oh, look at Steve Matthews, though. 61 on a number. 8.90 for that little full pop. Actually, this is virtually a heads-up race. Virtually nothing in the tree, although Paul Marston is actually away in front. They're absolutely wheel-to-wheel, neck and neck, door handle to door handle.
Good race.
What a brilliant race.
Well, it's game over before it really started. Cherry on the tree.
Yeah, but I don't know whether he moved or not. We might have to rerun that. We're going to have a look at that. 8.04 though.
Look at that.
And an 0.3 reaction time. Now the win light is on in that lane. God, dearie me. Pete Creswell doesn't break out. There we go. Paul Fennick, after I said he was bang on the tree every time, was 0.21 unfortunately.
Let me down.
Yeah, it's not so much that. You could almost see the polite reaction time in one lane, couldn't you? Well, Scott Collins gone past him. Will he back off?
Yeah, yes, he did. 866, 132.
It is Scott Collins that takes the win. The tree, for some, what we do it for. Well, if you get a red light, do it on a bye run.
Yeah. Well, we got Spencer Tramp and Kirsty Tramp through to round number 2. It's happened before.
Their sibling rivalry.
It's a nice run though, 97 on a 95. Well, Simon's still got his nose out in front, and it is Simon Ince that takes out a 10.64 on a 61. Brett closer to his darling, but well, visible difference off the line. Mark Huxley out in front. Chris Skinner closing in. And it is Mark Huxley that takes it on the whole shot. Look at that, 10.08 on a 989 dial. Well, Ruben got his nose out in front. And keeps it there with a 976 to lose out 10.56. Ruben Dawson. Green light for both of them. John Bean got his nose out in front. And he goes 905 for the win. Against So Jordan doing the chasing. Can he catch and pass without breaking out? Or is Tom got enough? No, it is a 7.46 on a 42. Jordan Payne takes the win. Tom Atkins on the tree. Well, Bob moved first, and he had, with his side of the tree, run second. So Bob takes that with a 9.48. In effect, a whole shot win. So his Bob Bolt will be the 4 pop going first. Don't forget they're racing for big money today. So it's Tim doing the chasing, and he's closing in. And takes it. Actually a breakout for Ronnie Mercer by less than 100th of a second. He had a 10th at the stripe, but
always shows up for this.
Oh, game over for Lee Charles. He goes too soon. It is Dave Cherrett that's going through. Lee Charles will be back to have another go tomorrow. He broke out as well. He did everything. So 875 chasing 961 here.
Who's got the best
This
race
is
car?
close. Always a double breakout, but by look at the win margin 008. It's Mark Bailey who takes.
Drove through the clutch a little bit. A very nice 0.98 60 foot was what they were looking for, but the car, when it left the line, hooked left almost instantly. He will be in the draw tonight as well, 10.08. Mike's been around doing this a long time. Still with tyre shake for Anders Ed. He got a little bit further. Let's see what the Trans Am can do. 778, 178 miles an hour. They look delighted with that. Anders Ed's car, excuse me. Goodness me, look at Dave fly. Oh my word, 577 at only. That sounded like a two-speed and a very laboured one at that. 647 at 233. 101 to 60 foot. I'm surprised it was that.
The Willie once again out on the drag strip.
So being a VW, has he ever shown this? Because it is show quality.
It is show quality, yeah. And the best thing is the jet is literally bolted on, so you could take it off and it could just be a normal jet.
It's in its own cage.
Yeah,
isn't it, if
you've
you
got
like?
the engine underneath, so it's still got a normal power. It just puts it in the neutral. Obviously, it has to have the normal motor running at the same time, otherwise the brakes won't work as well.
Yeah, you can always tell the people on VIP that have never seen a jet before.
She's trying to take a photo.
Too busy giggling. It's all good.
Certainly wakes the wildlife up at the tower.
Yeah, I wouldn't recommend it at home for chasing out wasps if you've got one in your bedroom.
Nah, that's it.
Maybe like some hairspray.
Well, as Perry starts winding the turbine up, with a little bit more thrust. I like that chap on the start line's got a marshmallow on a stick.
Why not?
Oh. Wow, you can hear that turbine really ramps up now. Perry makes his way into pre-stage. The tower's rocking and rolling. Ladies and gentlemen of Doorslammers 2024 and VW Breakout. One final nudge into pre-stage. He's got to run away before he gets toasted. Right, so Perry going through the 8th mile at 102 miles an hour. Can we see 150? 139 at 1150. Oh, it's so warm up here.
It certainly is. Do you know what I always think? You know, most people get out of bed and they've got that sort of one set, but you've got a warm track to do it on now because you're running after Perry. It's looking good. Having a little bit of a wander around, but she's not taking her foot out of it at all. Oh, yes, 769 at 192. The cadet goes 9 because she doesn't have to do the cruise.
Okay, right. Well, good launch for both of our cars. Anything quicker than 9.9 for Darren Dewhurst, and he'll be happy, but unfortunately he's off the throttle. All Mags goes through with a 10.14 at 100.
Audi TT running in 4-cylinder.
No. There's a little puff of smoke there and decrease of speed from Kaz Waterhouse in the Audi TT as our spotter jumps off.
They'll re-prep it again because obviously we have drag racing is a race between one car and another car, or one bike and another bike, so they need 2 lanes to be able to do it. I must admit, you know, when they came up with the idea of a 4-lane drag strip, there are 2 of those in the US.
Yeah.
I really thought they would.
Yeah.
Yeah. Here, Gino Young coming into stage now. This will be
Good launch.
Yeah, very good looking launch.
So personal best is 987. Gino 112 at the 8th and goes through with a 10.0 for 146. Making all the right moves, but slows down from the half track, doing 96 at the 8th, and rolls it through to a 12.15 at 82 miles an hour. He's still qualified.
So, interesting observer down there too is Martin Routh, who we know from previous years, 995, 136, and there we go, by the magic of Julian. That's a really good looking run. That car's been well into the 8s before. 8.59, 178 miles an hour.
Just coming up to the line. He's on course for a half decent number, I think, here. But most importantly, he's going to get him hopefully qualified. 11.24, 122. Well, she's qualified in a front-wheel drive. Let's see if she can improve. 14.
That's what they're doing, progressively hitting it harder off the start line for Marius Lehmann. He hasn't quite run in the 7s yet. That's getting closer. Good speed, 177, which is around where you want to be if you're running 8. He doesn't want to break out, or does he?
Cherry on the tree.
Well, you can keep it floored then. Although a 1.53 60 foot's probably not the plan.
8.9 shape plays 962.
Still a good speed though, Scott.
No.
So. He's not going to like the run though. He's going to get a number, but it won't be the one he wants. 8.54 at 171. Steve Pateman with the right speed. Just needs to chop the ET a bit. Jack
In the Kestrel beer lane. We can get it to stay straight.
The
It's a
60
good
foot
launch.
is way down from where it was before, and a big wiggle at the 8th mile. He's backed off that one to an 8.09 at 137. Yeah, 128.
Tom just bogs down on the line.
You're not beating me. You're not
He's
beating
chasing
me.
her, isn't he?
You're not beating me.
A great
I
race.
think she is.
12.86 to a 13.21. Oh, jeez, really turned up the launch there.
Woo.
Oh,
Wiggle, wiggle, wiggle.
981 at 143 with a cloud of smoke. I think that was just the overrun.
it must have been.
Yeah,
'cause
12. Oh, Bruno is long gone to a 6:14. Stian, if he doesn't shut it off, which he did before the finish.
As per usual, we look at Bankside VIP. Oh, there we go.
So that was the nice bit. Now Martin Hill runs it up to about 80% of the thrust available. The jet is now in front of the tower, which means the next hit of the afterburner is going to pulse through the tower and the VIP arena. It's going to be a completely different animal. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I warn you, we're going to put it in stage. Richie's going to turn over to the grandstand. He's going to wave at the grandstand. I want everybody waving back at him now, ladies and gentlemen. He's going to wave at the banking now. Let's see if you can do a much better job. Thank you very much to the banking. Here we go. Martin Hill for the first time this weekend. Flies it through. 206 to the 8th, 591, 250.
Well, Jake gets to about 60 foot. No problems at all for George Baker. Through with a 10.88 at 134. That's really good. Yeah, unfortunately.
Straight and true launch.
That's 60 foot as well. That's hauling.
152, 737, 191. Don't want to give that camper van too much of a head start. It's going to be tough to catch. 98 at the 8th for Jay Turnock. He's going to go through 11, 13, 130. Good strong launch, little pedal. 8th mile speed of 138, and Clint Fournette goes through with a 777 at 180 miles, an 8-second pass.
There you go. That's exactly what I was
New
getting at.
valve train in the car last night solved a misfire that he's had for a few days. They spent ages on the dyno trying to get through this misfire, and they managed to fix it last night. It's not going to be his best run of the weekend. 11.19 at 112. But Grassley went into the 10s in testing. And that's his best 60-foot that I've seen for a long, long time. So all eyes are going to be on the Seat doing 108 at the 8th. Mark Taylor goes through with a 10.38 at 143. And Brian Jorgensen clicks it off.
Take that as a no.
Good race. Ian
Pretty
Walling's
damn
still
close,
out
yeah.
in front, isn't he? 997 to a 977. All shot win.
There we go. That's it. That's all I'm saying.
We see.
I didn't jinx it. I said he's there. That's all I said. There's a couple of little bits trickling down after him.
Alexandra Hunter with Cherry Pop, the Audi A3, goes through with a 14.98, 95 miles an hour.
But they managed to get one.
Well, Lewis doing well, going through the gears. Scott Lineker's holding on to him. And we go through 10.62 and 11.30. He's taking on Cam Bishop, unfortunately, has launched and stopped hard. So So Michael Behrens is going to go from A to B, making his first pass in a long, long time. 89 at the 8th and a 12.66 at 114. Well, that's going well. 11.14 at 122.
Moving around a fair bit, but still goes 9.91.
This is not going to count, and that is his own fault for not putting a race number on the car. It's a good looking pass for both cars. 101 to 120 at the 8th, 11.34 and a 10.18. A shame. The car looks like it's going to be towed back to the pits.
9.40, 152 there for Simon Paul in. Straight and true to a 7.89, 181. No improvement what they had run at. So going to be pretty close at the stripe. Who's done the better job? The answer to that one is Mark Huxley. It's a double breakout, 400th breakout. And it has been decided on the start line. Paul Marston goes red. Gary Carr is through. Let's see what number Gary runs. He goes 11.06 on 11.06 with an 05 light. There is not a lot.
Seconds. And Franz is going to try and run her down. This is going to be super, super close at the finish line. Kirsty had a tremendous reaction time and breaks out by 3 thou. Well,
Wow.
Kirsty. Seven 6 with a 0.
Perfect ET.
Yeah. Tim's car looking rather laboured, to be honest with you. Dave's way out in front. Well, they both had .13 reaction times. They're not going to win the award. Ruben's car not launching like it normally does with the wheels up, but it hooked up for the first time pretty much all weekend. And he takes the win.
Yeah.
There's no way Pete Creswell can win that.
Oh, Tim drawing alongside. It's who's the bravest at the stripe. And it is Tim Stanbury, the 908. Oh, Bob Molden hits his number.
Well, John Bean left first, even though his light came on half a second after Jason Darling. I'm not saying anything that anyone else didn't see. John Bean going for the round win and gets it.
Yeah.
There we go. This is going to be super close at the finish line. Mark Bailey's going to get there. It's just whether he does it in time or not. And that was kind of perfect, actually. That goes down as a whole shot win. He was 600ths off. Dan was 500ths off. Well, instant tyre shake one more time for Michael Malgren. Now, I remember talking to one pro stock driver, stroke racer, who doesn't race anymore, but shall remain nameless. And I remember saying, so their car came out here, did exactly that on the first run.
And it's a good 145.60 foot for Diogo at the 8th mile. He's coming up to 117. The Mark 1 Golf from XQ Motorsport goes 9:34, 147 miles an hour. It's a good launch, 126.60 foot. At the 8th mile, Julian's doing 108. He's let off the throttle. And clicks it off through with a 10.09. Issues, unfortunately, for Ricardo Late.
So Arnie has already run a 9:03. Would like to get into the 8s here.
Has Arnie ever been in the 8s?
Yes, many a time. And
That's
well,
one of
there's
them.
another one. 885, 151. And
Last qualified car.
They are currently 55, and one of these is not it.
Even though they're on there already.
Even on there already, yeah. But Josh Holmes is out in front making a very nice pass. 10.64 at 145 to a first.
6-cylinder. We've only got 17 that have got numbers on the board at the moment. That's an improvement for Reese. Goes 9:35, and Austin. Lovely launch.
Why would you not want that in Street Eliminator?
782, 177.
Belinda goes 76 and Rob goes 795, 170. So they are both.
Well, Ben's got the jump. He's going to be chased down by another one of our really quick BMWs. Ben's still out in front at the moment, but the mile an hour drives around him, 11.57 to a 9.87. Let's make it all worthwhile, hopefully, for Ruth. Unfortunately, he doesn't get second gear. Gary's Peak Performance using the whole of the quarter mile. Rob Lawton goes through with a 9.98, 148. Ruth Galea gets herself.
No tie slip at all for either of them. This will be what they're looking for. That's actually a great race. Looks like Rob Carter's slightly in front. And the scoreboard say 7.58 for Rob, 183. However, will the ugly sister go blasting past at the finish line? Yep. Look at that, 7.38. Check out the speed for Andy Bonds, 200 and...
Geordie has not put his race number on the back of the car. He's come ill-prepared. PPP. Taking on Adam Williamson with the Leon. Unfortunately, this is going to be Adam's first run. Creep it, Adam, creep it. All you got to do is get to the finish line. Check out pass of the weekend. So we know there's way more in this. Well, it's not going to be his best run of the weekend, but it is going to be a great back half, that's for sure. 131 at the 8th and goes through with a 10.22 at 122. Again, he's in the show pass at the Doorslammers. With a launch like that, we certainly can as he drives around the Porsche. Helder at the 8th mile is doing 113 and clicks it off in the Kestrel Beer Lane with a 9.79 speed. 154 miles.
Get Bruce.
Yes.
Yeah. Phil Thomas and Rafael Cacol. Now, what did Rafael run earlier today? 9.19. This is going to be a 9 flat. 150 miles an hour.
equal launches. They're side by side at the moment. If this was race day tomorrow, it'd be a great race. Horatius doing 103 at the 8th. He's going to go through with a 1084, 132 to an 11.
Well, Ollie is way out in front. And records 1167, 118 miles an hour to 1198.
And with a launch like that,
Missed the
hopping
gear.
and banging, 88 miles.
And we are back with Pro Doorslammer, ladies and gentlemen. You're in for a fantastic 2.5 hours of entertainment.
Let's let everybody know what's going on. Pro Doorslammer will lead us into the big bracket quarterfinals, which will lead us into Oklahoma Willie, that was scheduled to run slightly earlier. He was delayed getting down here, so he's going to put a run in. Then it's just qualifying the rest of the afternoon.
Right, so Andre Arnover, who ran earlier today the quickest turbo car ever here. Actually, Andreas Arthurson is the only one that's been quicker, and he only did it once in Sweden a couple of years ago. However, he's always one run away from completely destroying European records, is Andreas. He's also the guy that tunes this car, so he knows he's well capable of making it happen. So, Andre Arnover went 259.8 miles an hour, I think. I'm sure there's only one goal for this run. 260 miles an hour. We haven't had we've only ever had two 260 mile an hour plus door cars in Europe. One of them was Tero Laukkanen many years ago, probably at least 10 years ago now, something like that, before all the boost rules and everything were changed. The other one was Matthias Vulcan when he was here for the Doorslammers a few years ago, when he went into the 550s. Yeah, you heard that right.
Yeah, mental.
Exactly that. Anders Ed from all the way from near Hudiksvall in Sweden. I know there are a bunch of Swedes up in the grandstand and definitely watching it online. Really, really wishing the same as us, the same as me, that Anders gets past 60 foot without tyre shake. It's been giving them fits for the last 2 days. This will be the 6th or even 7th run, and he hasn't got past the tree on any of them. Let's hope they've made the changes to make it happen. Well, 0 for 2. So, obviously, to try and get around the... Well, I say obviously. What normally happens is, with tyre shake, to try and get round tyre shake, you hop the car up, you give it more off the start line so that it gets more wheel speed. That was obviously just a touch too much for Anders and the team that time. I'm keeping my fingers crossed that they're going to get one more try in before they go into the hat for eliminations tomorrow. Also, Andre Arnover, that's his first busted run since, I don't know, last year.
Doesn't get many, does he?
0.97 to 60 foot. He was still on a great run, but he actually shook the tyres a little bit too hard going past 60 foot and had to back out of it. I think they were heading for each other at one point there. So we've got two more. We've got another blower car versus turbo car matchup coming next. Andreas Hedin with the 1979 Corvette, the Parkinson Warrior of Jorgenberg, taking on Jari Rantaniemi, all the way from Finland. It's a long old way to come.
Immense looking car. Well, they both are.
They're both just mint, frankly, aren't they, really? Now, Both of these are having pretty good weekends so far. Yari has been down in the 6.0s, I think it was earlier. Was that right? Yeah, he went 6.07. Andreas went 6.2, but clicked it way before the finish line. So there's a lot more in both of these cars. And also, the 1979 Corvette in the Slick Tricks lane. This car is virtually brand new. It was built by Mats Bragg, who is here this weekend. I think he's working with Stian Roosten's team this weekend. And it's a really beautiful piece of kit. Absolutely beautiful. It's got all of the good stuff to compete in FIA Pro Modified. But, and this is a big but, any new car takes a lot of dialing in, and that's what they're still doing. I don't think he's made a full-bore run where he's taken it all the way through the finish line and pulled the chutes yet since he started driving it last summer. Hopefully this will be that time. The whole reason they made the trip here to Santa Bod is because they get 2 consecutive weekends on the same racetrack, so they can sneak up on it and try everything out over the period of the 2 weeks. Jari Rantaniemi is also here for next weekend at the main event in Pro Modified as well. He's actually gone into full stage already. That shouldn't be too much of a problem. Andreas is going to light the top bulb. Jari will spool the turbos. There we go. About now. Thank you. Nice looking run for Andreas. Go 6.19 at 2.20. Jari Rantaniemi goes 6.05 at 2.46. They both put down their quickest runs of the weekend. Jari Rantaniemi earlier on today actually went 250 miles an hour. I know they were both, he was looking for more than that, but 102 to 60 foot, 402 at 188 to the 8th. Andreas Hedin with a .96 60 foot. That's superb for the Corvette. To the 8th mile in 4.03 at 180 miles an hour. That was always going to be about a 6.0, maybe a 6.1, something like that. But that's the first full-ish pass on the car. Now they can start tuning it and stepping it up. Andy Robinson says to the guy in the other lane, that's how you do a burnout, son. I've been doing them for longer than you, and I think he probably has actually as well. So John Tebenham from the UK, both these two on their last runs were in the 6.0s. And the one thing they've got in common is they're both tuned by the same bloke, Luke Robinson. Not like Luke doesn't have much to do with one car. So he does too. Anyway, JT, yeah. A 6.0, where are we? 7 earlier today. That's his quickest run for an awfully long time. So I'm sure he was really happy with that. Really nice 60 foot, really nice numbers all the way down the racetrack. Andy Robinson, he went 6.05. However, I'm pretty sure they didn't look overjoyed at all with that number. They were probably looking for something a good 10th, maybe even 2/10 quicker than that. So we got the potential again for side-by-side 5-second runs. I'm sure Andy definitely would love to get back into the 5s. But these cars are incredibly fickle, and they make so many changes on them just week to week, just to keep them running the same. So John Tebenham, Kestrel Lane, Andy Robinson, Slick Tricks Lane. That's more like it. That's beautiful. That's also a 5.93 at 243 miles an hour. That's what they were looking for. Fantastic stuff. Well done, folks. 6.09 at 2.37 for John Tebenham.
6.04.
Sorry, 6.04.
Yeah.
I'm reading the scoreboard again, aren't I? So, numbers. Andy, 0.97 to 60 foot. To the 8th mile, 3.93 at 1.91, and exactly a 2-second back half to 5.93 at 2.43. JT, 0.99 to 60. He was right with Andy on the early numbers, actually, if you look at that. He was the same at 3.30, but then the 8th mile was 3.96, and out the back door to a 6.04 at 2.37. I bet they enjoyed that, actually.
Right. The fun time. It is the big bracket. It is the quarterfinals. There will be 2 pairs and a bye. So, and this will guarantee whoever goes through a minimum of £1,000. The losers here go home with $250. So in other words, they've almost got their
money back. Yeah.
Their money back.
They've played for the day. For
Right.
free.
So it is
A buy run.
Mark Huxley gets the bye. Oh wow! It is random, of course.
Well, in random is so much as someone over by the fence chooses the pairing.
So nice to see sponsor down there, Nick Williams and Williams Brothers Speed Shop. Of course, they are the title sponsor and always have been of the big bracket. And we now know that young Mr. Mark Huxley is going to take a minimum of £1,000 away from the big bracket.
That'll help. That'll help. Well, you never know. He'd be in the lanes for the next round, and he may even get. There is going to be a buy in the next one too, so it depends who gets chosen, doesn't it? Looking for 989.
$9.85 with a 9.
Right numbers, wrong way round.
Right, the pairings then. Who've we got? John Bean and Tim Stanbury.
Which means our friend from Germany will be racing Mark Bailey.
So the 2 quickest cars will be racing each other. These are the 2 in-betweens, and the slowest they got the bye. So John Bean then dialing 8.99. Again, Tim Stanbury dialing in 9.04. It's just 0.05 of a second between these two. This for a spot in the semis. A guaranteed grand. The loser here, as I said earlier, will go away with £250. It's not about the money for these two. It's bragging rights. It really is. Money helps, but it's bragging rights.
I've got a lovely buzzing in the background of my headset. I don't know whether you folks can hear that downstairs. If you can't, don't worry about it. It's probably just my ears. Cheers. Yeah, but I'm getting it as well. Yeah. We are both getting it.
It's a green light drag race.
Well, nothing in it on the tree.
It's a squeaker at the stripe.
It looks like John Bean's actually out in front, but over the stripe it's going to be John Bean.
It's John Bean.
He's in the semi-final.
John Bean, 400s over Darlin. Tim Stanbury, 600s over Darlin. They both had 0.8 lights, but it is John Bean into the semi-finals. Right, last pair. Mark Bailey taking on the Mustang of Franz Aschenbrenner. Both of these are 8-second cars. 8.03. Franz has been sticking with that dial-in pretty much all the way through. Mark Bailey, 8.72.
So Mark Bailey is going to go first by 0.69. Well, the tree is going to run in his favour by 0.69. He's not necessarily going to move at that point.
Well, this is certainly going to have going to help the travel money for the Mustang all the way from Germany. If he can get through. Oh, but he doesn't. He goes red.
Big
Mark
red.
Bailey is into the semi-final draw. And runs 8.74 on a 72. 8.04 on an 8.03. But the red light tells the story. So the last 3 remaining, Mark Huxley, John Bean, Mark Bailey. One of them will get a bye into the final and race for that 5 large.
One of them's got a minimum of 2.5k waiting for him.
Wow.
Okay, we're back on with...
We got the
Oklahoma
jet.
Willie. Yeah, we got the jet, beg your pardon. It's because it drives around here. It always throws me. Okay, so Oklahoma Willie.
Just let everybody know the next timetabled Pro Doorslammer session is 7:15. They're welcome to join the lanes if they want to, but they're going to have to queue with everybody else. So it's probably not a good idea.
Well, it's only an hour and 25 minutes. I
know.
I can see a few cars that haven't got numbers on the board yet as well around there.
Oh, a big flame out of the back of Oklahoma Willie, the VW pickup. I think pretty much everybody knows the story of this now, but the vehicle was found in Oklahoma, and the guy who owned the farm where it was Willie. Well, the car's made into the 10s at over 150 miles an hour. And not only that, it is still totally street legal. They literally cover up the jet and use the 4-cylinder to drive around. Not happy with something.
Oh, Mr. Marshall's been promoted to cleaning duties.
That's okay. So Perry will build the thrust up once again. Something not quite right.
Yeah, just in case, it's always better to save it for another time than it is just to go and send it, as the phrase is, I think, with the kids these days, isn't it? It's to send
that's
it.
right. Yes, I can actually see it. There is a
small fuel leak, I think.
yeah,
that
it
must
is.
be.
Literally, there is right the way he's just wiping that now. There is a tiny little leak there. Not worth risking it.
Well, the trouble is if he
fitting.
does do it and it goes under high pressure.
And we've seen that face when a jet goes wrong on a day where we've had a tough day.
Indeed.
Yes.
So he's not taking any risks. He's just like, no.
The thing is, though, it could just be a case of tightening that one up
And carrying on.
and carrying on.
Well, he's not going anywhere.
Yeah.
In worst case, he just fires up the air-cooled motor and drives up the quarter mile. Probably his slowest past ever.
Do you know, he could have kept the engine running, just gone into stage and driven it without the thrust. No, well, someone would have noticed anyway. We've got Kev Perkins around there who hasn't put in a run in. He's in 760 heads up. Anyone out there, this is our final qualifying session time of the weekend. The next 2 hours, you need to be down here. If you haven't run yet, this is the time. If you have run yet and you're not qualified or you're unsure if you're qualified, please go and see the Santapod Marshall's, what should we call it? Hut?
Yeah,
Trailer.
It is the trailer.
In
just
the middle
at
of the pits.
the top of the pairing lanes where the VP arches.
So if you have to qualify for your respective classes. So if there are 16 spots available but 18 or 19 cars that have run and you're 18 or 19 or 17, you won't be in the draw for tomorrow. Anyway, we're on with open qualifying.
All right, Ian Pepper coming round the corner. And it's, I love this little car. You can see, that's right, you can see the cage and everything in there now, the door net, all the roll cage and everything, but that is one.
I love the aero tricks on the roof
It
as well.
is, yeah. At 160 plus mile an hour, that'll probably work. Just aid stability.
Can I borrow your binoculars for 2 seconds, please? Thank you. I want to try and read their T-shirts because I've been trying to read out the name. If that bloke could stay still, as opposed to go under the tower, it would have been helpful. So both of these two, I think, are well qualified in their respective classes. Martin Argren in the 6-cylinder cadet in the Kestrel lane, and Ian Pepper. Now, is that a bump spot on the board?
Yes, it will be. Is that 11?
It's
No, 1056.
10:56.
Okay,
Yeah,
that
that's
is
correct,
He's in that anyway. Yeah, it's the Dry Lake Speed Shop of the team, and they're all standing there on the start line filming this run.
Well, he's already been 856 on 159.
Goodness me. That thing absolutely flies.
896 that time, 153.
Wonder
but-
where that went. Maybe the nitrous didn't kick in. Who knows? They look so nonplussed with a 8-second run. Anyway, still an awesome car. Problems for Ian Pepper, unfortunately.
Right, from one cadet to another.
They do seem to like him in Denmark, don't they? So, Carl Overbury from France and Gert Mertz from Denmark.
Well, unfortunately, Carl's has expired.
Oh, yes. It may be in the process of expiring as well by the looks of that. That was just on the burnout as well.
It was.
Oh, dear,
So
yeah.
A bit of coolant come out of the car.
Steaming.
Overheated, maybe.
Well, hopefully that is something that can be easily fixed. Otherwise, it actually would be one of our first cars that's actually qualified, not making eliminations.
Well, Gert Mertz is currently number 5 in 4-cylinder. His best so far is a 9:17.
Another great looking run. Slightly slower at 9:30, 147. Maybe the cadets are having an off evening. Maybe they're daytime cars. Who knows? Yep, shoes coming out just to the last bit of clean-up down there.
Pair of lanes, chock-a-block.
And we still haven't seen Andy Nichols yet. Maybe he's waiting till 7 o'clock. What do you think?
Still got that little tailwind. Still got heat going into the track. Conditions excellent.
This is just Candyland.
Yes.
Conditions. This really is. It does need a Dalek costume. Definitely. It will only take a couple of moments anyway, folks, so don't worry about it too much. A couple of sweeps for that and a couple of sweeps for the tractor and we'll be done. So once again, if you haven't qualified yet or you're not in the show, you do need to come back down and put a run in. See if you can get from outside the field inside. 6-cylinder has got the most amount, I think, of missing in action cars we've seen.
Yeah.
Is it 18 cars have now put in runs?
19.
Oh, 19. Okay, so we got 10 that entered. And bear in mind, they don't just say, yes, I'd like to come, please. They actually
They
pay
paid,
to
yeah.
enter.
Yeah.
And they haven't put in runs yet, unfortunately, for whatever reason. So who knows where they might be. The lanes are still full, as per you'd expect, really.
Just a reminder to all teams, all racers. Obviously, qualifying will finish at 8 o'clock this evening. Then it's everybody to the announcement area for 8:30 for the big draws for this evening. All the chips going in, and this is when we do the pairings. And of course, it will be predetermined lanes as well. So you need to be there to see who you're going to be racing tomorrow. Also, the presentation of the big bracket check for today. Somebody will be taking away £5,000 at the end of today. And there's only one of 3 people that can do it now. It's going to be John Bean, Mark Huxley, or Mark Bailey. One of those 3. And actually, one of them's going to get £1,000, one of them's going to get £2,000, one of them's going to get £5,000. That's the way it works now. Also, be some announcements this evening as well, which you all need to listen to. But one epic day today. It was a bit misty this morning. We couldn't see the turbines for a little while. We had a tiny bit of rain, but it's turned out gloriously. Right, here we go then. Alexandra Hunter with Cherry Pop, the Audi A3. Front wheel drive. And that's a 15.06 at 97. All right, Fran Herbert with the Golf.
So she's been running, I believe, no nitrous all weekend. Or maybe a little bit. Actually, no. Last run was a 12.8, wasn't it? So we've got a tickle of nitrous in there. It's a good launch. So Fran goes through the 8th mile at 88 miles an hour. And goes through the quarter this time. 12.70, 109. Best run of the weekend. So looking into the lanes, I can see David Vector has made it down with the Pro Doorslammer. Julian Bayer is coming up very, very shortly with the Mark II Golf. Kev Lloyd is coming round. Not Kev Lloyd, Kev Perkins.
Yeah, well, good to see Victoria Smith back down with a Boost Monkey after her last run, where flat spotted tyres and no shoots. So hopefully everything's okay there.
Well, she ran a PB on that run.
She did, yeah.
Best way to do it. Get back on the horse.
Or in the Buick.
Yeah.
Elliot Day been putting in some great runs with the little small block Turbo Willis. You can see where the boost comes in. How's Victoria keep her foot in? Nice runs a pair. 766, 186 miles an hour.
And shoots out as well, of course.
Yeah, 850 for Elliot, 161. Another really, really nice looking run. Even though these two aren't in the same class, this could be a seriously good race.
Yeah. The guys would really love to be able to enter Comp Eliminator. Unfortunately, there are no indexes for four-wheel drive vehicles.
Okay.
Quite a few of the guys have been trying to push to get the four-wheel drive cars in.
Well, the thing is that if it's a four-cylinder, can't it go down as a four-cylinder car? No.
Elliot, earlier on, went 866 at 154. He's just gone 850 at 161.
Nice.
That's a nice run.
So Julian earlier in the weekend went 8 flat. Can we see his first 7-second pass late in the day at day 2 at the Doorslammers 2024?
Up against Kev Perkins in 760 heads up. He hasn't got a time on the board yet. I think this might set the bump, actually.
It will actually, yeah.
Very undramatic in both lanes. Julian's off the top by the looks of it. 791 for Kev. The number Julian wanted, I think. 164 miles an hour. He's in the show.
Yeah, that puts Steve Pateman on the bump, 854.
Kazis from Lithuania. As we said earlier, one of the younger generation coming through over in Lithuania. next weekend is the Nationals over in Lithuania, and he decided to come to the Doorslammers to do a bit of testing for the event. I like that.
Dedication.
Yeah.
Well, Kaz's has been 8.59 so far at 160. It's Marcus that's away first, and he's been 10.13.
Well,
Something broke.
there's something
985.
dangling down as well.
That'll be a prop shaft, I think, probably. Well, at least he tested it here. 9.85 at 136 for Marcus Daly that time round.
Yeah, 3-place move that was.
Well, looking into the lanes, we've got Horatius Caruana, Matt Davidson, Soren Hansen, Tom Herbert, Laurie Anselo, and David Vector.
Dave. Yeah, Dave's around there too. Yeah, he
Disappeared, has he?
he forgot the call for the
That's it.
session.
So
earlier
he
on.
just snuck into lane 4. He's like, no, I'm just here for open qualifying.
Honest. There's definitely going to be some work going on tonight. How did you get a 592? I'll take that.
That was his reaction time, actually.
Oh, fair enough. That's all right then.
So it is Dave Vector.
He's at the front of that lane, actually,
Yeah.
bizarrely. So earlier on today, he went 577, blew the purse panels. They went pop just before the finish line. His short numbers were just outstanding, just like absolutely world class. I think they've got the sweet spot with this car, but then that's normally when it goes wrong. Funny thing is as well, this car is still the quickest Andy Robinson built car, and it's one of the oldest that's still competing as well. This car was completed, I think, in 2007. Dave debuted it in 2008. So it's, 17 years old. It's been upgraded and changed a lot over the years, so don't get me wrong, it's, it's not a 2007 car. However, it don't run like one, does it? Deary me. So just an incredible 60-foot times and progressive numbers down the racetrack. It just takes off and flies, this car does. Earlier on today, he got to the 8th mile, I think, in, I can't remember, it was just under 3.8 seconds. Nice. Good look. And it's his wife, Ellen, guiding him into stage. That's probably why this is such a good car. It's a killer combo, Netherlands and Sweden. Oh, and the UK, because he's on the wheelie bars,
yeah.
There you go. So let's see what Dave's got this time round. See if he can back up what he did earlier today. Oh, that 8th mile number just gives me weak knees. 582 at 239 miles an hour. A 0.96 60 foot. 2.54 to 330. 8th mile in 381. If that was a turbo car, that would be a 560. 580 through the stripe. He actually backed off slightly through the finish line, only 239 miles an hour. But that was a nice clean run. I think that's what they were looking for. Just wanted to go from one end to the other. No dramas, no pops, no bangs, no nothing. And make sure everything works nicely. So, for the second time of asking...
A little bit behind schedule.
Who's got a fan club? Who's got a fan club?
It's not big as fan club as Bob's got, is it?
Obviously not. And
That'll go
Dirk,
down in folklore.
and Dirk had to be sitting in the middle of it as well, didn't he? Never mind. Anybody watching him will know the legend that is Mr. Gregson. So, no flame show this time. Well, not further back anyway for Berry. That's what it should have done earlier. There we go. Really nice run for Perry. Oh, and 152 miles an hour. 10.65. That may well be.
No, it's one of his. It's not his
Yeah.
quickest, but it's certainly up there. He has been 10. I think he's been 10.5, definitely.
They look super relieved as well, which is always a good thing. So back to open qualifying. Like we said, Matt Davidson, loads of other cars down there as well. This is going to be fun. It's actually Matty Davidson coming around right now. I would say he's the new Mr. Davidson, but he's always been Mr. Davidson, isn't he?
Yeah.
So this will be the second run in qualifying for Matt Davidson. He put one pass in when we were into open practice. Last night they worked on the car and replaced the valve springs. They said it felt better, sounded better. They put a checkout pass in earlier. He's going to be taking on Horatius Caruana from Malta. Yeah. Oh, come on.
So I'm just pointing out stuff in the lanes to Luke. It's one of the best things about this event is you go, oh yes, I want to see that. That kind of thing. Anyway, so Matt Davidson in the Kestrel lane and Horatius Caruana. I hope. That's the one.
it, yeah. 10-second car versus 9-second car. Great launch for Horatius. 154 to 162, 60 foot. Matt Davidson just driving around at the top end, but goes through 11.07 and a 10.59.
Yeah, Matt was off the power before the finish line.
Well, that is a mouth-watering lineup if they get to race each other. They're not. Once again. Oh, so close.
Boy, Lowry, stop.
Yeah, how dare. Come
It's
on.
all right. I'm only joking.
Okay, Tom Herbert taking on Jack Marriage with the Rubber Duck Racing Beetle.
Well, Jack's been 13.74 at the moment. Tom just a little bit quicker than that.
Tom's still not had the launch that he wants with the car. Once again, it launches and bogs. Still goes through the top end with an 11.97, 127. It's got the mile an hour. It's just the launch. Once he gets that to grip and go without the bog, that Corrado is going to go very deep into the tens. Right, David Lamech on the line once again, ladies and gentlemen. This is one of those camera moments. All of our spotters and all of our camera media men, eyes on the prize in the Slick Tricks Racing lane. Can he get the gears? Can he go quicker? Can we see a 7 at the Doorslammers on day 2? Lowry just keeping it forward. Well, 131, 60 foot. That's way quicker. 137 at the 8th. David Lamech slows to an 8:36. 139. But that equals Torsten's 60-foot record for a front-wheel drive car in Europe. He's basically just putting as much power as he can in the car in the first 4 gears that he's got, but then running out of gears at the back end of the track.
Well, it wasn't. It was quicker to 60, but it wasn't quicker to half track than he was earlier.
His 60 foot is now quicker than Petros's 7.8, but by the 8th mile, he's already slowing.
So his kingdom for a working gearbox.
Yeah, that's it. The question is, what's in that gearbox, and can he get one in the UK this evening?
Or can he fix it?
Yeah.
So, Soren Hansen, first 8-second run earlier on. He's going up against Rob Carter. That's some stiff opposition in the other lane. The LS Turbo-powered VW Passat, who's been down into the mid-7s. This car is absolutely on point. I love the fact one wing mirror is folded in, the other one's hoping and hanging on, but it won't be by the time it goes.
He's probably
through
got to the point where he's fed up of putting them back out
Yeah,
again.
probably
They're
that.
just like, they just give up.
Well, they design a lot of things on street eliminator cars, especially like the windscreen wipers, so they fold down. Otherwise, if they don't fold down out of the way, they end up taking off, obviously.
So Rob's been 758 so far. He's number 2 in Pro Street.
Soren Hansen's been 884. Well, Rob's well out in front, making Soren look slow, but he's not. He goes through with an 889, 169, and a 763, 185 miles an hour. Great run for the Carter family.
Yeah, 2 mile an hour up on speed, but 700's down on ET. Nevertheless, consistency could be really the key in Pro Street this weekend.
All right. It's a family affair on the start line. Grant Parker in the Slick Tricks racing lane with the rear-wheel drive Mark 1 Golf taking on Mark Taylor. Mark Taylor got his best 60 foot earlier this weekend. Down in the 1.6s again, 1.65 as well. He's being chased down by Grant. Grant's been into the 9, so that'll give you an idea of where we are. Mark Taylor goes through with a 10.24 at 143, and Grant goes 9.60 at 139.
Yeah, bizarrely, it moves him up 1 spot from 14 to 13. Nevertheless, any improvement is an improvement. I'll give you a quick time check, folks. 17 minutes past 6. An hour and 43 minutes left of open qualifying this evening. And then it's all over to the announcement area for our draw for our pairings for tomorrow. We've got 3 races to come in the big bracket, which is, of course, semi-finals and final. That's where we dish the funds out. All right, so just a little bit of sliding. I'll tell you what, let's just give the airways over to Nitro FM 96.2 just for a moment, and we'll take it back when we continue the open qualifying here at the Doorslammers. Right, here we go once again. Matthew Bell, you're going to be quite easy to spot because, we'll be able to spot you. You've lost your pass, actually. We've got it up here in the tower. Matthew Bell, one of our signed-on press for this weekend. We've got your pass in the tower. Don't pretend that you're Matthew Bell because it's got your photo on it and we'll be able to understand that it is you. So, Matthew, if you come up the stairs by the catering area, and we've got your pass in the tower.
Right, coming up next, all the way from Malta, Clint Finneck with the escort. As you can see, big old sign down the side, Visit Malta. A lot of help from the Maltese government and Visit Malta putting funds in to help El Pecador make it over here to put in some passes. He's taking on Thomas Drodds. Now this is Thomas, he's not currently qualified, is he?
No, he's not.
Kept
He's
slowing.
a true
So
street.
A to B, please, Thomas.
I think he was the one we were wheeling on a little
Yeah.
earlier, wasn't he?
I think he's been told not to hit the brakes.
Let's see what Clint can do. All the guys and girls from Malta. Well, it's a 110.60 foot, 155 at the 8th. Clint Fournette goes 7:10 at 189 miles an hour. And Thomas Droggs goes through with a 12:30 at 129. Congratulations, everyone. Great to see that car. How does that help him in 4-cylinder?
It gives him a 1.71 second margin over the second place.
Hey, that's where you want to be. So,
On that subject, come on, where's the UK's entry into this drag racing Eurovision contest?
well, we're supposed
The Fraudster.
to be, yeah, we're supposed to be doing match racing, weren't they?
The Fraudster is number 11 on a 10.03.
Well, he's in the show, but they've obviously
Yeah.
got some kind of issue.
Well, now did the Maltese guys just tow it down, or did they push it down? That is the question.
Okay, so Steve Pateman back for 760 heads up. Right, okay, so the 4-cylinder car is quicker than all of the pro streets. It's quicker than all the true streets, and it's only a 10th behind the leading 6-cylinder. So Steve Pateman currently number 7 in 760 heads up. We do have a bump spot actually in 760 heads up of 854, but as I say, we've only had 8 cars run so far.
All right, Josh Holmes put in a couple of 10-second passes this weekend. He's basically going to be watching Steve Pateman out in front at the moment. Steve goes through in an 8:59. Josh Holmes' best run so far, 10:10, 146 miles an hour.
So, Jack Krugel with the really cool Pulsar, or Starlet if you prefer, in the Kestrel lane. Is that a 4-wheel drive 4-cylinder car?
It is. As it originally was, but didn't come with all the go fast goodies.
Up against John. Yeah, Jack hasn't had a great weekend so far. I don't think that's going to be one either. He's coasting at the top end by the looks of that. Oh, maybe not. He has got his foot in it, but 1079, 129 miles an hour. It's not what they're looking for at all. So, Mr. Rob Smallworth up next.
Right, he's been 795 so far. Currently number 6 in 760 heads up.
If my thinking is correct, we might have a bump very shortly, or a bump, an outsider in 760 heads up.
Right,
'cause
okay,
I
we
think
need to go quicker then than 854, which is the bump in 760.
I think it's Matthias with the Jag,
Right.
but I can see the tow vehicle, I can't see the car.
Right.
Anyway, Nick Shotton and Rob Smallworth.
$771. That puts him number 2. Well done, Rob.
Very nice speed of 175 miles an hour. Nick Shotton with a 13.4. So, Piotr Formella with the Golf. Has that got spots underneath it? Or is that
No, that's
Wheelie bar? Yeah, okay. It has got spots underneath it, but it's the windshield. It is from the previous car.
So Piotr is down to now 9.7 with the TDI TDI Golf. Over the wheel spin off the start line as he chased down Phoebe Nasser. Drives around at the top end of the track and goes through the top end with a 988 at 146.
Well, nice improvement for Phoebe, 13.59 at 100. Right, Street Eliminator. This actually a pairing that we saw at the final of the delayed or the rescheduled Festival of Power.
And who took the win? The one and only.
Tony Higgs, yeah.
Was that his first ever event win?
No, he won the national finals in 2022.
Okay, yes, he did. I beg your pardon, he did, because I commentated on that. That was a hell of a race, wasn't it?
It was. In the dark.
Him and Al Mack in the dark, yeah.
He's got porthole.
Yeah.
Well, Tony Higgs does work on submarines and things, so yeah.
1 7-second car, 1 6-second car, both capable of 200 miles an hour on a good day. Tony Higgs blows the tyres off straight from the start line and then boots it again, obviously. 7.29 at 205 miles an hour, 9.39 a very unlikely 187 for Tony. And I say unlikely because the speed does not match the ET.
Still hooks up and goes 187.
Well, it's not that, it's like most people give up after that, wouldn't they? Because he's not going to improve his time. But
yeah, but if you're a certifiable nutter like he is, then don't know anything different. Right. Saw these two match up earlier on. Tom Wrigley and these are both 8-second cars actually. Tom Wrigley and George Gamble, both running in 6-cylinder.
That says True Street. Is that right, or is it not? I'm just thinking.
George Gamble is in 6-cylinder. Tom Wrigley's in True Street. Apologies, yeah. Tom Wrigley is number 2 in True Street. Look at these two go. 876, 850 for Tom Wrigley. Wow.
163 miles an hour.
George goes 876.
Yeah, Buzz Patar might have everybody outgunned on ET. However, he's got to leave the line on time.
Yeah.
That's the thing. It's all about racing.
That's it. Right, so at the start of the day, this car was the fastest TDI in Europe. He's now been overtaken by our Polish competitor, Rafał Kankol. The gloves are out.
They wipe it as he's going backwards. I love that. It's such a nice touch, isn't it?
And he's taking on Jan with the little Fiat 126. So, can Diogo go quicker than 9.29? As he now chases a 9 flat. Well, he goes 149, 60 foot once again. He's already out in front of Jan doing 116 at the 8th and goes 942 at 149 with 1179 at 112. It's got to be tough to travel all this way with one aim to take the record, and within 12 hours have someone take it and go 2 tenths quicker.
I was going to say, then put it that bit further out of reach as well. It's not like,
it
wasn't like he nicked it. He just sort of, yeah.
Oh,
anyway.
for the first time today. First time this weekend.
Yeah, I know. Exactly, that's what I mean. He's in 760 heads up.
Okay.
Al Williamson and Karam Ralph. Al Williamson in Pro Street this weekend.
The truck is working really well. It's just blowing its tyres off the line, but the top end charge is great. It's doing 170 mile an hour
Goodness me.
But his best ET is 883 in actual class qualifying.
Oh, actually, when Helder's details come up on this computer, can you tell me what his last run was? Because I'm sure it was a 9.
Who's that, sorry?
Helder, which is behind us.
Which class is it?
Al Williamson gets off the start line is the major news in this pairing. That'll be a low 8. It's an 8.21 at 170 miles an hour. They look rather ecstatic with that.
Good.
9.34 in the other lane.
Good point, Colin. I've got it on the paperwork right in front of
Oh,
me.
yeah.
I forgot he qualified with it.
So, Helder Pereira with the Seat
Korboda.
taking on Mateusz Bankowiak from Poland, who is putting in his first run of the weekend at 6:30 p.m. on Saturday. He's trying to outfox Andy Nichols, and he can turn
Yeah,
up
we still
latest.
haven't seen Andy Nichols.
I told you. Yeah. We still haven't seen Andy Nichols yet. Still. Is he here?
He was here last night with the car.
Maybe he just like saving it for the end or something. I don't know. Anyway, Mateusz, the bump spot for 760 is 8:54. Is that Steve Pateman by any chance?
Yes, it is, yeah.
Okay. He's completely squiffed though. Somebody needs to. I think Ian's going to straighten him up. He's nowhere near pointed straight. And with a car that goes that quick, he needs to be. Let's put it that way. The crew looking very cool, very professional. This is the ex-Dave Smith car, which he purchased last year, and has done a great job turning it into his own. Right, well, Ian's bringing him forward, but he does need to be going that way a lot. There we go. I think he's putting a bit of right hand down. There we are. So, Helder Pereira. What was Helder's quickest run?
Helder's quickest run today has been a 9.79. He's previously been in the 9.4s with the old car. But this is basically what, his 8th pass with this car?
Mateusz needs to nail it, otherwise he's not going to be in. He needs to go quicker than set 8.54, and he doesn't.
Helder, though, goes 116 in the 8th, 9.59, 150 miles an hour. Obviously, that's a new PB for that car.
Well, Mateusz has got an hour and a half of open racetrack to get back round again to try and run quicker than an 8.54.
Jürgen Caruana, living the dream, bringing the Escort over to the UK, but it has been pretty much a nightmare when it comes to qualifying. He is currently 51st with a 13 flat. This car has been down into the 9s. He's taking on Amir. Amir's been into the 10s as well. Have to bring the RPM up. Again, the car, the Escort, just bogs down on the line. Now he's got the power coming through, but unfortunately both cars seem to be coasting through to the top end. 1082, 132, 1399. So again, no improvement for Jürgen.
That's interesting. We've got new sheets through and lost one of the four-cylinder cars.
Lost one.
Yeah.
Careless.
They might have been, if they've withdrawn, they will be deleted off.
Oh, right, okay.
So 61 vehicles now in the European front-wheel drive class, sponsored by Street Racers and SW Motorsports.
And the fraudsters round there as well.
Oh,
He was listening. Nice when people listen, isn't it?
that's it.
Nice. It is nice. So Matt Southcott with the Scamp. Don't see many of those about. In fact, hardly any. And Jeff and Belinda Ball with the pickup. Running in 760 heads up.
So Belinda is number 3 in 760 heads up with a 776. Ahead of her is Rob Smallworth on a 71. Mark Turner is number 1 qualifier, 768. Matthew Southcott is in Pro Street. And he is number 5 on a 782.
That's pretty stout. Well, Matthew Southcott all over the place. Yeah, neither will get an ET. Although bizarrely Belinda did somehow, even though she left before the tree was activated. Okay. Must have had the wheels in the right place just at the right time.
So next up under the tower, Nathan Lee from the Netherlands, taking on the fraudster, Kev Jenkins. Now, Kev is going on a full tour this summer. He'll be heading out to Mantorp. He'll be heading out to Tierp. And possibly, I think, Tierp again. I think some of the other guys are also going to Gardermoen as part of the tour as well. I'm not sure that Kev is, though. I'm pretty sure.
Well, Kev Jenkins is number 12 qualifier in 4-cylinder, but he's under the 760 heads up class this time.
Is he double classing this weekend? Is he double entered?
He was always down as 760 heads up.
Right.
So he's not entered in 4-cylinder?
No, he's not in 4-cylinder, no.
He's just on the numbers of 4-cylinder.
Okay. Well, he's got a 4-cylinder race number on the back, so I'm guessing he might have even double entered.
He's got it crossed out, though.
Oh, he has, yeah. I think that's probably what it was. The mayor got it. Well, anyway, he's definitely in 760 heads up here.
Well, it's a good launch for both cars.
That might be quicker than 760.
Yeah.
He goes 759, and Nathan Jimmy goes 1055 at 100.
Bizarrely, that doesn't qualify
Oh,
because he's under 760, isn't he?
so he's actually...
Yeah, he's
too
actually
quick.
8th. He's actually 10th, number 10 qualifier. Oh
So
dear.
if he'd have just pulled the chute slightly earlier
Yeah.
or braked, well, at least he's in... Well, he's on the list in 4-cylinder. It's just whether he's actually entered it
Yeah.
is being the only problem.
It's rather bizarre, that.
That's a bit weird. Anyway.
But then having said that, you never know, there may be breakages.
Okay, Reese Hurd and Billy Gain. Billy vents the nitrous.
Well, Billy is number 4 qualifier on a 776 and 760 heads up, so he's okay. Reese in 6-cylinder. He is number 10. He's safe on a 935. Good looking run for Billy. 772. That moves him up to number 2. And Reese goes 10.56, no help for him.
Well, Torsten Mittendorf is really showing off now. It's Saturday evening and he's still here.
Don't you keep doing it. Stop it. I kick you, man. Ahmed's here as well.
Oh, wow. I told you, they just have a flair for the dramatic. That might even be Andy Nichols.
It is.
There you go.
Oh, you last-minute Larry boy.
Look at that. 8:41 and he's in the lane. Sorry, 6:41.
He just wanted
he's in
to
the
beat the V8. Right, Torsten Mittendorf is currently 8th with a 961. Let's see what he can do late in the day on day 2 at the Doorslammers. Well, it's not the usual performance again.
Crawling, I'd say.
I'm going to kick you down.
He's still here. Look, that's all I said.
That's all he said.
I didn't see let's see a record run. I didn't see this is going to be the quickest run. No, none of that. None of that.
So, Ahmed Jamshed. So Ahmed Jamshed is one of our racers that will be back here next weekend for the FIA main event. If you want to come along and see a little 4-cylinder kick in some old school V8 butts. Yours is a new school V8 butt.
One of those V8 butts who's standing right next to him.
That's it. That's why I said it. So Ahmed is looking for a low 8-second pass at good 180 mile an hour. Hayder's looking for a 9-second pass. Well, issues for Ahmed, so all eyes are on Hayder in the Slick Tricks racing lane. He's doing 109 at the 8th. It's going to be into the 10s. He goes 10.44 at 137.
So kicking V8 butts crawling up the track.
Yes,
is that
yes,
what you
yes.
wanted to take about?
He's running.
No, he's going now.
He's going.
He's off. He's already qualified anyway. So,
He is.
However, he'd probably like a couple better runs than that.
He definitely would. He definitely would. So, around the corner, we've got some tasty cars. We've got Andy Nichols. We've got Lisette underneath the tower. Anthony Mincher's round the corner. Ryan French is down with the Metro. Yazir Dar for his second run of the weekend with the 4-wheel drive Civic as well.
I can also see
Calvin Skerritt has just made it into the lanes as well.
Joe Stevens, who isn't qualified in Pro Street.
Oh,
I
yeah.
think. Is that right?
That's correct, yeah. He needs to go quicker than 9.95. He's on a 10.82 at the moment.
The car can
Should
do it.
be able to do it, yeah.
Sure.
And if he does, if he goes quicker than 9.73, that will put Ash Cooper on the bump.
So, Lisette de Koning from the Netherlands, regular visitor to the UK.
A big mischief for Chris there.
I think both.
He's catching up with Lisette. 12.59 to a 13.34.
Right. The hits just keep on coming.
Well, Andy,
we go.
Well, this is the thing now. Does he just go for an A to B pass, or does he go all out?
As long as he gets to the other end.
That's
in a
it.
sensible
But at the
time
same
ish.
time, he's got a new setup in the car, and he wants to get some data on the thing.
so where's he been then?
I don't know where he's been all day.
I'm only joking.
No idea. A previous champion in the Doorslammers front-wheel drive class, Andy Nichols with the Speed Factory Racing the Civic, rolling into the Kestrel beer lane. As you can see, Yazir Dar drives around the burnout box because he's got a 4-wheel drive Honda Civic.
So, seriously, that has got to be some... I wonder what the record is, right? Folks, it's 6:45 on the last day of
That's
qualifying, putting in your first qualifying run of the weekend. That's got to be some sort of
You've
record.
just got to pray that he gets to the end.
I haven't. He does.
I'm praying. We want him in the class because this would make 62 cars making eliminations. Andy Nichols has been down into the 8s before at the national finals a couple of years ago. Andy on 2 seconds, just getting forward. one wheel keeps rubbing on Yazir Dar's car at the back. And goes through with a 10.36 and a 10.98. But the main thing is he's
in.
qualified. He's qualified.
So does that make 62
62 cars making eliminations in the European front-wheel drive class, sponsored by SW Motorsport and Street Races. Full on mouthful. That's not bad. That's not bad.
Who was that? No idea.
Down there.
Fair enough.
Right, Anthony Mincher with the Mark 1 Golf. Let's have a look. How far down do I have to go to find him? He's currently qualified 28th with a 10.87. The car is capable of going a good second quicker than that, with a personal best of 9.80. Well, it was a good launch, but that second gear grab did not go to plan. Okay, well, Antwich is making the turn at the top end. He's got enough motion to go through.
Yeah.
Okay, right, Calvin Skerritt. Where is he on the list? Not anywhere that you'd expect him in the top half anyway. So, taking on Dustin Carolis from the Netherlands. A four-wheel drive Civic versus a front-wheel drive Civic. You can see the power coming in now as he's chasing Dustin. And Dustin goes through the top end with an 889, 160, 884 in fact, at 160 miles an hour to a 1021.
That moves him up to 43, that one.
So this is crunch time really for Joe Stevens.
Yeah, pretty much. He is currently on a 1082, needs to go quicker than 995. Now, the other car that hasn't qualified, we haven't seen him all day, is Brian Pateman.
I doubt we will now.
I don't think we will.
I think it's a case of like very, checking everything over. That's a lot more like it for Joe. What was the number? 988? 986,
Yeah.
sorry, it's on the board at the top end. 977, he sneaks in.
He does, yeah.
Who was the bump?
Bankoviak.
Matthias Bankoviak.
So 760 heads up. Don't forget Colin Miller had a 7.5 run earlier, just went under. Martin Turner is still the number one qualifier on a 768.
So the run that Colin Miller's made that's currently qualified him is a 790.
Yeah.
That's Lynn's fan club up there in the grandstand by the looks of it. Lynn Purvis has her own personal fan club other than Colin.
by the way, today. Look at the lights as well.
Yeah, fantastic.
What a race.
Yay! Colin Miller goes to number 1 with a 765. Mark Turner goes, well, he slips back to number 2, but it's a 770.
Right, the sound of another one of our 4-cylinder cars. It is Carl Monks with the Honda Civic from Gary Speed Performance. Alright, so he's away. 175.64, not his best. But straight down the middle, 115 at the 8th, and Carl Monks goes 10.20 at 143. Wow. The Miller Family Fan Club there getting a lot of cheers once again. So I just look into the pairing lanes. It looks like we are just collecting our semi-finalists for the big bracket. They're doing some sort of dance around there.
Now then, what's going to happen, unless they've already done it, you've got 3 cars. One of them is going to get a buy.
That would explain why someone was dancing.
Who's dancing?
I don't know, but I just saw lots of people dancing.
Well, Mark
But
Huxley had the buy last time. John Bean, Mark Bailey, Mark Huxley. That's the 3 of them. Well, let's see if one of them moves or 2 of them moves, and that
I
will
think
mean
it was Keith.
right. So Mark Huxley. No way. Really? He's got the buy again, by the looks of it. Unbelievable. Yes, it is. Mark Huxley on a second buy.
That kid's getting ice cream for the rest of the weekend.
Can you please get him to buy me a lottery ticket tonight, please? He can afford it now.
Yeah.
Wow.
You can talk.
Oh dear. No, because Lee's had buys before as well. That's the memory. So Mark Huxley got a buy. To be fair, he did put in a very, very good run.
John is rolling round. No.
Hang on.
Keith
what's going on?
stopped. Keith stopped, but John was rolling round.
John Bean is... Hang on. What's going on? Now we're confused.
No, he hasn't got the buy.
No, he hasn't. Oh, it's Mark Bailey that's got the buy. Ah.
And I thought that was Keith Herbert for some reason.
What do you say? Who's Keith? Oh dear. No, Keith Herbert has won Doorslammers big bracket before, but he's not here and he hasn't played for a few years. Right, okay, so this is the race. Mark Huxley, John Bean. So, will John be sticking at 8.99? He is. 9.87 for Mark Huxley. The loser here still gets $1,000. The winner guaranteed $2,000, possibly 5. Simple as that. So the best of luck to both of these. They're both good mates of mine. Well, they all are, to be honest. But what a weekend for these two. So it'll be Mark Huxley off the line first. Class sponsor Nick Williams of Williams Brothers Racing and the Speed Shop is up in the tower to watch this because Nick will be doing the presentations, but who will he be handing out the checks and the prizes to? Mark Huxley green, John Bean green. Oh, it's a pick and choose race at the stripe. It's a brave one. It is Mark Huxley takes the win, 9.87. He hits his darling. John Bean goes 9.03 on the 8.99. Mark Huxley is into the final. Wow, he's guaranteed himself £2,000. Don't worry, John B. Come and do it again tomorrow. So it is Mark Bailey with the Plymouth. He gets the bye into the final. And the next time you see Mark Bailey, he'll be lining up against Mark Huxley. The winner will take $5,000.
Well, John B still had a fantastic day.
Oh, he's had an awesome
really,
day.
really good day.
But you can do it all again tomorrow. And we should have the buybacks in operation tomorrow as well. Yeah, it is what it is, mate. You know that. But then, fair to say, Nick, you've done well in this event.
Should have saved that for the final.
Oh, 008 light. That'll do. Now then, 873. 871 with a 2. A breakout, but that is a good tuning run for Mark. He'll know what to expect. Nick, we'll see you for the final. Right. It's open qualifying. We've got a pro Doorslammer session scheduled 7:15, but it is now just open qualifying until 8 o'clock. We have one final to run, which is the final of the big bracket, but that is just one pairing. Oh, the day's starting to get really exciting now. Right, we've got 4-cylinder and 6-cylinder here. So Rob Lawton in 4-cylinder is currently number 11, and in 6-cylinder Max is number 9. He's on 910 with the big BMW, 152 miles an hour, 998, 148 for Rob Lawton at the moment. Well, the BM has gone. Can we go quicker than 9-1? 899! Wow, it's into the 8s. 153 miles an hour.
The fastest grocery getter on the planet. Well, one of them anyway. That is outstanding. That
is bonkers. I can't believe that.
Big cloud out of the exhaust as well for Wojciech Mucha. That car seems to do that every time, though. It doesn't seem to worry them.
Wow.
Yeah, that's a proper cloud.
Yeah. Seems to be clouding. He's a cloud maker.
Yeah.
As long as there's no fluids coming out.
It does that every time. Dave's just checking. Taking on Jacob. He's got one fan. Just the one. Just the one. Yeah, there we go.
He's still got that tailwind. I think there's still a little bit of heat left in the track as well.
Fair bit. I should
Conditions are
be
pretty
fine.
good.
As
Time to go fast.
We're in the last hour. If you're not here, if you haven't put in a qualifying run, you're cutting it seriously fine. So, Wojciech Mucha, I think at the moment, is about number 4 or thereabouts.
He's number 7.
Beg your pardon. This is a very, very quick car. If he can get it to hold all the way down and not coast, that's a great run. 807.
Wow.
167 miles an hour. Does that help?
Yeah, that moves up to number 4.
Fantastic. And 10:36 at 124 that time for Jacob Bailey. Biggest fan apparently is Ed Keach after that. So Ed was the only one that cheered.
Good to see you, Ed, anyway. Nice to
Didn't
have you
even
back.
look up.
Anyway.
Alright, Nicholas Hackier is on the lookout for a tyre machine. Does anyone know of any local tyre machines? Obviously, it's going to be past
opening hours.
opening hours for a tyre machine, and it's going to be impossible to get to a tyre machine before eliminations tomorrow.
7 o'clock.
Yeah. So if anyone local,
Someone's going to have to help him.
So if anyone knows anyone locally, I mean, Carl Goldsmith, go and get your muscles out. It's time to swap some slicks. Arnie Pannett taking on Chris Locke. Oh, he's having a lovely straight run. Ooh. such is Chris.
8:41. Wow, that's moved it up to number 2.
Where's that come from?
Wow.
841, 162 miles an hour. That's a good half a second quicker than I've ever seen that car
Yeah.
go before. Chris Lock went 999 with a 9. 137.
Well, don't forget, Arnie won the class last year, and he's just moved up to number 2. Ooh. Buzz still got a healthy lead.
Konstantin Denev just coming round behind the tower one more time. He's got a few runs in today, hasn't he, actually?
Right, this is Chris Smith with a BM. He is on the bump in 6-cylinder on a 1056.
Oh, yeah, you can see it's actually on the board.
Yep.
Who's behind him, though? Are there many behind him?
Yeah, Harvey Bogle, Pete Bailey, Ricardo Senior.
So he needs to step it up, basically.
Yeah,
What's the
he's-
next one in front?
1002, Mike Whittaker. $10.39. It is an improvement. Still stays the same. And 12.73. Wow, Darren Scannell's got a front row seat here for Konstantin Dinev.
Could this be the moment?
It was around about this time yesterday.
Was indeed. It's always, I'd really love to know why cars that run real quick everywhere else struggle when they come here.
Yes.
I'm not saying they're struggling because they run a 7 flat at 200 miles an hour, but compared to what they want it to do, it's not behaving the way they
No,
want
that's
it.
it. I mean, like we said, it's ran down into the 6s at Greeno, which is an airfield with good prep, but it's not equal to what we've got here. But this car does like a bit of slip, and it does like to drift. Well, let's see how it goes. Can we go quicker than 7 flat at 200 miles an hour? Konstantin Dinev.
If it goes straight off the line, that's a big help. Oh, no.
Victor dived out the way there. Wow, Darren goes 967.
Wow.
142 in the other lane. That's great stuff.
That moves Darren up to number 9.
The thing is, that's just a qualifying run, and Konstantin is not going to improve his ET or speed on that run. So that's why he backed out of it. Tomorrow's a whole different story.
Tomorrow is race day.
It is about win lights and money.
Well, not quite the launches both of those guys wanted.
Or the ETs, for that
That's
matter.
it. Wow. Unfortunately, we've had our first withdrawal from the front-wheel drive class.
Okay.
Yeah, Roof Muscat Galea, unfortunately, from Monza, will not be making eliminations tomorrow. They've been fighting issues with their transmission all weekend. Unfortunately, they are not going to be making the call tomorrow. Kaz Waterhouse, well, effectively coming around for her first qualifier in this car.
Kind of, yeah.
Madison Eade with the front-wheel drive Fiesta, taking on Scott Lineker in Stinky, the Vauxhall.
Well, Scott's been 11:30 at 119. That's looking good. That moves him up to number 18 from 22.
All right, Lewis Simpson taking on Kaz Waterhouse. Now, Kaz was in the Audi TT earlier. She had a big nitrous backfire. She's nicked son Wayne's car for the rest of the meeting, so she's got to go from A to B.
And she's
What
got
has
to
she
go
got to run?
quicker than 15:19.
Okay. And then the other lane, Lewis Simpson with the Civic all the way from Scotland. She's coasting it through to the top end. So Kaz goes through the top end with 1289, 104. She is in the show.
Right, bump smash for now. She makes it a field of 32. So Adam Phillips is now on the bump, 1519.
Okay. David Hubbard with the 20 valve turbo caddy taking on Adam Phillips. Now,
Who is the
Adam
bump?
Phillips is the bump, is
Yeah.
he? He is the bumpy.
1519.
Oh.
So David goes through the 1456. Adam Phillips. What's the line? 1707. So no help for either of those two. Right, time now 6 minutes past 7. We are into the last hour. Our Pro Doorslammer session scheduled for 7:15, so it's 9 minutes. Andre Oliver is back down for another run. But we have a little bit of a clean-up just on the start line in the slick tricks lane, so we are down to 1 at the moment. Simon Fogg with the Crankworks Corsa just poodling up the track. Oh, there's lots and lots and lots of bits that have just appeared. Oh dear. There's a shovel of bits. Who knows what all that is. Yeah, a huge pool of oil that our start line crew are going to have to deal with there. So I think we have an expired engine, unfortunately. What a shame. I hate seeing cars that just have big breakages like that. They put so much time, effort, money, hopes and dreams into these cars, the whole lot. And you go into the burnout box and it all lets go, and it's just so deflating. But it's racing. We've all been there. So as our start line crew deal with that one, and that is a big one, we're going to hand the airwaves over to Nitro FM 96.2. Obviously, when we continue qualifying here, we will take it back up here. But the radio station, it's all yours. It's a green light drag race.
Well, nothing in it
Oh,
on the
it's
tree.
a squeaker at the stripe.
It looks like John Bean's actually out in front, but over the stripe it's going to be John Bean.
It's John Bean.
He's in the semi-final.
John Bean, 400s over Darlene. Tim Stan, if he can get through. Oh, but he doesn't. He goes red.
Big
Mark
red.
Bailey is into the semi-final draw. And runs 8.74 on a 72, 8.04 on an 8.03. But the red light. Oh, a big flame out of the back of Oklahoma Willie, the VW pickup. I think pretty much everybody knows the story of this now, but the vehicle was found in Oklahoma, and the guy who owned the farm where it was Willie. Well, the car's made into the 10s at over 150 miles an hour. And not only that, it is still totally street legal. They literally cover up the jet and use the 4-cylinder to drive around. Not happy with something.
Oh, Mr. Marshall's been promoted to cleaning duties.
That's okay. So Perry will build the thrust up once again. Something not quite right.
Oh, standing there on the start line filming this run.
Well, he's already been 856 on 159.
Goodness me. That thing absolutely flies.
896 that time, 153.
Wonder where that went. Maybe the nitrous didn't kick in.
Nations.
Well, Gert Mertz is currently number 5 in 4-cylinder. His best so far is a 917.
Another great looking run. Slightly slower at 930, 147.
Oh, wait, wasn't it? So we've got a tickle of nitrous in there. It's a good launch. So Fran goes through the 8th mile at 88 miles an hour. And goes through the quarter this time. 1270, 109.
Small block Turbo Willis. You can see where the boost comes in. How's it sure Nice runs of pair. 7-6. Very undramatic in both lanes. Julian's off the throttle by the looks of it. 791 for Kev. The number Julian wanted, I think.
859 so far at 160. There's Marcus that's away first. And he's been 1013.
Well,
something broke.
There's something
985.
dangling down as well.
That'll be a prop shaft, I think, probably. Oh, that 8th mile number just gives me weak knees. 582 at 239 miles an hour. A .9660.
It's not big as fan club as Bob's got, is it?
Obviously not. And
That'll
Dirk,
go down in folklore.
and Dirk had to be sitting in the middle of it as well, didn't he? Never mind. Anybody watching him will know the legend that is Mr. Gregson. So, no flame show this time. Well, not further back anyway for Perry. That's what it should have done earlier. There we go. Really nice run for Perry. Oh, and 152 miles an hour. 1065. That may well be.
That's one of his. It's not his
Yeah.
quickest, but it's certainly up there. He has been 10. I think he's been 10.5.
9-second car. Great launch for Horatius. 154 to 162, 60 foot. Matt Davison just driving around at the top end, but goes through 11.07 and a 10.59.
Yeah, Matt was off the power before.
just a little bit quicker than that.
Tom's still not had the launch that he wants with the car. Once again, it launches and bogs. Still goes through the top end with an 1197, 127. It's got the miles. Can he go quicker? Can we see a 7 at the Doorslammers on day 2? Lowry just keeping it forward. Well, 131, 60 foot. That's way quicker. 137 at the 8th. David Lammick slows to an 836. 139. But that
In Pro Street.
Soren Hansen's been 884. Well, Rob's well out in front, making Soren look slow, but he's not. He goes through with an 889, 169, and a 763. 60 foot earlier this weekend. Down in the 1.6s again, 1.65 as well. He's being chased down by Grant. Grant's been into the 9, so that'll give you an idea of where we are. Mark Taylor goes through with a 1024 at 143. All the guys and girls from Malta. Well, it's a 110 60 foot, 155 at the 8th. Clint Fournette goes 710 at 189 miles an hour. And Thomas Droggs goes through with a 12. Put in a couple of 10-second passes this weekend. He's basically going to be watching Steve Pateman out in front at the moment. Steve goes through with an 8:59. Josh Holmes' best run so far.
Up against John. Yeah, Jack hasn't had a great weekend so far. I don't think that's going to be one either. He's coasting at the top end by the looks of that. Oh, maybe not. He has got his foot in it, but a 1079, 129.
$771. That puts him number 2. Well done, Rob.
Very nice speed of 100.
0.7 with the TDI Polo TDI Golf. Over the wheel spin off the start line as he chased down Phoebe Nasser. Drives around at the top end of the track and goes through the top end with a 988 at 146.
Apologies, yeah. Tom Wrigley is number 2 in True Street. Look at these two go. 876, 850 for Tom Wrigley. Wow.
163 miles an hour.
Well, he goes 149, 60 foot once again. He's already out in front of Jan doing 116 at the 8th and goes 942 at 149 with 11.
Al Williamson gets off the start line is the major news in this pairing. That'll be a low 8. It's an 821 at 170 miles an hour.
What, his 8th pass with this car?
Mateus needs to nail it, otherwise he's not going to be in. He needs to go quicker than set 8:54, and he doesn't.
Helder, though, goes 116 in the eighth, 9:59. Have to bring the RPM up. Again, the Escort just bogs down on the line. Now he's got the power coming through, but unfortunately both cars seem to be coasting through to the top end. 1082, 132.
Got new sheets through and lost one of the four-cylinder cars.
Lost one.
Yeah.
Careless.
They might have been, if they've withdrawn, they will be deleted off.
Oh, right, okay.
Well, Matthew Sack got all over the place. Yeah, neither will get.
Well, it's a good launch for both cars.
That might be quicker than 760.
Yeah.
He goes 7:59, and Nathan Jimmy goes 10:50.
Yeah, quite simple actually. The pairing lanes are now closed.
Good looking run for Billy.
Bearing in mind that it is queued 772. Because we have got a huge amount of pairings to sort out this evening, and that is due to start at 8:30 in the announcement area. Unfortunately, we just had an engine completely detonate itself on the start line, and commiserations to Damo Carter. That was a rather nasty breakage, but we hate it when anybody puts so much time and effort and money into a car, and they want to go quick. And unfortunately, it didn't work out that time, and the engine just let go in the burnout box. But we're all cleared up now as we continue. As people try and put their best runs in towards the end of the day. But as I say, we will be stopping at 8 o'clock. We'll try and get as many of you through as possible. And we have got 37 minutes of running left today.
Yeah, so as Cole just said, the lanes are closed. We will run as much as we can. So if you're in the lanes, rock and roll, possibly.
Yeah, possibly. That's the other thing, of course, possibly. Right, one front wheel drive, and Mike Whitaker, unfortunately, being pushed back after all that time, sort of waiting in the lanes. He's been pushed back.
Hopefully it's something simple that they can fix around the corner.
Well, he is qualified. He's in the number 15 spot on a 10.02, so he is in.
That's a good launch for Michael. All right, the little Polo. 175/60 foot. 91 at the 8th, and goes through the quarter mile with a 12.02 at 115 miles an hour. Great. That puts all that hard work into perspective over the weekend. Well done, guys.
Well, it looks like Mike Whitaker is getting a second stab at it. Managed to get his name wrong 3 times in a row, which is impressive even for me. And the best part is it's an English name. So, yeah, some sort of record there.
So the guys have been working hard on this car. Sean was just telling me 3 differentials have been in this car over this weekend.
This weekend?
This weekend.
And it's only Saturday.
It's going to get to the end. 11.73 and 134.
Right, crunch time coming up for Harvey Bogle in just a moment, actually, because this will be the last run of the day he will be able to make because the lanes are closed. He can't come round again.
Okay.
And he's not in the show.
He needs to go quicker than 10.39.
Okay. That should be possible. All right, Sean Duffy. with the 11-second TDI Golf taking on Chris Nasser. Oh, Kieran bumped into me. He said Fraud State is double entered. He is in 760 heads
he
up
is,
and
yeah.
4-cylinder.
Well done. Well, he's only qualified in one of them at the moment.
I doubt he'd be qualified in heads up 760 heads up unless they're in the lanes in record time. Chris Nasser with the Camaro in the Kestrel lane. Good looking run, this.
Yeah.
Sean's keeping pace though. 10:03 at 143 for Chris.
And
Nice
a new
looking
personal best, I believe, for Sean Duffy. 11:28 and 125.
Chris is best, well, previous to that run was 10.76. So there's a big old improvement there to 10.03. Moved up to number 7 overall there. Well done.
The Drag Diesel boys are back once again. Rafael Capcol with the TDI Mark II Golf. 9 flat.
Gino.
Yeah, he hasn't put a run in during open qualifying.
Hang
So
on,
this
right.
one-
I followed him in yesterday.
I know, but he hasn't
morning.
put a run in open qualifying. He put a test pass in, but he hasn't put a run in open qualifying.
Well, the Andy Nichols of 4-cylinder.
Yeah.
Basically.
And this will make a 32-car field.
It won't.
Oh. Yes, he will, because he's still going to get a time. Oh, Gino, keep going. If he
Quite
can
a bit
beat
of spin.
15.19, I don't think he will now.
He's not going to.
156 miles an hour from the Golf. Just again, needs that 60 foot to come back down again. And we're going to see an 80.
How does that work with
No,
Gino?
no, Gino is in.
Is he?
Yeah. Yeah, he is the 32nd qualifier.
Okay.
20.24.
Well, that was a bit, and that was by pure luck, because I think that was a real start, but
Yeah.
I'm not going to say it out loud. Anyway,
Okay.
so Harvey Bogle, big moment of him. What was the number?
10:39 he's gotta
It's
beat.
on the board.
Yeah,
Actually,
oh, yeah.
for both of them, actually. Yeah, both of them. Both are in 6-cylinder.
Well, Marcel is already in at number 14 on a 991.
Okay, so as the boys said, number on the board there, 10:39. That is the bump spot for this class. Harvey has got to go quicker than 10:39, otherwise he's on the trailer.
He's on the trailer. Oh, no, he's not. Go on, go on. I thought he...
No, he's not going to do it.
Nah.
That's labouring quite a lot for that car.
Marcel goes
wow,
through with a
wow.
916, 159. Harvey's weekend ends there with a 16:38.
Well, they all look rather deflated.
Well,
and,
lads, thank you very much for all the effort putting that car together in the past few weeks, but unfortunately, it will be next year. Right, Adam Williamson with the Seat Leon. My number plates. Taking on Ian Wally.
Right, Ian's been 930. 146 miles an hour. Lifts the front wheels.
So Adam Williamson is currently our last qualifier in the 60th spot with a 27 at 36 miles an hour. Oh, well.
919 for Ian Wally. Stays put in number 13, but it's his best run of the day.
awesome speed as well. 148 miles an hour for that Cortina. Rammed pairing lanes, however, half an hour. Half an hour.
It's a very busy pair.
So we've got a bit of track prep going on. We've got the Pro Doorslammers are down there again. So it's really going to be a case of we'll run as much as we can till 8 o'clock. The track has been open all day, obviously.
Well,
I love the fact they're cheering on the Bluebird. That's certainly a wrinkle we've never seen before.
well, if we're doing that, that means it will be Pro Doorslammers session
Yep.
next.
Well, that should have been about 15 minutes ago, so yeah.
Well, like everyone, they were waiting when, unfortunately, we had the clean-up to do. I say we, I mean the track crew, it's the royal we. So the Bluebird going out there just to do the last couple of bits of prep before we run the Pro Doorslammers, of which there are a few there. The one car we haven't seen again after the one run of the day is the Willis from Norway.
Yeah, and we haven't seen John Webster today.
Okay. He's qualified.
Oh,
but
he's,
we
yeah,
haven't
he's
seen
qualified.
him today.
John is number 9 on a 627. But yeah, only 14 have actually got qualifying numbers. The Willis is on a 619. But no Dave Smith. That's the one that
has been missing.
Yeah.
Well, he's here. The trailer's here. I think the car must be here, obviously. But we haven't seen him at all. Unless he's in the lanes now, that'll be that, unfortunately. I just wondered if you can see. So that's Andre and Andreas at the front. I can't see who's quite behind them. I know Michael Malmgren's there as well.
Yeah, I can't see. Well, unless Dave Smith is tucked round there a bit.
I don't think it's. Yeah. Anyway.
So the Bluebird just doing its final passes. Don't forget, everybody, we need you all to the announcement area for 8:30 when we do the chip draw for all of our racing for tomorrow. We got the presentations of the big bracket. That's a final we've still got to run.
I was going to say,
actually.
we've got to run that. They'll be there somewhere, won't they?
Yeah, they'll be in that mix somewhere.
They'll probably be in the lane where the Pro Doorslammers are.
Yes, I would have thought so.
Because we've got to run them.
Yeah, the winner gets $5,000. But who is it going to be? Mark Huxley or Mark Bailey? Still, the runner-up still gets $2,000. But I know they want the 5, and I know they want to hold that big check because that is certainly a nice payday. I think for either of them, it's their biggest payday in racing ever. But I think the announcement area tonight will be quite raucous with some brilliant pairings being announced because it's good fun when we do it. Front-wheel drive is going to take a while. Luke, best of luck with that one, buddy. So the Bluebird back on station as we get ready to bring, I believe, Andre Oliver. He is Pro Doorslammer, #1 qualifier, 575, 259.52 miles an hour. Absolutely staggering performance for him this weekend. He's been a regular in the 5.8s, but now in the 5.7s.
We should actually rename this racetrack Andre Arnover Test Track, really, because it's only his own private test facility for the last month or so, something like that. Get out of it. Get out of it.
What was that comment?
No, nothing at all. He just wafted the smell of his meal over this way, which looks seriously healthy, I might say.
Kebab and chips down the road. £12 banging. Thank you very much, as always. Keeping Luke fed and fat.
Yeah, I look at you and think that you need a meal, mate. That's what you need.
I feel like I knew it. Well, you mentioned to me yesterday, you said for a fat person, I never see you eat. So I'm just making up for it today.
I didn't say for a fat person I don't see you eat.
You just said I never see you eat.
I never see you. Yeah, okay. You've just added.
But that's what you meant.
The extra
That's like saying you look well.
I never said that. I wouldn't say that. Your dinner smells nice. There we go.
Well, I think I'd get it now, otherwise it'll be like midnight, and I'll be trawling the old food boxes.
That's what I'm trying to suss out, because we're going to finish at 8. We're doing that at 8:30. There's no way I can't get my dinner done and down in half an hour.
This is it.
I'm not entirely sure the microwave can handle it in that amount of time. So, even though we're up against it, time-wise, it's been a terrific day. Highlights for you, Colin? Or haven't we seen them yet? We'll see, shall we?
So
many, I think.
Yeah, it's difficult to actually pick some outright ones. So much has happened today. Absolutely so much has happened today. I think, the battle for Europe's quickest diesel has been
That's been really
interesting in front-wheel drive. Fascinating to see those numbers change around. That car, bonkers. That's the four-wheel drive Corvette. That's just mad.
I think one of mine is Jay Turnock doing the wheelie into the Thames.
Yes, 100%. Oh, yeah, thank you. That was a massive highlight, that one. But the way he brought it back down and then just nailed it and ran a monstrous PB was absolutely brilliant. Just looking at some of the numbers. I mean, Clint Fenech going 7:10 at 189. Obviously, Andre Arnova going that 5:75. Absolutely
and the
outstanding.
Speed.
Yeah.
You look like you
Mate,
want to ask.
I know what it feels like to be a good-looking woman now, because you're all staring at me. Look at them. They're like, oh, look at that. They're all even the Eurodragster guys are like,
Luke is officially a good-looking woman.
I'm a good-looking woman.
There you are.
I could be anything these days.
Turbocar blown Corvettes coming your way. How quick can Andre Arnova go before he gets into eliminations? You can be damn sure he's going to try and find out. The funny thing was, though, is that bizarrely, when he ran that really quick run earlier today, the 60-foot dropped off from where it was. Maybe that was the secret. Who knows?
Oh, there it comes.
So, these two, I think they matched up earlier on. Andre Arnova, as we have, this must be about his 20th run, something like that. No, I'm not joking, not this weekend, but maybe even more than that, actually, because he did the test day even before, he was testing even before Easter, wasn't he? Or before the rescheduled Festival of Power, like the weekend before, or the days before. No, the weekend before.
GTI Spring Festival.
That's the one.
And it's the car parked here all the time.
Yeah, exactly. Should have a UK sticker on the bumper somewhere. He's in the Kestrel lane. He's made his quickest run ever, 5:75 at 259 miles an hour. He's only want to do one thing: go even quicker and go even faster, nudge it over 260 miles an hour. Andreas Sedin, the Parkinson warrior. I had the real pleasure of meeting the car's owner, Jürgen Berg, earlier on today, just a few minutes ago actually. Andreas introduced me to him. Really, really nice chap. And hopefully they're loving being back here at Sanspot. I think this is Jürgen's first trip with the race car to the UK. Andreas was here 5 years ago. The last thing I said to him was, don't leave it 5 years again. And if he's got anything to do with it, I doubt he will. So his good lady Sophie puts him into stage. This will be a full run for Andreas, provided he remembers where the finish line is. His words, not mine, I might add. Andreas is a 582 at 240. Andreas Sedin, 0.96 to 60 foot. He's going to like that one. 8th mile roundabout where he was before, 402 at 180 miles an hour. Not sure why he clicked it off. There was no apparent problems. It wasn't wiggling. It wasn't out of shape or anything like that. But Andre Arnova. It's because Andreas Arthurson tunes the car, and Andreas Sedin was in the other lane. 582, one of his slowest runs of the day, would you believe? Which would have been a PB before today. Bizarre.
John Webster is in the lanes. Good to see.
Nicely done.
And, big bracket finalists making their way down as well.
So give the teams a round of applause. They've been great value for money today. And Andre Arnova has definitely been that. So we can have side-by-side pro stockers. Mike Malmgren in the Kestrel lane. The forever young Michael Malmgren as well. He's the drag racing version of Dorian Gray. He must have a portrait somewhere, which means he doesn't age at all. He has always looked how he is now. Still enjoys a incredibly active life away from drag racing, i.e. Going skiing at just about every available opportunity around the world, which frankly I'd like to do, although on a snowboard. They're testing engines and clutch this weekend, most importantly, so they can decide and figure out what they're going to do for next weekend, which engine they're going to use in the car next weekend as well for qualifying and racing at the main event. He's in the Kestrel lane. Now, neither of these two actually have made it down the track anywhere near the finish line so far this weekend. Michael Sherquist, the man standing out the front of the Retro Dodge in the Slick Tricks lane. Dave's getting in with Michael Malmgren. I'm sure he doesn't want a passenger ride. It may be seatbelts or hand device, something like that he's just checking on. Michael Sherquist and Ian sharing a joke that he's probably just strapping him in, you know. So again, if they leave together and they both get off the start line well, you'll hear the beautiful sound of the 5-speed gearboxes in these cars, manually shifted. They're planetary transmissions, though. They don't have a clutch. They don't shove the clutch in and change. But it's a lovely noise as they zip through the gears on the way down the quarter mile. So what changes have they made? Will they work? They will. Both of them away together. Great looking side-by-side run. That's exactly what I was talking about. 676 at 204 miles an hour for the Dodge. Simon Eckengren in the dark. They'll be much happier with those 60 foots, 0.9s for both of them. Michael Malmgren was 500s quicker to the 8th mile, but he clicked it before the finish line. And Simon Eckengren took it all the way out the back door, 676 at 204. They'll be happy with the full run, possibly not so happy with a mid-670. Probably looking for more than that. So John Webster and David Vector will be your next pair. So if anyone else can knock Andre Arnover off the number 1 spot, it will be the man rolling around in the Camaro now. Or maybe even John Webster. You never know. So John Webster had stunned us all at the Festival Power a few weeks ago, possibly himself as well. Went 5.90 at 247 miles an hour. He'd run a 5 before, but it was just a sneak into the 5s, wasn't it? I think at the end of last year, he went 5.99 yesterday. Was that in testing? Yeah. That was in testing, wasn't it? Yeah. When it came to qualifying, he was 6.2. He's in the twin turbo car that he built himself at his workshop over by the main gate. He's in the Kestrel lane. And David Vector from the Netherlands looking to back up. He went 5.77, popping a burst panel before the finish line. Earlier today, his second run went 5.82. A slightly slower 236 through the traps. Right, we're done with Pro Doorslammer. We've got our final, by the looks of it, of Big Bracket coming up next. So it looks like Dave Smith won't be making qualifying for Pro Doorslammer.
Oh,
great looking runs a pair. 5.76.
That's not right.
That's not correct for John Webster. The 60 foots for John Webster is 0.64. It was a stonking run. It wasn't a 5.53.
No.
He still went 244 miles an hour. It was a good run. It probably was a 5.90 or thereabouts. Dave Vector, though, 5.76 at only 239 miles an hour. Stout numbers. Quickest I've ever seen a legal blown pro mod to 60 foot. 0.93. 8th mile, 3.76 at 1.95. Over the stripe to a 5.76. He didn't quite get that number 1 spot back.
No.
Not quite.
Well, John could frame that timing slip, even though it's not right. But
it was a great
was rather
run.
Weird. Yeah,
it really was a good run. But Something held the... give him a round of applause, ladies and gents. That was outstanding for Dave and the team. Yeah, something held the stage beam for a little bit longer, so the car got further towards it. Anyway, it was still a really, really good one. A shame it wasn't a 553. Give the team a round of applause, everybody, please. Great effort.
I'd claim it.
They'll have the data. They'll be able to suss out what the car actually did. But we think it was a 5.9 of some description.
It would be. It's about there. I mean, the speeds on the way down were about consistent with the 5.9. He ran the same speed as David at the 8th mile.
Yeah.
And he was keeping pace with him, so you never know.
Okay. Well, the big bracket finalists are over the far side. We've got some open qualifying to do as well.
Hopefully.
Yeah, well, they've got 2 cars beneath us right now.
Okay, I was just looking up there, that was all. They were just doing a track check in the lane. John Webster just flew down. It's really funny as well. John Webster is not the sort of guy you imagine gets flustered by much, but I've seen him with a massive grin getting out of that car at the top end. It's so much fun.
All right, the Pigeon. Grant Moore and Martin Dainty with an over.
Cool. Waiting for that this evening. So Martin not hit the normal performance that the Nova is capable so far this weekend, but this is looking a better run. At the 8th mile doing 125. He's going to be back into the 9s.
Oh, yeah.
9:56, 147, a massive personal best. And a 10:39, I should say as well. Because I believe that might be a personal best.
All right, Gino Goujon with the Brown Booster Civic. And, actually, 760 heads up.
He's in at the moment.
Oh, he is, yeah,
in,
number 6, that's okay. On a 786.
It's because he hasn't broken out.
Yeah.
But they're picking up slowly but surely the performance. It's leaving. It's still out the back door the same as usual, but they're stepping the launch up, which is what making the difference to the elapsed time.
Well, Gino ran a personal best in the last round of qualifying. In the last run of qualifying as well.
Very weird because it didn't squat and go. It just paddled around.
121, 9:55, 152 miles an hour. Another personal best for Gino de Jong. Well done.
They appear to be overjoyed.
It's been a long few seasons for those lads.
Oh, look what's coming around next in just a moment as well. Connor Edwards. Let's hope he holds it on the line this time, anyway. I think there's a Dutch party going on down there. That's not a euphemism, folks. It is actually a lot of Dutch people looking very happy. Just we all know the effort they go to just to come in, and it's nice that it happens. John Marcoux with the Golf.
He's had a tough weekend. He's going to be taking on Connor Edwards. Now, Connor has been running deep into the 10s so far. Just edging it forward into full stage. It's a pretty good launch for Connor. 153 60 foot. 8th mile speed of 106. And goes through with a 10:59. 135. Unfortunately, John, after a great launch, just complete coast.
Oh, dear.
Right, we have this pair, and then the big bracket, big money final right behind them. Let's hope he holds it on the start line this time. He is actually qualified, I think, isn't he? Our friend with the Corvette, the VTG Corvette from Poland in the Kestra lane. It wouldn't surprise me as well. Like Martin Blouth's car is based on what was it? What was it you said it was based on, Colin? You'll remember better than me. Martin Blouth's car is based on something else with a Camaro body on it, isn't it? Is it something like
It's a GMC.
a Lightning? It's something like a Lightning, isn't it?
Yeah.
And it wouldn't surprise me if this was exactly the same, because it has all the hallmarks of being the same, just with a different body on it. Anyway, but the immaculately turned out Corvette, four-wheel drive Corvette from Poland. Go on.
Yeah, currently number 8 on a 798 at 175 miles an hour.
Yeah, one more of those would do. Taking on Jordan Bishop with the Lotus.
He's currently number 21. Oh, brake lights on already. 794. Brake lights on at 794.
And 185.
Yeah.
$10.75 at 135 in the other lane. Your big money final. $5,000 up for grabs for the winner. How much do you reckon that adds to the nerves, Colin? I know what it does to your nerves. You hide under the table. What about being in the car?
Yeah. You got two very experienced racers here, but this is a big, big race. It's the biggest race in their whole careers, both of them. Mark Bailey, 8.70. Mark Huxley, 9.85. Very good words on the back of Mark's back window. This is for Spud, sadly departed this world not that long ago, really. But
And he had
he's
a
riding
ride
on board.
Well, he had a ride in that car
Yeah.
as well. Would
Here
he
we go
be-
then. The tree's counted. What happened there? It didn't move.
No one's celebrating yet in the other lane.
No, they're not. That was rather bizarre.
I think the decision. Well, we'll see, because Mark Huxley is going backwards, and we'll wait to see from the race director
I've
and
got
Ian.
a funny feeling that could be a rerun, but let's wait and see.
The only slight problem is it's now nearly 5 to 8. I'm not sure we'd be able to get Mark Bailey back in time before the cut-off
Cooled
at 8
down,
o'clock.
fueled,
Well,
and
that's the other thing. Yeah, you got it. To keep it fair for everybody.
Well, the bizarre thing is, I don't think Mark would want to take that win that way, even though it's. Well, we'll have to wait and see. We can't call it. It's not our decision. So we've still got a couple more cars we'll try and get through.
If we have to run that in
Well,
the
Paul
morning...
Fleckney's going over to Mark Huxley. We'll get an idea.
Yeah, we'll work it out and let you know. That's very, very unusual, and especially in the final of a race like that. So Ian is sprinting for the tractor. We are dwindling away the time, unfortunately, available to run. We've only got 6 minutes left.
And it
until
looks like there could be oil in the left lane.
That is big legs astride, isn't it?
Yeah, that's not going to be... Well, we are probably going to run up against curfew, unfortunately, after that. Well, what the weird end to the day.
Yeah.
It's not an end, definitely, but I have a feeling it may well be, because this may just be... Oh, no, he's just going out with the... he's just dragging it, so
right.
You never know. However, 2-3 pairs at most is all we're really going to have time for, I think, unfortunately. Yeah, he's only dragging it, nothing else. In the meantime, we will endeavour to find out what the state of play is as quickly as we can. Everyone's on the radios up here, talking to everyone at the top end and down here as well. Mark Huxley is out of the car. Everyone having a conflab. Now, the funny thing is, if we have to run the final of that first thing in the morning, how well do you think they're going to sleep tonight? Okay, next pair being called forward. Unbelievably, Dave's actually asking them to, come on, let's go.
So Miss White. Oh, I don't think it's going to start. Goodness for that. You saw the lights flickering because obviously the starter motor was whirring away.
Yeah, so we've got 4 minutes until 8 o'clock, which will be the cut-off for the day.
Oh, going to be a solo then for Johnny Marriage. So Johnny Marriage running in 4-cylinder. Johnny Marriage has already run a 12.77. The bump spot, as you can see up there, is 20.24. But that's Gino's number actually. 12.35. Well, it's a little improvement, but stays in the same position, number 27. So Paul Houston with the Scottish Bird lines up in the burnout box. Amir Akram Ashad with the Dark Knight, the Civic in front-wheel drive. And of course, Pro Street, Paul Houston, already on an 835 at 172 miles an hour.
So, Amir's done well today. Multiple runs down into the 10s. Dave's encouraging him into stage a lot quicker.
Yeah,
we're running out of time. Paul Houston's going to get to the finish line first, 8.25, and Amir goes through with a 10.99 at 132.
Paul Houston found a 10th, but stayed on the same speed, bizarrely.
Well, I like it. Our next driver, already in pre-stage, poised and ready.
Yeah, Phoebe Nasser going alongside Tom Wrigley. Tom, absolutely awesome performance from him this weekend. He is your number 3 qualifier on an 8.50. Number 2 is on an 8.41.
That's mad. Sorry, that really is mad. I have news, but I'll wait till after this. And it's all good. No, slowing.
Could be slowing at the stripe. Yeah, 10.59 and 14.67.
Okay, so the news is rerun of the final. If Mark Bailey can get back in time, we're going to clear the lanes, so we're going to keep going.
Yeah.
But no later than 8:30 full stop.
Yeah. Oh, right, okay.
So we've actually got half an hour.
Oh, wow.
But it's only to clear the lanes to rerun the final.
Right.
Right, Darren Dewhurst though.
That
very
opens.
close
Shit's
to the
mad.
centre line.
$8.69, 161 miles an hour for Martin with that little cadet.
They still look very, very happy with that indeed.
Oh, it's going to be a late night with the old chip drawer and everything, isn't it?
When wasn't it going to be, frankly?
Oh, dear.
I think we should do front wheel drive first.
That'll give me a chance to have a go to bed, get a good night's sleep and have a lay-in, and then we'll come and do the rest
Luke,
when you're
you
done.
know we do front wheel drive last.
Yeah. We build up to the big moment.
It's the big
Yeah.
It's your moment.
But then
to shine.
everyone's gone.
No, but then you've got 64 of them in the pen to announce. They won't have gone at all. So Karim with the Audi RS3 running in 6-cylinder.
949, 152.
He'd already been 934, but nevertheless, another good run. Glorious evening here. As your number one qualifier in Pro Street, Andy Bond, underneath beat 729 at 205.
Now we're talking. Sun starting to set. Barbecue smoke in the fields. Race cars still on the track.
And that low, late sunshine,
Yeah.
which means no one can see the damn tree in the left-hand lane.
Right, Julian Bayer has been 937.
Went 8 flat yesterday.
He did, yeah.
Not found that performance in qualifying though.
Good looking run from Andy Bond.
Crew are already walking off. They don't like the look of that at all. 7:23 at 205 miles an hour for Andy Bond. Julian rolls through with a 10:49. His crew guy just threw his hands up in the air just as it left the line and walked off because he knew it wasn't. Just knew straight away that was not what they were going to be looking for.
So once again, our pairing lanes are closed, locked down. We are running through what we can between now and 8:30. And we will hopefully be squeezing in our big bracket final before then. Mark Huxley down here just has to sit and keep calm as he waits for his opponent to come back.
Yeah, there's
Hopefully he can.
5 large reasons to hang around. There really are. As in £5,000 to the winner on that.
Because it's trouble on it. Taking on
Great.
Sanjay Vara. Oi!
He's still got his foot in it, I think.
Yeah.
No, maybe not. It looks like he's cruising now. Yeah, there we go. Still goes 982. Only 99 miles an hour. 11:35 for Sanjay.
Considering Sanjay started this weekend not running 11s, it's going well.
Yeah.
AKA, it was a 12-second car when he arrived. That's what I meant. Right. another
So,
one.
Gert Mertz with that another one of those amazing Danish Opals. Bit of an Opal invasion.
It's been really good having all the Danish here this weekend. They've put on a great show.
That'd be terrific. Really, really terrific. And it is an awfully long, well, it's an awfully long way for everyone to come, really.
I agree. Me too.
Yeah. Not for you. Or you. Chris Waterhouse.
It's your own fault for living so far away.
I don't. My house is, right outside my bedroom. It's great.
Chris goes 985. 10th off what he ran earlier.
Let's wait for Chris to toodle off the top end, and we'll reset the tree for Gert.
Right, well, that's not Kaz Waterhouse. Time and crew a little bit eager there, as this is a rerun. Previous car. Gert Metz. Goes 957.
You better tell him now.
Yeah.
So Jack Bowley, who I don't think has had a clean run all weekend, has he? Nothing like
No.
No, in the Slick Tricks lane. And that is Karen Waterhouse down there.
Yeah, she ran down into the 12s earlier.
Yeah, not 9:57.
She'll take that timing ticket. And then
Yeah.
we have Jack Bowley with Toyota MR2 from Waterloo Transport. The big chief. spin off the line, but a good looking run so far. 115 at the 8th. Jack Bowley goes through with a 996. 147 to a 1287.
He seemed to be significantly happier with that, which is always a good thing.
Right, big bracket finalists. Mark Bailey's on his way back down.
Rock and roll.
Also, a quick shout out to Blackett Photography. They're going to be staying in the studio till about 10 o'clock this evening. So if you want to view your pictures and slow-mos, pop down to the cabin. But bearing in mind also we got the draw for all the pairings for tomorrow. That's going to be taking place. So once you know who you got, pop down to the cabin and get your pictures. Right. The BMW ran into the 8 on its last pass. Absolutely staggering. Not going to do it this time.
I think one of those things that happens when you push performance may have happened. Here's Van Koviak goes through with a 998. And the BMW slows to the usual speed of BMWs when they go shopping.
Right, so what did he go? 996. He's still not qualified in Pro Street. He's the one on the... He needed to go quicker than 977.
So he's not in?
No, he's not, no. Well, he's still first alternate. He may get in, you never know. Unfortunately, the big BM, I hope you've got a big enough engine in the quad.
What was it you were saying about gearboxes being the weak link, maybe?
But my goodness me, that car has, well, surprised all of us, to be honest.
It's been amazing.
8-second car. Unbelievable.
And that is what normally follows record runs, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, unfortunately. Kyle has made it back down with the overkill 4-cylinder again, so got it fixed, obviously.
Yeah, Marek went 899, 153 with that big BM. Absolutely outstanding.
Is the quad pushing him, or is...
That's a good point, actually.
Well, the quad's behind him, not in front.
I think the quad is pushing. No, he's doing it on his own accord, actually.
Good news, Mark Bailey is back, so the rerun of the final is on.
Well, they basically just got to forget what happened last time and just treat it as a new final. It's the only way they can do it. There's going to be thoughts going through both of their heads. Mark's thinking, I want it, but now, oh no, I've got to do it again. And of course the other Mark's going, oh, what just happened? You know, it's the nerves are gone in both of their heads. It's whoever can recover their thoughts best. Because this final in the big bracket can be won or lost on reaction times. It really can be. They're both great racers. But only one of them is going to get $5,000.
He's now stuck over in the Kestrel lane. We thought he was moving. He did a bit, but not enough still.
No, they've actually now hooked the quad up to the front and now I'm going to tow it. Well, it's moving on. Heading off towards the first exit. Still got probably another 100 yards to go. Swinging out. And then going to be taking the turn. There it goes. Right. Your next pair then. Alex Stitchbury, Mark Eltringham. Alex has already been 10.18 with the Porsche. 10.21 this time. Not much of a difference.
Speed on that amazing little gear, 150 miles an hour.
Mark Elchingham has just gone 10.31. That's 1.3 seconds quicker than what he had already done. So, look at the speed though, 150 miles an hour there for Mark. That was a fair old difference. All right, Ollie Whitehouse is coming forward. And Helder Pereira.
So last run for Helder was 9.5, if I remember correct. See a lovely clean running diesel there, 117 at the 8th, and Helder goes through the top end, 946, 149 miles an hour. He is already making great times with that car.
Well, good luck to Carl Jacobs this time round.
Oh, in fact.
And Wojciech Butcher looking to get into the sevens. I think he went 8-0 last time round. Yeah, 6-cylinder, 1.1, I can't remember what.
So Carl Jacobs, number 2 on 881 at the moment.
Does he run an 880?
Yeah,
wow,
yeah.
That's good.
In 6-cylinder, Wojciech has run 807.
Dave doing a bit of housework just before they run. Dave's almost saying, come on, run me over. So Wojciech is in stage. Can he nip into the sevens? Carl. What a shame he's not going to get an ET, because that's a good looking run. Whoa, Wojciech out of shape. Oh, Carl doinks the blocks as well, and Wojciech sends it into orbit.
That's it. To me, to you.
Yeah. Nearly over the gantry. Well, Carl Jacobs actually bumped through stage as he was bringing the revs up. Didn't realise, presumably because he was concentrating on what he was doing with the RPM in the car, and just rolled through. That's all right, lane tack, a couple of moments. Well, the lanes are empty apart from a couple of pairs of cars, if that, and the big bracket final now.
Which is good.
So a rough guess, we will push the presentation stroke draw back to 9 p.m. Well done to Carl Jacobs' team. That's not quite what they were looking to do, but it's good to see you back out again after, I'm sure, loads of hard work. It's never easy. And if it is, you're doing it wrong, or not trying hard enough.
So we say, yeah, a couple of front-wheel drives, and then, of course, the Williams Brothers Speed Shop, or Williams Brothers Racing big bracket final. And
Who's
of
the,
course,
who's the marshal over there in the middle, not wearing shorts, letting the side down? No idea.
That's Sam.
Is it? Okay, fair enough then. Well, underneath there is Matt Davidson, but it's just not pulling the RPM. You heard it
Yeah.
bog every time, which doesn't bode well for the actual run.
Well, he's going to take it on through. It's going to be taken on Nick Shotton, Mr. Oi Oi. Well, both cars having lots of issues.
Yeah.
Come on, Matty, you're supposed to give Rach a proper honeymoon, not this. Not this. This is not a proper honeymoon. Yeah, it's right. Okay, fair enough.
It's not race day yet.
It'll be okay tomorrow, yeah. All right, fair enough.
I was just looking. That run for Helder Piera, it was a career personal best.
Nice.
Just slightly beat the old Batmobile.
Where's he going?
In there.
Yeah, wrong lane, son.
Yeah.
He's put the window down. He's like, oh, I don't know what happened.
Yeah, so 2 more pairs. This one, if they run as a pair, that is. Oh, it will do, because he's driven round the water box and the big bracket final, and that is the lanes emptied.
Yeah. Just spotted, actually, Nick Williams. He's coming up. And, of course, Williams Brothers, once again, sponsoring the big bracket. And a big, big thanks to them. Sponsored it since day one. So George Gamble then in 6-cylinder. Oh, he's let off early as well.
Jake Tippeno's still going all the way through. 97 at the 8th and goes 11.53, 127.
So qualifying is over.
Yep, that's it. That is it.
That's it,
Fields
mate.
are set.
Wow.
Well, say the fields are set.
Fields
The
are set,
qualifying's
yeah.
done, but now it's random pairings that we're going to be doing the chip draw for. Look forward to that.
Oh, don't say chips, I'm hungry.
Yep.
All right, Chips.
So here we
Not
go
long
then.
ago.
This is it. This is the final of the Williams Brothers Big Bracket. We've run 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 years worth of Big Bracket, and we're going to have a new winner this evening to add to the roll call of people that have taken $5,000 away from this event. So which Mark is it going to be? It's going to be Mark Bailey with a Plymouth Barracuda, who dials 8.74. He is in the Kestrel beer lane. It's Mark Huxley, the Can-Do 2 Reborn Toyota Corolla, dialing in 9.85. It's the last race of the day. This is for the money. The runner-up will get £2,000, but the winner, £5,000, and the big check tonight when we do our presentations.
Let's keep everybody in suspense, and when they go through the finish line, say Mark 1. And then just leave it at that. Just drop the mic.
Best of luck to both of them. Here we go. We have a green light drag race.
What? We do.
Which Mark is it going to be? There's a few nerves at the stripe, but your win light goes to Mark Bailey. He takes the win. A breakout for Mark Huxley, but that was all Mark Bailey. A 0-1 light, 877. A breakout for Mark Huxley, and he got there second. So congratulations, Mark Bailey takes the $5,000 and takes the applause and the congratulations from Nick Williams and Lorne Denny and Spencer Tram representing Williams Brothers Racing. Mark Huxley, what a weekend for him. And I tell you what, they're going to be doing it all again tomorrow. But big congratulations to Mark Bailey. $5,000 better off after a day at the racetrack. You can't complain about that.
and keeping his cool to pull an 0-1 light. as
Yes,
well.
after all of that.
After all of that, the stress
Well
of
done.
getting the car ready again, that was outstanding. So we really hope you enjoyed today at the Doorslammers and VW Breakout, obviously, folks. We'll be doing the live draw in around about half an hour. I'm guessing probably 9 o'clock, as it's about that time now, around about 9 o'clock.
But if everybody can be there for 10 to 9, so we're ready to start.
As soon
we
as
want
we can,
everybody there at 10 to 9 ready, because if we can start 5 minutes early or whatever, we would like to do that. But
be super.
please, everybody there. And
That
we look forward to
includes-
seeing you.
That includes the spectators, not just the racers. Please, we encourage you, if you're spectating at the Doorslammers, please come and join us at the main stage for all the festivities.
And obviously, we need to look at the Santa Pod staff, because they've now got to sort out all the chips
Yeah.
and all the names for all the people that are up there. That is going to take a little while, especially with all the classes involved. We hope you've enjoyed today. We thoroughly have. And
been all
we've
right.
still got the draw to do tonight and a whole day's racing tomorrow. Nitro FM 96.2 are going to take over the airways for the time being. And we will see you up at the draw area. Of course, the announcement area just past the pod shop in the not too distant future. We'll see you up there.
Right, we might know which way this one's going. It's the Mustang. Yeah. On a whole shot. Well, actually, they were pretty dead even on their dial-ins. And Dan standing down there as well.
Oh, problems for Spencer.
Well, hang on. Mark has to
yeah.
make sure he doesn't break out.
No, he's
There
coasting
we go.
already. So Mark Huxley coasting to the win there with 11.72.
Well, normally the most consistent of races. That's a lot more like the launch we're used to seeing from Ruben. It's just slowing the car to 9.25. That's super close.
Squeak. Oh, it's a breakout for Ruben.
And-
Goes 300s too quick. Tim Stanbury.
Well, Mark Bailey's caught him already at 1,000 foot. He's now out in front. And he doesn't break out, even though Dave Jarrett is bang on the dial.
Good
Well,
racing prospect.
Going to be a super race. The only... Well, Michael Malgren with a really strong run. 101 to 60 foot. Not quite what they were looking for, probably. He clicked it off before the eighth mile, at 4.44. Michael. That just sung all the way down. That's a quick one. It'd be a 6.0. 6.10, actually. 231. What's quite strange about Bruno's car is he really...
Richie wasn't happy with that. I'm pretty convinced that gets more and more violent every time he runs that car, but here we go then. Give Richie a wave, give him a big cheer. Generally, the more you wave, the faster Martin goes. Are we going to see a 5-second run?
Watching Josie's hair.
Oh, 583 at 260
We
miles.
see a 10-second bus. Oh, what a wheelie! And he's still going for it. The guy in the Astra, Chris Fabina's going, what the hell? Jay Turnock still goes through the top at 1087! 134 miles an hour. He's only had a couple of passes so far. But that's a good launch. Slow second gear once again, though, dropping the boost and dropping the revs. Still going to improve on his time in qualifying and goes through with a 1090 at 133. All right. So the cars are poison ready. Once again, just drives it off the line. So quick, though. 144.
foot. Nice.
759, 172.
He's literally just got to get him up on the board. Which he's going to do.
Keep going.
Keep going.
Keep going.
Coast it, coast it, coast it.
No,
don't
keep going,
stop,
keep
don't
going,
stop,
keep going. Spotters, wave at him. Say, keep going,
Keep going.
keep
Stop.
going, keep going. No, keep
Don't
going.
stop. 9:30. Well, you hate when they don't listen to you. 9:31.
He's got a slow roll. He's slowly rolling, but
Is he
now
still- he's still going,
Still going,
look.
still going. Keep waving him. Keep going. Come on.
He's got to get over the line before the clock's time out.
He's
Go on.
Go on.
He's probably not going to do it though.
He could. He was quite quick in the first half. Oh.
Come on, come on.
No,
come on.
he's there now. That's not a slow
Because
motion.
someone's
route.
gonna-
Shortly.
And make sure you have your number on the back window as well. Right, now Reese has already been 9:35 at 147. Has he got any more? Oh, 9:37, 146. Very, very close to
How many have run? 4 cylinder?
32.
Okay, so it is a 30. It will be a 32.
Loads of wheels been off the line, but it's finally hooked.
He goes through with a 1057 at 136, 975 for our friends.
To the nines before. Yesterday had a wild run and basically broke a CV joint. Come on, Mark. You've just got to get A to B quicker than 14 seconds, isn't it? Something like that.
Yeah.
Which
That
he's
is
gonna
really
do.
quick, yeah.
Quicker.
Paul earlier ran right into the 8.
Oh, what a pairing.
Good looking runs. 922 for Justin Warner at 165, but Paul Houston with a fantastic answers on a postcard. Alan Stitchbury and Wayne Shepherd, both one True Street, one 6-cylinder. Both have already got numbers on the board. 10:18 at 1:39.
That's a nice improvement.
Yeah.
That's
Looks like they're both going to make it count. Great looking run for Wojciech till he gets out of shape. I think the BM will be quicker. 8:89 at 107 and a 9:10 knocking on the door of the 8s. 152.
See on the car.
Up against Ian Wally with a much better looking launch. Ian's in Pro Street this weekend. This is going to be an 8-second run.
Hopefully that means Geordie's in the 9s.
Yeah, good on both sides. 9:30 for Ian Wally, 146.
bump spot.
So if this is a good A to B run, he'll be nowhere near the bump anymore.
Same time, Peter Farmang is in the middle of the pack of the front wheel drive class.
That looks a lot more like it.
Well, that's better than 11:15.
Oi! 91, 147 to a 10. Another 10-second car. It's a great launch by Grant there. He's always good on the tree.
It's a good looking run.
He's going to get there first and goes 10:48, 136 to an 11:49. Great run by Grant. A bit of roll out there for Lewis as he goes 165, 60-foot. Drops a bit of performance as Cam Bishop drives around him at the top end, doing 110 at the 8, 10:18, 141. Wow, big burnout on the start line for Nicholas Hakier. He's just got to get to the other end, remember that. Do not cross that line, Nicholas, do not cross that line.
Goodness me, something's definitely gone awry there.
10. Oh, against Europe's fastest front-wheel drive diesel. It's great to see a Lotus Elise on the start line.
It's Jordan Bishop, goes 11:25 and a 13.20.
That's a good short shift. Wild run for Chris Locke, though. Martin Dainty straight down board, 119 at the 8th, and goes through the top end with a 988 at 148 miles an hour. It's not a PB, but it is A to B, and he is going to be
coming your way.
Well, Marcus Vell is straight down the middle. Look at that, 154 at the 8th, 729, 194.
Correct that, 724, 194.
724.
Well, 0 for 2. So obviously, to try and get around the, well, I say obviously, what normally happens is with tyre shake, to try and get round tyre shake, you hop the car up, you give it more off the start line so that it gets more wheel speed. That's more like it. That's beautiful. That's also a 593 at 240 even get. There is going to be a buy in the next one too, so it depends who gets chosen, doesn't it? Looking for 989.
$985. It's a green light drag race.
Well, nothing in it on the tree.
It's a squeaker at the stripe.
It looks like John Bean's actually out in front, but over the stripe it's going to be John Bean.
It's John Bean.
He's in the semi-final.
John Bean, 400th over Darlene. Tim Stan, if he can get through. Oh, but he doesn't. He goes red.
Big
Mark
red.
Bailey is into the semi-final draw. And runs 8.74 and a 72. 8.04 on an 8.03. But the red light... Oh, a big flame out of the back of Oklahoma Willie, the VW pickup. I think pretty much everybody knows the story of this now, but the vehicle was found in Oklahoma. And the guy who owned the farm where it was Willie. Well, the car's made into the 10s at over 150 miles an hour. And not only that, it is still totally street legal. They literally cover up the jet and use the 4-cylinder to drive around. Not happy with something.
Oh, Mr. Marshall's been promoted to cleaning duties.
That's okay. So Perry will build the thrust up once again. Something not quite right.
Oh, standing there on the start line filming this run.
Well, he's already been 856 on 159.
Goodness me. That thing absolutely flies.
896 that time, 153.
Wonder where that went. Maybe the nitrous didn't kick in.
Nations.
Well, Gert Mertz is currently number 5 in 4-cylinder. His best so far is a 917.
Another great looking run. Slightly slower at 930, 147.
Oh, wait, wasn't it? So we've got a tickle of nitrous in there. It's a good launch. So Fran goes through the 8th mile at 88 miles an hour. And goes through the quarter this time. 1270, 109.
Small block Turbo Willis. You can see where the boost comes in. How's it going to keep it moving? Nice runs of pair. 7-6. Very undramatic in both lanes. Julian's off the throttle by the looks of it. 791 for Kev. The number Julian wanted, I think.
859 so far at 160. It's Marcus that's away first. And he's been 1013.
Well,
something broke.
Oh, there's something
985.
dangling down as well.
That'll be a prop shaft, I think, probably. Oh, that 8th mile number just gives me weak knees. 582 at 239 miles an hour. A .9660.
It's not big as fan club as Bob's got, is it?
Obviously not. And
That'll
Dirk,
go down in folklore.
and Dirk had to be sitting in the middle of it as well, didn't he? Never mind. Anybody watching him will know the legend that is Mr. Gregson. So, no flame show this time. Well, not further back anyway for Berry. That's what it should have done earlier. There we go. Really nice run for Perry. Oh, and 152 miles an hour. 1065. That may well be.
That's one of his. It's not his
Yeah.
quickest, but it's certainly up there. He has been 10. I think he's been 10.5.
9-second car. Great launch for Horatius. 154 to 162, 60 foot. Matt Davison just driving around at the top end, but goes through 11.07 and a 10.59.
Yeah, Matt was off the power before.
Tom just a little bit quicker than that.
Tom's still not had the launch that he wants with the car. Once again, it launches and bogs. Still goes through the top end with an 11.97 127. He's got the mileage. Can he go quicker? Can we see a 7 at the Doorslammers on day 2? Lowry just keeping it forward. Well, 131, 60 foot. That's way quicker. 137 at the 8th. David Lammick slows to an 8.36. 139. But that
In Pro Street.
Soren Hansen's been 8.84. Well, Rob's well out in front, making Soren look slow, but he's not. He goes through with an 8.89, 169, and a 7.63. 60 foot earlier this weekend. Down in the 1.6s again, 1.65 as well. He's being chased down by Grant. Grant's been into the 9s, so that'll give you an idea of where we are. Mark Taylor goes through with a 10.24 at 143. All the guys and girls from Malta. Well, it's a 110.60 foot, 155 at the 8th. Clint Fournette goes 7.10 at 189 miles an hour. And Thomas Droggs goes through with a 12. Put in a couple of 10-second passes this weekend. He's basically going to be watching Steve Pateman out in front at the moment. Steve goes through with an 8.59. Josh Holmes' best run so far.
Up against John. Yeah, Jack hasn't had a great weekend so far. I don't think that's going to be one either. He's coasting at the top end by the looks of that. Oh, maybe not. He has got his foot in it, but a 10.79, 129.
$7.71. That puts him number 2. Well done, Rob.
Very nice speed of 100.
0.7 with the TDI TDI Golf. A little bit of wheel spin off the start line as he chased down Phoebe Nasser. Drives around at the top end of the track and goes through the top end with a 988 at 146.
Tony Higgs blows the tyres off straight from the start line and then boots it again, obviously. 7.29 at 205 miles an hour, 9.30.
Street, apologies, yeah. Tom Wrigley is number 2 in True Street. Look at these two go. 8.76, 8.50 for Tom Wrigley. Wow.
163 miles an hour.
Well, he goes 149, 60 foot once again. He's already out in front of Jan doing 116 at the 8th and goes 942 at 149 for 11.
Williamson gets off the start line is the major news in this pairing. That'll be a low 8. It's an 8.21 at 170 miles an hour.
What, his 8th pass with this car?
Matthias needs to nail it, otherwise he's not going to be in. He needs to go quicker than set 8.54, and he doesn't.
Helder though goes 116 at the 8th, 959. Have to bring the RPM up. Again, the car, the Escort just bogs down on the line. Now he's got the power coming through, but unfortunately both cars seem to be coasting through to the top end. 1082, 132.
Got new sheets through and lost one of the four-cylinder cars.
Lost one.
Yeah.
Careless.
They might have been, if they've withdrawn, they will be deleted off.
Oh, right, okay.
Well, Matthew Southcott all over the place. Yeah, neither will get.
Well, it's a good launch for both cars.
That might be quicker than 760.
Yeah.
He goes 759 and Nathan Jimmy goes 1050.
Good looking run for Billy. 772. That moves him up to number 2.
Late in the day on day 2 at the Doorslammers. Wow, it's not the usual performance again.
Crawling, I'd say.
I'm going to kick you now.
He's still here. Look, that's all I said.
That's all he said.
I didn't see let's see a record run. I didn't see.
Second pass at good 180 mile an hour. Hayder's looking for a 9-second pass. Well, issues for Ahmed, so all eyes are on Hayder in the Slick Tricks racing lane. He's doing 109 at the 8th. It's going to be into the 10s. He goes 10.44 at 137.
So kicking V8 butts at the Netherlands. Regular visitors to the UK.
Big mischief for Chris there.
I think both.
He's catching up with Lisette. 12.59 to a 13.34. The national finals a couple of years ago. And he's on 2 seconds, just getting forward. Wow. That one wheel keeps rubbing on Yazir Dal's car at the back. Goes through at a 10.36 and a 10.98, but the main thing is he's
in.
qualified. See the power coming in now as he's chasing Dustin. And Dustin goes through the top end with an 889 at 160, 884 in fact, at 100.
Everything over. That's a lot more like it for Joe. What was the number? 988? 986,
Yeah.
sorry, it's on the board at the top end. 977, he sneaks in.
He does, yeah.
Who was the bump? Look at the lights as well.
Yeah, fantastic.
What a race.
Yay! Colin Miller goes to number 1 with a 765. Sorry, it's so freaking busy up here.
Right, so he's away. 175.64, not his best. But straight down the middle, 115 at the 8th, and Carmux goes 10.20 at 143. Wow.
Will he be handing out the checks and the prizes too? Mark Huxley green, John Bean green. Oh, it's a pick and choose race at the stripe. It's a brave one. It is Mark Huxley takes the win, 987. He hits his darling. John Bean goes 903 on the 899. Mark Huxley is into the final. And then fair to say, Nick, you've done well at this event.
Should have saved that for the final.
Oh, 008 light. That'll do. Now then, 873. 871 with a 2, a breakout, but that is a good tuning run for Mark. Well, the BM has gone. Can we go quicker than 9-1? 899! Wow, it's into the 8. 100 and
Number 4 or thereabouts.
he's number 7.
Beg your pardon. This is a very, very quick car. If he can get it to hold all the way down and not coast, that's a great run. 807.
Wow.
167 miles an hour. Does that help?
Yeah, that moves him up to number 4.
Fantastic.
Get your muscles out. Time to swap some slicks. Arnie Panic taking on Chris Locke. Armie's having a lovely straight run. Ooh. Such is Chris.
841. Wow, that's moved it up to number 2.
Where's that come from?
1002, Mike Whittaker. $10.39. It is an improvement. Well, it stays
Straight off the line, that's a big help. Oh no!
Victor dived out the way there. Wow, Darren goes 967.
Wow.
142 in the other lane, that's great stuff.
Well, not quite the launches both of those guys wanted.
Or the ETs for that matter.
That's it. Wow. Unfortunately, we've had our first the Vauxhall.
Well, Scott's been 11:30 at 119. That's looking good. Yep, 10:53. 15:19.
Okay. And then the other lane, Lewis Simpson with the Civic all the way from Scotland. He's coasting it through to the top end. So Kaz goes through the top end with 1289, 104. She is in the show. Oh.
So David goes through the 14:56. Adam Phillips. But we have a little bit of a clean-up just on the start line in the slick tricks lane. So we are down to 1 at the moment. Simon Fogg with the Crankworks Corsa. Just poodling up the track. Oh, there's lots and lots and lots.
Differentials have been in this car over this weekend.
This weekend?
This weekend.
And it's only Saturday.
It's going to get to the end. 11-7.
Good looking run, this.
Yeah.
Sean's keeping pace, though. 10:03 at 104.
And this will make a 32-car field.
It won't.
Oh. Yes, you will, because you're still going to get a time. Oh, Gino, keep going. If you can beat 15:19, I don't think he will now.
He's not going to.
156 miles an hour from the 39. Otherwise, he's on the trailer.
He's on the trailer. Oh, no, he's not. Go on, go on. I thought he...
No, he's not going to do it.
No.
That's labouring quite a lot for that car.
Marcelo goes through with a 916, 159.
46 miles an hour. Lifts the front wheels.
So Adam Williamson is currently our last qualifier in the 60th spot with a 27 at 36 miles an hour. Oh, well.
9:19 for Ian Wally. Stays put in number 13, but it's
Remembers where the finish line is. His words, not mine, I might add. Andreas is a 582 at 240. Andreas Sedin, 0.9 they made. Will they work? They will. Both of them away together. Great looking side-by-side run. That's exactly what I was talking about. 676 at 204 miles an hour for the Dodge. Fine for Pro Doorslammer. Great looking runs a pair. 576.
That's not right.
That's not correct for John Webster. The 60 foot. Very weird because it didn't squat and go. It just paddled around.
121. Just edging it forward into full stage. Pretty good launch for Connor. 153 60 foot. 8th mile speed of 106. And goes through with a 10:59. 135. Unfortunately, John, after a great launch, just complete coast.
Oh dear.
Sure. With the Lotus.
He's currently number 21. Oh, brake lights on already. 794. Brake lights on at 794.
And 185.
Yeah.
Well, he had a ride in that car as well.
Here we go then. The tree's counted. What happened there? It didn't move.
No one's celebrating yet in the other lane.
No, they're not. That was rather...
Well, Paul Houston's going to get to the finish line first. 8:25. And Amir goes through with a 10:99.
It's all good. No, slowing.
Could be slowing at the stripe. Yeah, 10:59 and 14:67.
Okay, so the news is rerun of the fight. It's only to clear the lanes.
Yeah.
To rerun the final.
Right.
Right, Darren Dewhurst though,
That
Very
opens
close
shit's
to the
mad.
centre line.
$8.60.
Gone.
No, but then you've got 64 of them in the pen to announce. They won't have gone at all. So Karim with the Audi RS3 running in 6-cylinder.
9:49, 152.
He'd already been 9:34. Good looking run from Andy Bond.
Crew are already walking off. They don't like the look of that at all. 7:23 at 205 miles an hour.
As in £5,000 to the winner on that.
Because it's bubble on it. Take it
Great.
off, Sanjay Vara. Oi!
He's still got his foot in it, I think.
Yeah.
No, maybe not. He looks like he's cruising now. Yeah, there we go. Still has 982. Only 9.
Chris goes 985. 10th off. Right, well that's not Kaz Waterhouse. Time and crew a little bit eager there, as this is a rerun. Previous car. Gert Metz.
been off the line, but a good looking run so far. 115 at the 8th. Jack Bowley goes through with a 996. 147 to a 1287.
You see.
Alex has already been 10-18 with the Porsche. 21 this time. Not much of a difference.
Speed on that.
See a lovely clean running diesel there. 117 at the 8th, and Helder goes through the top end. 946, 149 miles an hour. He is already
To the sevens, Carl. What a shame he's not going to get an ET, because that's a good looking run. Whoa, Wojciech out of shape. Oh, Carl doinks the blocks as well, and Wojciech sends it into orbit.
That's it. To me, to you.
Sponsored it since day one. So George Gamble then in 6-cylinder. Oh, he's let off early as well.
Jake Tippeno's still going all the way through. 97 at the 8th, and goes 1153, 127.
We have a green light drag race.
Whoa. We do.
Which mark is it going to be? There's a few nerves at the stripe, but your win light goes to Mark Bailey. He takes the win, a breakout for Mark Huxley, but that was all Mark Bailey, a 0-1 light, 8-7.
This is going to be super close at the finish line. Mark Bailey's going to get there. It's just whether he does it in time or not. And that was kind of perfect, actually. That goes down as a whole shot win. He was 600ths off. Dan was 500ths off. Well, instant tyre shake one more time for Michael Malgren. Now, I remember talking to one Pro Stock driver stroke racer who doesn't race anymore, but shall remain nameless, and I remember saying, so their car came out here, did exactly that on the first run.
That is a good 145.60 foot for Diogo at the 8th mile. He's coming up to 117. The Mark 1 Golf from XQ Motorsport goes 934, 147 miles an hour. Good launch, 126.60 foot. At the 8th mile, Junior's doing 108. He's let off the throttle. And clicks it off through with a 10.09. Issues, unfortunately, for Ricardo Late.
So Arnie has already run a 9.03. Would like to get into the 8s here.
Has Arnie ever been in the 8s?
Yes, many a time. And
That's
well,
one of
there's
them.
another one. 885, 151. And
Last qualified car.
They are currently 55, and one of these is not it.
Even though they're on there already.
Even on there already, yeah. But Josh Holmes is out in front making a very nice pass. 10.64 at 145 to a first.
6-cylinder, only got 17 that have got numbers on the board at the moment. That's an improvement for Reese. Goes 935, and also lovely launch.
Why would you not want that in Street Eliminator?
782, 177. There's a lot to get through this evening.
Belinda
and
goes
some
in.
very, very important information that we need to give you, and that will be starting very, very soon. So you need to be here. All drivers, please, to the announcement area. We'll be starting in less than 2 minutes. And you need to listen very, very carefully because we do have some announcements. Thanks very much indeed. Right, don't forget, folks, about 1 minute to go. We especially need all the front-wheel drive represented here. We definitely need front-wheel drive. We need as many of them down as here. So, how many? Take your hands up if you're front-wheel drive. There's quite a few, but we need more because there's 60 of you in the draw. So, yeah, we certainly need a lot more front-wheel drive. But we do need all drivers, please, because we have some very, very important information to give you this evening. So we're just doing the final checks around the back. Seriously, I mean, there's nearly 200 names around the back there that we've had to sort out. It's quite a task, and especially you can't do a lot of it until qualifying had finished. So it's been very, very fraught, but they've managed to get it done. Right, good evening, everybody. Sorry about the delay, but purely because of the amount of names that we've had to sort out behind us here to get everybody into the draw with the right numbers next to them, you name it, everything. But what a day, awesome day, challenging day, amazing day. More on that, please. Let's hear it for Keith Bartlett. He's going to have a word with you with some very important information.
Hello everyone. Again, I sort of echo Colin's comments. We're sorry for the delay, but there's a lot to be done, and of course with the big bracket final having to be rerun, that put another half an hour on everything. Before I go on to how good the day's been and all the good things that have happened, I'd like to address immediately, you're all aware and were very aware of some of the really delayed time in the staging lanes today. Some of you had several hours in the staging lanes, and it must be frustrating. I'd like to just add right from the get-go, it's been challenging. There was rain this morning, there was lots of oil downs, there were all sorts of things went wrong, and it adds to it. Plus, remember this, when we started this, started this with about 60 or 70 entries. Then it went to about 143 entries. Then it went to 150. Then it went to 180. And this weekend, 255 entries. It's a hell of a lot to get through. So it is complex. And the reason for the delays is partly led into the fact we run open qualifying. You come down when you want and you can run. And that gets really quite confusing. The second you have downtime, all those best plans go wrong. So there's nothing set in stone, but this is our thought process for next year. There won't be an open practice on Friday. Friday and Saturday will be qualifying. So you'll be guaranteed to get qualifying times in without having to worry about practice runs and whether you go to qualifying. We may even elect to do sessions. In other words, a group will be classified in a session, say, Friday morning. Well, I'm only joking. I'm not serious. I'm just trying to make conversation. And we may do the same Saturday. So perhaps you have a session, all the classes sessioned on Friday morning, sessioned on Saturday morning, and in the afternoon's free qualifying. But whatever we decide, it will be a lot better than this year. So thank you for all of your patience and everything you did in the staging lanes. We understood your problems. Next, and perhaps more enjoyable from my side, what a day. There were records, there were European records, there were speed records, and if I can ignore the delays in the staging lanes, the Doorslammers lived right up to its reputation. It's just superb. Everybody's talking about it. And we've had some of the supercars here with their influencers and their camera crews. It's going out everywhere. These guys were blown away with it. So we're making a big influence on everyone, ourselves. So from me to everyone here, massive thank you to all of you guys who are racing, because you've made it good. So on behalf of all my team, thanks. We've got a lot more to go through tonight, but for what you've done this weekend, thank you. And I hope next year's over 300 entries and we will handle it.
Thank you, Keith. But
Over
there's
to you.
one other thing that you haven't mentioned, is that you are going to be signing off £100,000 this weekend, aren't you, Keith?
No.
Yes, you are. You
No,
know you
no,
are.
I'm
You
not.
know are.
Yeah, it is £100,000, and do you know what? We are delighted to pay it because it's just everything it's supposed to be. And if the entries are lower, then it might have been a lot lower payout. But you guys have all entered, so you're going to get the money. Brilliant. Hope you can find me to get the cheque.
Okay, well done. Thanks ever so much indeed, Keith. So next year, plans are already in place to make it even better for you. Group qualifying, 2 full days of qualifying as well. So you'll all be able to get numbers on the board. Very, very important indeed. Okay, let's move on then. And we're actually going to start giving some money out this evening. Before I do that, can I please welcome from Williams Brothers Racing and, of course, the Speed Shop, Dan and Nick Williams, please, to the stage. Well done, guys. very, very proud indeed to have the continued support since 2018 of the Williams boys. These boys have supported it from day one. They've continued their sponsorship, and that is huge, huge thanks from all the racers, and we really, really appreciate that. Thank you. I know, Nick, you've won this event before. Dan, you entered this weekend. Both of you entered. I know you'll be racing again tomorrow. Best of luck. But you're not going to be taking away your own cheque tonight. We're going to be giving it to someone else. Without further ado, let's announce our runner-up this weekend, his biggest payday in racing. Fair to say the family have got a good history in the big bracket, but this time it's the young gun that's come through. Making it all the way through to the final, and it was a rerun as well. The nerves must have been shot, but nevertheless, £2,000 as a consolation. Let's hear it then for Mark Huxley! Big congratulations to Mark Huxley. He was doing that for Spud. I know he was riding with him again today, and that was a huge moment. But £2,000, the runner-up trophy presented by Dan Williams. Let's hear it once again, Mark Huxley. Right, if you just move over to the centre of the stage there. Let's hear it for our winner. He actually did take the win light, but then he had to come back and do it all again. There's a little bit of nerve because the car was very, very hot, but he got it back down into the lanes. And how the hell he pulled an 0-1 light on the rerun, I do not know. But he did. He came to the top, and he's going to be taking the cheque for £5,000 and, of course, the trophy. The winner of the big bracket, it is, of course, here he comes, Mark Bailey.
Well done, Mark. Brilliant, mate. Well done.
Right, we haven't put an escalator in, mate, so we have to come up the steps. But congratulations, Mark. Huge, huge well done. Taking, of course, the trophy. And this is what he really wants. He wants that big cheque. So if you just come into that's it. Brilliant job. Your runner-up then, Mark Huxley, but your winner, Mark Bailey. Right, just one very, very quick question. I'm going to ask this very, very quickly from Mark. You're not down to race tomorrow, but you're going to change your mind?
Possibly.
Yes, you will. Best of luck. There we go. Williams Brothers, thanks ever so much indeed. Mark Huxley, congratulations on the runner-up. But, of course, Mark Bailey, your winner in the big bracket. Thanks, guys. No, you take it with you. You take that home and you put it on your wall at home, mate. Okay, let's move on then. We now go into our chip draws. And the first class that we're going to be doing this evening is, of course, VP Racing Pro Doorslammer. To do the chip draw, we are delighted that they've made it over here from VP, all the way from, I think it's Texas, isn't it? James McVeigh from VP. And from the European office, Philip. Well, easy, Philip. He's here as well, representing VP. So then, an awesome show. And once again, I've got to say it, VP Racing have supported Pro Doorslammer since day one. Massive thanks indeed, and big representation this weekend. Very, very proud to have you on board yet again. And what you're doing for drag racing in Europe at the moment is fabulous. We really appreciate it. Thank you. Right then, so the fun really begins. Can I please have all of our Pro Doorslammer drivers into the pen in the middle, please? Make your way in, please. Our Pro Doorslammer racers. Andre Arnova, Dave Vector, Andy Robinson, John Tabadum, Ratanami, Bruno Bala, Andre Chaudin. Let's have you, come on, you're all in there. I think they're all there now. Okay, Darryl is down there to have a word with them as the chips come out.
Or pronounce the names right, one of the two.
Well, yeah, he'll help me on that,
No,
won't you?
joking, sorry.
Because I've been struggling all weekend long. And not only that, Luke has been sent a translation and he didn't share it with me. That's really kind of you, mate. Thank you. Appreciate that.
I like watching you drown, mate. That's
Yeah.
what it is. Go on.
Yeah, well, I've got some big armbands, so don't worry, I will always come up floating. Anyway, let's get on with this.
And a rubber
The
ring.
first chip that will come out will be going into the left lane. The second chip that come out will be in the right lane. There are 4 chips that say bye. All right, so you will get a solo. Okay, let's rotate the drum, and now we start pulling the chips out. So the first chip out is... Oh, it's chip number 1 straight away. Andre Arnover.
Please come forward.
He's coming forward to have a chat with Daryl, but wait
no.
a minute now.
Yeah,
no,
actually,
it's
hang
not
on
the
here.
podium, it's not the
Not yet.
presentations
You haven't won yet. You
haven't won it yet.
So that's right.
Right, so who is
That's
he going to
tomorrow.
get? Who's he going to get in round number 1? It is
Number 5.
chip number 5. Oh, I can't pronounce the name. Jerry Vatanami, yes.
I think everybody heard that out loud, didn't they? Jerry said... Family show. Jerry said no, but Andre, terrific this weekend and nearly 260 miles an hour as well.
Yeah.
Was that the plan?
Yeah. We was a little bit surprised, but we're happy. We pushed the engine quite hard to get there where we are right now.
And Yari, your first time ever at Santipod Racing. I know you've been here before. Everything going to plan? Well, until you drew him in round 1, I guess.
Not going that be hoping.
Not quite going what you're hoping.
No, 6-5, 6-0.
1 5-second runs.
Yes.
We need one of them to beat him, I think.
Yeah, he will leave it red light.
That's a good point. You've got to red light in the morning. Your first pair, everybody. Jari Rantanyomi and Andre Arnover. Carry on, gents. Thank you very
Okay,
much.
the next chip out of the draw and going into the left lane, of course. The chip